Declare open this hearing of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, and for those of us in Canberra, that's the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today or tuning in, as the case may be. My name's Sharon Clayton. I'm the chair of this committee, and I'm joined today by other members of the committee who are participating either in person or via video conference. These are public proceedings being audio and video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to request to be heard in camera. And if a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I ask everyone to ensure that they have their mobile phones switched off or put onto silent. For those joining us via video conference or teleconference, I just ask that you make sure you mute your connection when you're not speaking. So, and I remind all committee members that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report as chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous manner. I would now, after that long notes of introduction, I'd now want to welcome representatives from the National Women's Safety Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate, or in this case a joint committee, has been provided to you. Is that correct? Yes? That's correct. Thank you. So for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Catherine Burney, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Women's Safety Alliance.
Thank you. And I know you have given us a copy of a short opening statement, which you can certainly read into the evidence, or we can table it and move straight into questions. So did you wish to make any introductory remarks?
Yeah, I can make this introductory remark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I will invite you to do so. Thank you very much, Ms Burney.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I also would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians on the land which we gather, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and future, as well as acknowledging any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who may be online or in the room with us today. The National Women's Safety Alliance brings together over 750 individual and organisational members to provide policy guidance, lived experience and frontline expertise to inform national policy and reform on women's safety. As our digital world expands, so do the challenges for women and underrepresented priority population groups, especially in the realm of technology-facilitated abuse. The same platforms that provide connection and communication are often misused to perpetuate harassment, stalking and image-based abuse, dissemination of child sexual abuse material and facilitated sexual violence. The rise of tech-facilitated abuse is a growing concern, with perpetrators using digital tools to control, intimidate and harm, from non-consensual sharing of intimate images to online stalking, abusive messaging. These acts not only violate an individual's privacy, but also create an environment of fear, silencing them for participating in online discourse. It is crucial that we address these issues head-on, ensuring victims have recourse and perpetrators are held accountable. Age verification also plays a pivotal role in protecting younger Australians from exposure to harmful content from being targeted by predators. Alongside our colleagues at the E-Safety Commission, NWSA and our members have advocated for robust age verification systems which are essential to safeguarding minors from content that they are not developmentally ready for, such as pornography and violent material. We welcome the current efforts that are underway to advance age assurance technologies and recognise their importance in protecting young users from exploitation and harm. As we continue to advocate for measures and reforms to address tech-facilitated abuse and enabled sexual violence, we must also focus on educating the public, particularly priority populations, on online safety and resilience. Equally, we must demand that tech companies enforce their policies and comply with our legal standards that prioritise user safety, ensuring that the digital environment does not perpetuate harm. Bullying on social media presents a significant threat to women's and children's safety, contributing to emotional harm, psychological distress, and in extreme cases, physical danger. Social platforms were originally designed for connection and expression, but they are frequently weaponised to harass and intimidate women and children. Online bullying can take many forms, including cyberstalking, hate speech, doxing, and the coordinated harassment campaigns. Women, in particular, those who are in public-facing roles or advocacy positions, are disproportionately targeted by these forms of abuse. The anonymity and reach provided by social media allows perpetrators to evade accountability while amplifying their impact. For many women, the trauma of online abuse extends offline, leading to real-world consequences such as stalking and harm. Addressing these issues requires stronger enforcement of the platform policies, legal protections, and support for victims to ensure safer online spaces for all women. The landmark study from Professor Michael Salter, Director of Childlight Uni of New South Wales, focused on the online sexual offending of Australian men who engaged in such activities. This survey showed that 7.5% of men reported online sexual offending against children, with offenders frequently using youth-orientated platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook Messenger. The study gives a clear critique of social media companies for failing to protect children and not implementing adequate age verification measures. It is clear that children can easily game social media protection measures despite age restriction, and this has led to an increase on online sexual exploitation. The Alliance supports age verification and improved regulation of platform algorithms. This is needed so as to mitigate risks to children and other underrepresented cohorts. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss these issues, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burney. Appreciate your evidence this morning. I might just start proceedings and then I'll pass to my colleagues. We'll try and ensure there's a fair and equitable distribution of question time. So I might just make one to begin with and I'll come back if I've got more time. You've outlined some of the very significant harms that are experienced by women online, we might draw on that a bit later, but the committee has also had evidence about the impacts of algorithms and recommender systems, and we know that these are prompting misogynistic content that can fuel a very toxic masculinity in some young people. Are there any kinds of content or platforms that you see particularly harmful? That's one part of the question. And then, in your view, are platforms doing enough to prevent this kind of content being put in front of young people? And then the third component of this question, if you can keep this in order, is just, what kind of changes should the platforms be making to their algorithms to prevent this kind of content really from being promoted, and how can we know that they've done so, I guess. So there's a few questions in there.
Yeah. So I think what we need to be clear about is there is an absolute tsunami of misogynistic content that is available across all platforms. I would suggest in our member feedback, TikTok is the most readily available video content for people to engage with. But I also really do want to say that when people are engaging with this content, we do need to be aware that it is meeting a need. So it is meeting an emotional need that people have. Now, I think when we think about perpetration of violence against women, I've heard from a number of victim survivors over my career who have all said the same thing. Physical violence didn't start on the first date. So I think when we think about this content and how people are viewing it, we need to remember it doesn't start off by saying kill women, men are better than women, or the views that have been popularised by people like Andrew Tate, but there are a million Andrew Tate. If you talk to the Man Cave, Andrew Tate isn't even cool anymore with children. There are other people who they're watching. So I think the ease of dissemination comes from people just information gathering. I think we're seeing a trend, particularly with Gen Zs, that this is TikTok and Instagram Reels are where they're going to get their information. That's where they're going to educate themselves. And they can be going to educate themselves on going to the gym, workout routines. But then the content creators are slipping in that negative messaging along with positive messaging about getting rejected by someone or what they need to do for their fitness and nutrition. Messages that we actually want to encourage and we do need to have, but in the middle of it, they're saying, well, by the way, you can never date a woman more than a third of your weight, because when you pick her up, you need to know that you can kill her. And that is videos that our members have said their sons are watching and are freely available, but that content is buried within a context of you need to get sleep, you shouldn't be gaming all night, rely on your boys, talk to your boys, but here's how you should feel about women. So I think the next question is, are the companies doing enough to monitor that? Absolutely not. Of course they're not. It's in their interest to have this material and to gain clicks. And content creators also know the more outrageous that they are, the more views they're going to get, the more clicks they're going to get. Therefore, their engagement will be sky high, which makes them attractive to the platforms for what the platform's messages are. I think I read through a lot of the submissions, particularly from MEAA, obviously a huge owner of these products that we're discussing. And it's great that they're saying they provide connection, community, they do all of those things, but there is a really dark side of it that isn't monitored. It's just simply not monitored. They say it is, it's not. How can we have studies from Professor Michael Salter saying that there's been a huge increase in the dissemination of child sexual abuse material through WhatsApp, through end-to-end encrypted Facebook Messenger? We know that's happening because the perpetrators have told us that's what they're doing. And yet we get pushback and rejection saying we're being puritanical, there's government overreach, when we say we want that regulated. Actually, we would like them to step up and use the technology that exists to identify that material and stop it from happening.
Thank you enormously for that. I will. I've got lots of follow-up, but I do not wish to not leave enough time for everyone else. I might go to Deputy Chair first, if you have questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here. I can't imagine what it must take to have to kind of digest a lot of this horrible stuff, actually, and I think it's very easy, as you say, for platforms to hide behind individual kind of content creators or behind this idea that it's just a user thing. It's not actually part of their business model. But you're right, it is. I mean, that's what all the other experts are telling us. I'm interested as to how you think the best way for us to deal with this is. And there's one, there's one view that we should just stop young people from being on social media, full stop. There's others who say, well, it should be, up to parents to monitor all of this. And then there is a view around actually making sure it's these the regulations are in relation to the tech companies themselves and therefore going to their business model. Can we unpack that a little bit? Age verification, obviously for over 18, sites that are not, it's just like going into a bar or going into a sex shop, or if you're a minor, then obviously those types of spaces are not applicable and not appropriate. But beyond that kind of minor versus adult threshold, what's for your view on age verification and the ban of social media for young people?
I think thank you for your question. I think what we need to have is a multi-pronged approach. I think blanket bans, I don't know about anyone else here, but I was the kind of kid that if I was told you can't do it, I would find a way to do it. I think that puts a lot of pressure as well on parents to be able to, and we're setting up that idea that we're constantly going to monitor our children's phones and normalising that behaviour. So for me, that's also problematic. I think what we need to do is we do need to look at the regulations of the tech companies, because they do have an obligation to not allow this kind of damaging content to even reach a platform. Now, I know that they've made changes since, but how is it that murders were able to be live streamed on Instagram or on Facebook? We've seen it both times. Now, yes, I appreciate there was a lot of responsive work that happened through those companies to ensure that that couldn't happen again, but it did happen. And it relied on users to actually stop that content from going places, because what they did was they flooded Instagram with pictures of cats, which then tricked the algorithm using the same hashtags as the live stream of the murder, and it tricked the algorithm, and they put thousands upon thousands of pictures of cats. So when people searched the hashtag for this, they saw pictures of cats and not the woman being decapitated. The reality is that kids are going to want to go on social media. They are. It's part of our world. Now, when I talk about young people, I'm talking about 13, 14-year-olds. It's a way that they communicate. Yes, there is a lot of damage that can happen through that, but surely we need to have that multi-pronged approach to say, all right, 10-year-olds don't need to be on social media. They're not going to be able to manage that content. They're not going to be able to manage themselves or their timings. And that's a collaborative effort between parents. But we should be arming our young people to be able to discern what's real, what's not real, what's educative, what's not. I think blanket bans are tough. I think because you're not putting the onus on the tech companies to not allow that content, which they shouldn't. It's not freedom of expression. Violent content that incites hate and vitriol towards women and other children is unacceptable. We've said that in other pieces of legislation. So why is it then that this can have carte blanche in a digital space?
Yeah. Thank you. And in relation to the algorithms, in some other places around the world, they say, okay, well, for minors, they're protected from the use of algorithms in the sense that they can't have suggestive content fed to them. It's what they look for. It's what their friends, the people they actually follow. It's not things are not pushed into their feeds. And of course, also they're protected from their data being harvested and then sold off as well. So you don't kind of have those two insidious things, both having content pushed to them, which they then engage in, and then the advertising off the back of that, and it feeds this vicious cycle. Is that the type of checks and regulations you think Australia should be looking at? Absolutely. I think that we shouldn't be allowing marketing tools to target young people who may not be able to go, I'm being marketed to. And certainly my 15-year-old stepson,
who comes from my household. So, you know, there's lots of discussions about this kind of content in our house, but he was fed stream and stream after stream of misogynist content. But it made him uncomfortable, so he came and spoke to me about it. But not everyone has that relationship where someone can help unpack what's happening or help unpack what they're hearing. And so I think, yes, then it is up to us to ensure that people aren't being targets of for profit, if you will, for want of a better word, when they're not able to vote, buy alcohol, all those things. We can't have for profits then deciding to turn them into a consumer through a social media platform.
One of the concerns that has been raised in this committee and in the public debate about what we do in this space is, particularly in relation to women, that if we only focus on rules and regulations around younger people, what happens for those women at 17, 18 and beyond? And the social media has to be a safe place for everyone. And if we're just removing young people from what is an unsafe space, that doesn't actually fix the problem, does it?
No, and that's, I think, where the content regulation has to come into. I mean, I've read, I'm sure the committee has as well, I've read a number of studies on how women who are public figures, and I'm sure, unfortunately, the women on this committee have been victim of this through social media, that they are attacked. There have been so many studies that say women in sports, women in public facing, women advocacy are getting attacked. What's happening to change that? So we know it's happening, but what is actually happening within the tech companies to put layers of protection in there, because social media should be safe for everyone? And further to your question about young people, young women, 17, 18 going forward, how are we actually arming people as well in that I'd call it a development period between 14 and 18, where people are learning how social media works? How are we protecting them and building their resilience to stay safe online? There aren't a lot of things that are available because it is still burgeoning as a tech, but we should be doing more. And I think there are countries like UK and I think in some Nordic countries where they do these social media self-defense courses that are teaching people those skills for resilience and to unpack the behaviours they're being exposed to.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I might have some follow-ups, but happy to share.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Ms Mackenzie, did you have any questions?
I just want to ask for some further detail. Your penultimate paragraph in your opening statement, you ask us to look at improved regulation of platform algorithms. What do you have in mind? It seems to be the black box that it's very hard to get a grip on. What are you thinking?
I think that we need to look at what's happening in AI with tone sensing as well at the moment. I think that's really important. So when we get inflection of tone from either captions or content, when we have keywords, I mean, these are things that happen, but they're not really so much regulated. I mean, when you look at what gets hidden as not meeting community standards, it's often confusing to people what meets a community standard and what doesn't, because you can report one piece of content, you can report the same thing with the same words, same hashtags, but that won't breach the community standards. It's really unclear. And I think what we need is for it to be made exceptionally clear to people what is acceptable and what is not. But there's a lot of work happening when we look at suicide prevention, for example, in the AI space, where someone calls and AI is actually now being trained to be able to check if someone is going to escalate to self-harm or if they're going to be okay with the pathway to life call. So I think we need to look at what's happening in other tech sectors as well to ensure that we're actually best practice. But then we do need an agreement and an alignment between the different apps and different functions as to what is a community standard. Now, do we need a national set of guidelines for that in order to regulate those algorithms more? Most likely, yes.
Oh, thank you. That's all for me.
Susan Templeman, please.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Look, thank you for really reminding us about the harms that women in particular are facing online, and the need for the tech companies to be taking further steps. I want to pick up something in your opening statement around the education side, not taking away from the fact that there needs to be a whole lot of things that happen, but I just want to ask a little bit more about that. And you talk about educating the public, particularly priority populations, on online safety and resilience. And back in 2022, I worked with the eSafety Commissioner to pilot a program for my women in small business who were feeling just particularly vulnerable and out of their depth in how to deal, like what could they do, what couldn't they do. Now, this is going back a couple of years, and the eSafety Commission from that point on has done a lot more work in this area. But that was a population in my own community that I identified as being particularly vulnerable. And without easy access to skills. So I'm just interested in the sorts of things, what more you would like to see or have thought about in terms of equipping women in your organisational role, and what ideas you might have around that.
So we've talked a lot at National Women's Safety Alliance, particularly in educating about what we do, what is the best mechanism for that. A lot of our members, as I said earlier, are information gathering from TikTok. So are we providing that alternative that's accessible in a place where people are, using the language that people are using in a medium they're comfortable with that is not so formalised potentially as education programs that are existing online. I think, I've done the eSafety Commission training and I thought it was excellent. But I know the eSafety Commission exists. I'm not really the target audience because I'm going to do that education and find it informative and useful. I think we need to start to pivot our thinking about how people are engaging, and we're seeing that through politicians and how they're communicating with their audiences. We're seeing that there are short videos, educational videos on TikTok. We're seeing reels that give you 90 seconds of information because we know that's what people feel comfortable with. They'll go back to it if they want to. They'll save it. They'll favourite it. And so certainly for us, what we have found is when we want to educate on a policy topic that we've been working on, for example, violence against women or for tech-facilitated abuse, dating app safety has been a big one for us. We've found that 90-second shot learning is really effective and what our audience wants. So I think when we talk about broader population education, we need to include these models of delivery simply because it's where people are. I think, when we look at some of our larger organisations that are doing population work and education, an Instagram account with 9,000 followers does not compete with a men's rights activist podcast that has 30 million views on TikTok. And so the question then becomes, what are we doing to meet that or even attempt to meet that and be in the same arena? Because saying we can't do that is not good enough. People are relying on us to be better and to be in those spaces and to meet people where they are.
Just over the weekend, I actually watched TV with my husband, and we saw the ads that the Australian government's running, alerting parents to have the tools to look at what their kids are looking at online, as part of that new anti-misogyny campaign, but really equipping parents. Just in terms of we're certainly working on that side. I can see there's work being done on that side. In terms of finding examples that platforms can use to promote healthy and positive masculinity, have you seen any examples of that really positive side that you could share with us?
Sure. So I think when you're looking at content like that through either Instagram or TikTok, which, let's be honest, are the most used, Snapchat is sort of, but not as popular. I think when you look at great campaigns like The Polished Man, You look at great campaigns like your reference Ain't Relevant by Harrison James. So Harrison is a victim of, a survivor, I should say, of child sexual abuse, and he has built his campaign through social media. Now, he doesn't just talk about his campaign for policy change. What he talks about is what he's doing with his friends, where they're going. Disrespecting women is not okay, and it's lame. We look at musicians like Kelly Holiday, Adam Hyde from Peking Duck. So he got on Instagram Reels and said, fellas, this isn't good enough. This is our problem. We need to be better. We need to sort it out. As men, we need to be better. What we need to be doing is looking at those videos of people from two very different spheres. We've got a victim survivor running a policy change campaign. We've got a musician from Peking Duck, which is a band that's associated with partying, good times, good music, but people respond to their message and the language they're using in their messaging. And I think that's the key. We're not just going to get engagement from saying a policy position that's quite staid and static. What we're going to get is that messaging encompassing in a lifestyle that people can relate to, touch and aspire to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to pass to Ms Daniels, who's joining us via video conference. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to go some clarification. I'm a bit confused about what your position is, because obviously your opening statement says that you're in favour of age verification, yet you acknowledge how difficult that is to implement. Are you saying let's have it anyway? Or kind of like we might as well have that along with other things? Can you just sort of drill down into what your actual ask is?
So that was specifically in reference to Senator Hanson-Young's question on not including adult content in that discussion. So a blanket ban permanently is going to be challenging, but we see efficacy in age verification on pornography from other jurisdictions who have implemented it, such as the UK and the US. We are absolutely in favour of age verification mechanisms for adult and pornographic content, 100%. But in the blanket ban, we need more discussion and more consultation about what mechanism is going to be used for that and how it will work. Now, people can game the system, which is why we need the other part of tech regulation in it. So yes, there's no question. We are absolutely in favour of age verification, especially with adult content. However, I do acknowledge that blanket bans are going to be tough to implement, and it will require further discussion and more consultation, particularly with sector experts, to ensure that gaming is not as hard. See, at the moment, the tech platforms say you need to be 13 years old. Well, I know a number of children who are 8 and 10 years old whose parents have set them up social media accounts. There's no consequence for that. There's no difficulty for that. We know that happens anyway. So what happens if we have a legislative ban? So what then is the mechanism to make that accountable? If a parent decides, well, I'm not going to be told what to do for my child, if they want to be on social media, I'll set them up an account. Because at the moment, there's nothing that addresses that, and we know it's happening. So, and the problem with the child sexual abuse material dissemination and I think they're referred to as people who are promoting their kids as kidsfluencers, and we're seeing that there's a real problem within the commentary, within the hypersexualisation, especially of young girls and boys, through parents who are managing their account as a kidfluencer. If the rules are 13-year-olds you have to be 13 to have an account, what's happening to monitor that currently? Nothing. So then potentially we need to have greater enforcement there, but also tech regulation to mean that can't happen.
Thank you. And so just sort of keep continuing with this theme of young people on social media platforms, what do you make of the argument around benefit of being on the platforms? And particularly a lot of the mental health organisations have come out saying that there are communities for young people on these platforms, and also they learn how to handle themselves on the platforms by being on them.
Definitely. Well, I agree with that. That's why I think a blanket ban requires far more discussion and consultation, because there are people who can find their tribe. Social media is not just a cesspit of evil. I think social media is a really useful tool for people, but it does run pretty unchecked. And the problem is that young people who might find their community and might have their, for example, ontological needs met by being in a men's rights activist group, what are we doing to understand and meet that need in a more positive and healthier way? That's the challenge. We can't shame people for their need for community. We can't shame people for their need to feel connected. And that's young people as well. But what we can do is provide a better framework and a safer framework for them to find that community and have their emotional needs met.
And so going to misogynistic content, and I absolutely accept everything that you've said about that and the problems that presents. But of course, as soon as we delve into this conversation, we get to the sort of civil liberties argument around restricting people's behaviours. What are your views about how to contend with that, particularly at the extreme end of some of that misogynistic behaviour, and how you regulate the platforms or empower the platforms to manage that when you're up against this positioning of some people who would say, well, don't prevent me from doing what I want to do, saying what I want to say?
I think there's a question of public interest as well. Is it in the public interest for people to be told how to harm their partner without leaving bruises? Is that something that we would find acceptable if it was in printed material? So I think that's what we need to start to shape our thinking to as well. That, yes, I appreciate, I mean, you know, the idea of freedom of speech is, you know, in Australia, obviously everyone in the room understands that's not a concept that we have, but the idea that you can say whatever you want without consequence is ridiculous. And it works for both sides. You know, we've seen the weaponisation of social media against organisations who work in safety prevention for women because they don't share the political beliefs of some of their staff members. We've seen that happening at the moment. And I think it's what we need is a shift in thinking to say that all of this kind of negative behaviour is bad. It doesn't matter if you align with someone's beliefs, doxing is doxing. It's never accountability. It can't be accountability if you dislike the people it's happening to, but it's doxing and a crime if it happens to you. And I think there is that disconnect and happening at the moment, and that lack of understanding that, sure, I suppose you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't come without consequence. And the problem is, what is the consequence? It's unclear at the moment. We're not deplatforming people who have really harmful views. That is a real video that I talked about earlier that has 30 million views on TikTok, and it's a male podcast talking about healthy relationships and how you should healthily communicate with your partner. And then at the end, it says, let's talk about physicality in a relationship. And he literally says, you cannot date someone who weighs more than a third of your weight, because when you pick them up, she needs to know that you could kill her. You could throw her against a wall and kill her. She needs to know that, and she needs to know that I'm choosing not to kill her. What is the consequence for that currently? That has 30 million views. This is the problem. So I think, yes, people can have their opinion, but their opinion, they don't have a right to disseminate that opinion everywhere, and they don't have a right to have that opinion without consequence. And at the moment, there is no consequence.
And so are we talking about, and I know what you've said about the UK and EU approaches around systems, are we talking about a content removal capability for that kind of content in your view, or are we talking about systems change, platform accountability along the lines of what's embedded in the government's misinformation and disinformation bill where the platforms have to be transparent around their approaches to things like risk management, risk mitigation, protection of communities, doing no harm and such.
Absolutely. I think it needs to be I don't think one thing will solve the problem. It needs to be a number of initiatives that will work in collaboration, simply because we should be able to remove content, because what we know now from current content filters and current monitoring of that content is that things slip through all the time. As I mentioned, we've seen murders live streamed on these platforms. Now, that's not supposed to happen. It's happened quite a few times. And so I think we need to not only look at the regulatory piece, we do need to have that content removal piece that's there while it all settles. It's not going to be a silver bullet solution.
Thanks, Ms. Ernie. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms Daniels. I'm going to follow up with some other questions I didn't get to before, and then I'll, if there's time, pass across to anybody else as well. But I might just pick up where we left off with Ms Daniels there and just ask, are you familiar at all with the proposal that is in some overseas jurisdictions around a duty of care model where, well, there's effectively a legislative duty of care that places some strict obligations on digital platforms to ensure the safety of their users? Have you been,
I have seen some of that.
Okay, all right. Is that something of, is that the sort of direction that you're suggesting the committee delve into more deeply, or did you have something else in mind?
I think that we do need to think about that, but again, we then need to answer the question, are social media platforms publishers? Now, the argument has always been they aren't publishers, so they aren't responsible for what's happening. And I think there's only been 4 or 5 case studies that have said that the social media platforms are responsible for the content that they disseminate. But they will fight that to say we're not publishers. We provide a tech platform for connection. But I think we then need to, before we move into a duty of care model, we actually need to understand, are we going to view social media platforms as publishers, therefore responsible for what is disseminated on them? And that's a bigger question that I know that tech companies won't like.
Look, and it might well be, which I think much of your evidence has demonstrated today, where there isn't one single answer or response. And you're saying that, as I read your opening statement, that, age verification, for example, you've said that a lot of your member organisations are saying, yep, absolutely welcome the efforts in this regard, but we need to focus on a whole lot of other matters at the same time. So I'm just checking that I haven't misrepresented you in any way there.
That's absolutely correct.
And I wanted to, you mentioned in your evidence, you spoke about the online abuse of women in public roles, and I wouldn't mind coming back to that, please. I'm just interested in what you've seen have been some of the consequences, perhaps, of that, and whether you're hearing if that is making women less likely to want to participate in not just formalised politics, but, civic discussion, public square debate, the very foundations of our democracy, really. So you might pick up on that. I did hear recently an interview from the Safety Commissioner herself talking about the level of abuse and the intent of that abuse and what it's meant for her and her family. And why she has resisted that, but I know that she's in a very unique position to do so perhaps as well. So interested in your thoughts there, please.
Well, I think I can give you an example. For me personally, I've received numbers of credible threats of sexual violence for the work that I do. Often. We receive emails saying that we receive emails to the National Women's Safety Alliance saying, why don't we understand that some women and children just bring it on themselves for what happens to them? Or that I believe all men are evil, therefore, they should really show me what they can do. And yeah, that makes me quite nervous to do the job that I do. Now, I'm driven to do the job that I do. I do it because I think it's critically important that we have this public discourse. But it does make me think twice about the safety of my daughter, who is absolutely not anywhere to be found online. It makes me think about the safety of my family constantly, and the threats to them that I have witnessed happen. Now, I think, if you talk to any of our members, they have all had negative experiences where they've received credible threats of sexual violence. Now, I've reported some of those comments to say that what I need is to be gang raped. They haven't been against community standards. So they're not removed. So then the onus is left on me to protect myself by blocking people, but those people are allowed to remain online to perpetuate that hate and threats of sexual violence. It's disgusting. And I think, why would someone choose that when they've been exposed to it? It's scary. Again, as I said to Ms. Templeman, I know what the E-Safety Commission is. I know what the legislation is. I know what my protections are. But I also have had friends who've received credible threats of violence through text message. They went to the police. Now, they are protected through legislation of using a carriaging device to threaten or menace. The police told them, oh, it's just in text, nothing's happened, there's nothing we can do. Now, when you're someone who's facing those kind of threats and you don't feel armed with the knowledge of how you can go back against it, what do? You will retreat. 9 times out of 10 people will retreat because they are credible threats of violence that women are receiving that are scary. And so I feel that we need to be aware of that, and we need to be holding platforms to account who allow that behaviour to occur. And in the case of X, previously Twitter, it's encouraged. It's absolutely encouraged by the owner of that platform for people to engage in that kind of discourse. So where do we go when people then retreat? Ginger Gorman, an author who wrote Troll Hunting, had her name activated within several men's rights activist groups, and she's spoken a lot about this on record, where her location and her children's school was published in groups in the United States and also in Asia. I mean, you can't control that once that happens. So we need to put things in place to ensure that when that happens, it's either ended quite quickly with the content removal or it's regulated so it can't. It has to be multi-pronged. I think people want linear solutions to really complex social problems, and unfortunately there isn't going to be a catch-all for this. It's going to need to be multi-layered and collaborative across lots of different sectors.
I think I suspect there's not a single woman on this committee that hasn't experienced some of what you've been describing as well. And there's a very gendered nature to that level of violence and the threats there. I think there's a kind of, you mentioned Ginger's work, but I think Carla Wilshire's just written a piece, a book around the kind of the undermining of feminist kind of gains over the decades through some of the constructions of algorithms these days. But I was interested in your experience of just not being able to, whatever efforts have been made to date in having content removed have not been satisfactory in your own experiences. Mm-hmm. So is there anything, you've mentioned, a multi-pronged approach. Is there anything else that we would want to see on the table that's not currently in the sort of public realm of discussion about how we fundamentally do better about ensuring that, social media is a safe place for everyone at all times, I agree, but there is a very special kind of level of hate and violence being directed to women.
I think also that goes into how we look at community attitudes towards women. So in a broader sense, we are given, people who want to disseminate these views are given a layer of protection and anonymity to share them. But when we look at what we're trying to achieve, for example, within the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, that absolutely has to have a technical component. And how we talk about how we look at those community attitudes and how we work to change them. I think, again, we can't have an ad on a bus shelter that says respect women if someone's going and seeing 35 videos in a row on how awful women are and how disgusting they are. So it comes down to how are we combating that rhetoric, and how are we then ensuring that regulation of that rhetoric it can't be disseminated as broadly as it is. I don't think it's in the public interest to have those views shared or aired, but I do understand that they are very attractive to people who are feeling rejected, who don't have an outlet, who want to find community and connection, and they're finding it online. You just have to read Reddit men's thread to know that there are men who really want that connection and community, and they're finding it in places with unhealthy messaging. So what do we do to either meet that need, understand that need, and provide an alternative? We're not really doing anything.
Thank you. I guess that goes to what Ms Templeman was talking about earlier about, are there forums or examples where there's been some efforts towards a positive masculinity, and how are they heard or amplified in any way? But if there are no further questions, I really want to thank you for your evidence today. It's not it is a difficult subject matter at times, and I really appreciate you representing the views of a lot of people who've really experienced some of the kind of most vile aspects of social media. So thank you for bringing that to our attention today, and some of your suggestions. And my next, you're welcome to take leave now, and I'm going to invite the next witnesses to join us, but thank you.
Thank you. I am happy to send the committee a list of great men's campaigns, if that's helpful on notice.
That would be terrific, actually, if you can take that on notice.
Yep,
anything
absolutely.
that you would, and certainly if there's something you think you forgot to mention, by all means send it through to us. We're happy to continue receiving evidence.
Thank you.
Thanks again for your time. Okay, I can start a bit earlier than 10.
Yes. Well, we've got the two members on.
They're on? Great. Yeah. Thank you.
And I think
It's only a few minutes. Yeah, absolutely. So we've got some people.
so we've got the Amy.
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're just making sure everybody, both on video conference and in the room, are ready. So I will formally start welcoming you, each of you. So to representatives from the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance who are joining us on video conference, and to representatives of the Media Diversity Australia, welcome to our hearings today. I do understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate, or in this case a joint committee, has been provided to you. I just want to check that that has taken place. Great, thank you, getting nods. And for the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today. Then I'll come back, just so you understand the format, then I'll come back and seek any opening statements. I know you have very helpfully provided opening statements to the committee, so you can choose to table those and we go straight into questions, or if you wish to make introductory remarks, I'll offer you that opportunity. But I might start with those joining us online, if you don't mind. So this is the representatives of Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. If you want to start just by way of introducing yourself and the capacity in which you appear today, that would be very helpful.
I'll start, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Karen Percy. I'm the elected Federal Media Section President of the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, and I'm coming to you from Bunurong, where our land is.
Thank you. Just missed the end of your audio there, so we might just keep an eye on that. The beginning was clear and then you dropped. So, sorry, who'd like to go next?
I'm Paul Davies. I'm the Campaigns Director with the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance.
Thank you.
And I'm Lilia Anderson, and I'm Policy and Strategic Research Lead at MEAA.
Thank you very much. And in the room, we're joined with representatives from Media Diversity Australia.
Good morning. I'm Mariam Vaisar, the CEO of Media Diversity Australia.
Thank you, Ms. Vasakis. Yep. I will. Did anybody wish to make a few introductory remarks? I'm happy for that to do so, if we can keep them brief though, so that we've got enough time for questions, that's all.
I'd like to make some introductory remarks.
Terrific. Let's lead with your good self then.
Okay, thank you. I'm representing Media Diversity Australia. We are a national not-for-profit working towards an Australian media landscape that looks and sounds more like Australia. And so we conduct research and seek to then operationalise the recommendations of our research. And so that means that we deliver programs around internships, fellowships, mentoring program with a focus on supporting culturally diverse and First Nations and other journalists and media workers of diverse intersectional identities, supporting them with pathways into the industry and upwards into the industry. We also do capacity building programs for marginalised communities. And so our membership base included, when we launched it, 100% of legacy media. So that includes, our members include ABC, SBS, The Guardian, The Daily Oz, AAP, Private Media Group, The Conversation Group, Junkie Media, Our Media. We also had News Corp Australia and Paramount/Channel 10 until a little while ago. The questions that I'll be seeking to answer, that's a little bit of the background as to what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And did the MEAA wish to make any opening remarks? Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Percy.
Thank you. I will actually read my statement if you don't mind.
Sure.
The voices of working journalists are crucial to this discussion, and as the elected Media Section President, I am really proud to be representing them today, and I do thank the committee for your invitation. I'm a freelancer these days, but I did spend 2.5 decades with the ABC, and I've worked in Canada, Russia and Southeast Asia. It is a pretty brutal time for Australia's media right now. Almost 500 jobs have been cut in recent months. Many of those are journalist positions. More than 70 at Nine Publishing, 110 at Nine Entertainment, 30 at News Corp, 170 at 7, 24 at Choice Magazine, and we're continuing to see regional journalism contracting with 47 jobs redundancies announced at Australian community media. The news outlets are firmly pointing the finger at Meta for the cuts. The hundreds of millions of dollars have supposedly been paid out by Google and Meta to news organisations over the past couple of years. Yet it's very, very clear that the industry is less sustainable than ever. This is the ugly fallout from the highly flawed mandatory news bargaining code. Yes, there has been money for media companies, but there's been little accountability, little transparency. We have no idea how much money has been directed to newsrooms rather than boardrooms. These deals were done corporation to corporation with little regard for the people doing the work, that's the journalists, or the public who have a right to access ethical public interest journalism. The unchecked dominance of the digital giants means they are making ad revenue off the back of other people's content, with no responsibility to the public and the public interest, the good of society or democracy. Worse still, they manipulate audiences and are increasingly bypassing news sites altogether through artificial intelligence scraping. Now, Ms Anderson will be able to expand on this and can also speak to some of the international experiences that might assist the committee. And Mr Davies can answer questions about the broader concerns we have about artificial intelligence and social media. Precious journalistic resources are increasingly being wasted on debunking the misinformation and disinformation that the platforms are allowed to proliferate as they degrade the presence of quality news. But because of broken business models, media organisations are scrambling to improve revenue and stay afloat, so they are rewarded by producing clickbait, and there's pressure to rush to publish, knowing that the first clicks are usually the most valuable clicks. Our members have been at the front line of these battles. Their work is at the whims of algorithms or the latest temper tantrum of the tech bosses. Editorial decisions are being skewed by what's trending on the platforms. The public interest is being set aside to appease what people are interested in. Google Trends is driving news decisions on what gets covered, a troubling development when we know how easily the system can be gained by the digital giants and bad faith actors. This undermines the public's right to know, it undermines democracy, and it is a dire situation for journalists and journalism. What is needed to support ethical public interest journalism is independent, strong and stable direct funding delivered in consultation with journalists. We're happy to answer your questions. And I just want to say, out of the interests of transparency, that Zoe, Daniel and I have worked together, have a personal relationship. She was the foreign correspondent in Bangkok after me. So I just want to, for people to be sure they understand that relationship. Hi, Zoe, nice to see you.
Do you want to do your declaration?
Thank you, Chair. The Chair's just, I mentioned to the Chair earlier, while we're doing declarations, I'm a member of the MEAA and have been since the 1980s as a former commercial radio broadcaster. So good to get those things out. Thanks, Karen.
I'll just do a sweep around the room in case there's any more declarations in need. No, thank you. Thank you, all of you, for those opening remarks. I really appreciate it. We will try and sort of divvy up some time evenly, questions amongst each of us, and my colleagues will let me know when they need a nod. I might just start with a question and hopefully reserve some time for me to come back to, and then I'll hand to the Deputy Chair and move along. I might just pick up, if you don't mind, in the section where your submission deals with some of the impacts of the mis and disinformation, and I note that your submission recommends that the social media platforms should be required to provide transparency, context and warning labels on content, including information on where and when content was made or posted. And so I'd like, if you are able to expand on this recommendation a bit for the committee, that would be helpful. And also, should news content be subject to this arrangement or exempted because news content is already self-regulated? I'm interested in your view on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll firstly address the issue of being very transparent, the platforms being very transparent and making sure that people understand where content is coming from, when it is. You see so much content out there on the social media platforms that is old, that is out of context, that is not anywhere near where it's said to be. So, and the algorithms and the tech giants have to be able to detect that. There's data available for them to be able to understand that. So one of the problems that our members face constantly is that trying to actually debunk that. I think there's a saying that, a lie gets around the world, before the truth has had time to wake up. And that's part of the problem, is that the way this material just, gets on fire and goes around. So we have real concerns about that. Because it does undermine truth, it undermines faith and integrity in the work that we're trying to do, and it just makes it so much harder to debunk. During the COVID pandemic, our members were working day in, day out trying to get useful information to the people out there in a public health pandemic, a global pandemic, and there were significant issues with having to counter things that just weren't true, that were videos that were out of date. Now, you can verify all of this yourself. There are programs out there where I can get a video or I can get a photo and I can go through a process, but that's time consuming for me, and the average user's not going to do that. So there's clearly the technology where that can happen. You're starting to see on X, for example, where there are community notes that say this is video from Syria, it's not Lebanon, this is 2006, it's not 2024. So there is the ability to do that. But to put that onus on users rather than the platforms who have the technology, have the ability to know this, I think is really important. So that's very transparent. And we have had our members complain or speak to me about the concerns they have about how inconsistent the guidelines are on what's content that is appropriate and what content is not. They have no problem, as one member said to me, shutting down news sites entirely in 2021, but not able to take down nasty videos. So I think they're turning a blind eye would be the best way of putting it, but I think there's actually some bad faith issues happening here as well. So, and the second part of your question?
It was just whether news content should be subject to the same kind of arrangements around, checking context, warning labels, all those sorts of things, or whether you think that there'd be an exemption for news because there are already efforts around self-regulation there.
I think a lot of the news organisations do. There are very often warnings, and I think there's a real people can't always detect what is mainstream or legacy or regular media that is regulated and what's social media. There's a lot of feedback and pushback that journalists get for material that has not been posted by a media organisation. So I think that's part of the issue as well as people. I think the literacy levels could probably be improved. But certainly most organisations do have some kind of, whether it's taste or, they have their own editorial guidelines. Can they be beefed up? Probably. I actually think they need to be more prominent. I think that's a big issue as well, as a lot of users don't actually understand the way they can actually send feedback. You go onto some of the big news organisations' websites, you can't find where their editorial policies are, you can't find where their complaints are. So I think accountability, transparency more generally is really important. But in terms of whether media organisations, I think they are subject, they're already publishers and broadcasters, and do have a whole lot of rules and regulations around them. But in terms of specifics, I might take that on notice, or if Mr Davies might want to say anything on that, that might be all. Ms Anderson.
Otherwise, I'm happy for you to go on notice. That's fine.
Sure.
I just, because of timing, I want to hand across to the Deputy Chair, and I'll come back with some questions later, but across to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. I might start with I'll come back. I've got some further questions for MEAA, but I might first go to Media Diversity Australia. What is your... you play an interesting role in all of this, both making sure there is a diversity of voices, but that media organisations fulfil the need to speak to a diversity of their audiences, as well as ensuring that journalists who work within these organisations have access and an opportunity. Specifically in relation to the News Media Bargaining Code and the kind of fallout of Meta's threat to cut funding, not do any more deals, and the government considering what their response is. What's your organisation's main concern in relation to that issue as it is at the moment?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Our main concern, and a lot of the background has been well articulated so far by the MEAA, our main concern is that diversity in terms of personnel, in terms of talent, is the first to go when media companies are struggling financially. And we have seen that play out in the last year. And so we know that when diversity of talent and personnel, not just diversity of ownership, and the two are interrelated and impact one another. But when diversity of personnel and diversity of voices starts to leave the industry, and we have seen many departures from the industry, and I'm happy to elaborate on that. Because it's the first to go, we believe that there is a connection between in creating an environment where misinformation and disinformation flourishes, when that lack of diversity exists within newsrooms and across media companies. We believe, and we'd love to see more research in this space, that there is, it does actually enable misinformation and disinformation to flourish. And part of that is that the diversity of perspectives is simply not there. You don't know what you don't know. So you don't necessarily have the ability to live fact-check news that's coming out in a 24-hour news cycle. And so that is our concern, that we have seen significant departures and we have also seen it purely just in our membership base, and the fact that our members have changed since we've launched it, and the fact that we're missing a few key players as part of our membership base at the moment. We believe that the financial implications of the fallout with the decision from MEAA has meant that the issue of diversity, equity and inclusion, which is really broad, that it is taking a back seat. And for some media organisations, it was certainly not a top priority to begin with, but any concerted efforts have stalled or gone backwards. And we are worried about cultural safety for journalists of all backgrounds. In the past year, the media has been in the media spotlight and not particularly doing a great job of reporting on themselves or each other for that matter. But we have heard of sexism, racism. We've heard of a host of other issues that our organisation finds itself at the forefront of speaking to journalists as well on these issues specifically, where we've had lots of journalists turning to us, and we've found ourselves having to pivot a little bit. And since the departure of Stan Grant, who sits on our advisory board, since the departure of Stan Grant from the industry, we find ourselves having to conduct listening circles. I've had one-on-one conversations with, I've lost count of how many journalists who have conveyed sentiments to us about the challenges they're experiencing within newsrooms. And so just to go back to what I said earlier, that is one of our key concerns. We're also concerned that some of the smaller players in the sector, including the Daily Oz, who you'll hear from later today, and other members of our members of MDA, that they have particularly struggled off the back of the announcements. And so when you start to lose those voices from the industry or really reduce and mitigate their impact, it has broader consequences, and we believe there is a correlation between diversity in terms of news ownership and diversity in terms of voices, and audiences ultimately losing out.
I want to ask you about the ABC Racism Review in the context of what you've just discussed, but could I just... I've got one follow-up to what you've just said. You've kind of had to pivot over the last few years, given both the contraction of funding in media companies and but then also this kind of growing awareness, it sounds, from what I'm hearing, of the need for more diversity, what the real implications of that are, and how individual journalists can kind of get caught in the middle of all of that. Have you turned your mind to, particularly when we talk about the smaller media outfits and those that are, I guess, kind of natively digitally based, have you turned your mind to how we define what a journalist is?
I think that's a really interesting question.
And what journalism is.
I think it's constantly evolving, and then I know there was many submissions perhaps that speak to this, and probably better placed to be able to speak to it. But it is evolving, and the regulations, however, also need to evolve with it.
Yes.
There's deep concerns expressed by many, including the MEAA and others that you'll hear from, Happy to provide further, on that, on notice.
Yeah, if you could. And I'm just interested, Peter Cresta is specifically flagging the idea of perhaps a register for journalists. If you've got anything on notice, reflections on that would be helpful. In relation to the ABC Racism Review, was your organisation involved in that in any way?
Not in a formal capacity, but we're certainly familiar with the review, and many former and current ABC journalists have spoken to us on the condition of confidentiality. So we are certainly aware of some of the challenges that journalists are experiencing, and that we hope will hopefully, be detailed fairly comprehensively in the review that I understand is coming out shortly. And we certainly recognise that when it comes to racism or other cultural issues, while the ABC is doing a review of this, we wish that this was a review conducted in other media organisations, because certainly the ABC don't hold a monopoly on this issue. And what we need to see, however, is not just time spent on conducting comprehensive reviews, but focus and attention, resourcing and funding be actually allocated to the implementation of these recommendations, because there have been previous reviews, there's certainly been lots of recommendations. How they are implemented is critical, and there are many, both within the ABC at present and those that have departed, that don't hold a lot of hope. And one of the things that we're seeing is that how the ABC, but also SBS as public broadcasters, conduct themselves and how they respond to allegations around racism, sexism, cultural issues does lay the framework for how other media organisations will respond. And so there is a higher bar.
For the public broadcasters,
for the public
there's a higher bar.
Absolutely. And so what we would love to see is how this is implemented, because the departures that we've seen from the industry, journalists that we speak to, media workers that we speak to, there are some leaving the industry entirely because they do not feel culturally safe. And that is an absolute shame, because when we conduct roundtable conversations with media companies, the most recent one we conducted a few weeks ago at Channel 9, what we hear loudly and clearly from media companies is that they are worried about the pipeline of talent, diverse talent, and one of the things that we convey to media companies is that we too are worried about the pipeline, but our work is not just to get talent into the industry, because we do have a talent hub and that's how we support media companies predominantly. Our concern is not just getting talent in the door. We want to ensure that talent is flourishing, that the diversity of talent that we are sending into newsrooms, that they feel culturally safe, and that they don't want to leave the industry. But unfortunately, we have had circumstances where people have come to us quite traumatised, expressing all sorts of concerns and then departing the industry entirely. And we're actually, I'll just make one other point, that we're actually conducting a national survey as we speak that is trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, targeting journalists and asking them about their experiences, including cultural safety, including issues around bullying, harassment, sexism, racism, silencing, a whole host of different things that we know people have anecdotally expressed to us, and we're trying to build an evidence base by doing this survey, and we hope the results will come out later this year.
And there's obviously an intersect between the mainstream media and journalists who work in this space, and then the broader issue of how this gets amplified and further promoted online. Obviously when Stan Grant made his very strong comments about leaving the industry, he talked about the bullying and the racism he copped online as a result of him simply doing his work as a journalist. I'm interested as to how you see these. There's the need to make sure that mainstream media has funding to do the job they need to do, that is reporting the news and having a source of truth and having well-respected journalists who are supported to do their job, there's this kind of... it's almost like a... so it's almost a conflict of the relationship, isn't it, between the mainstream media needing to employ their journalists and have them supported, have them out there doing their job, while also being engaged online, because that's how mainstream media these days get their stories further promoted.
Yes. In fact, journalists are encouraged to have an online presence, particularly across commercial networks, from what we understand, and so because they need to get more clicks on their stories, particularly when you've got a subscription model. So yes, you've articulated really well what the challenges are. We put out a piece of research in 2023. Coincidentally, our research, called The Online Safety of Diverse Journalists, came out in the weeks after the situation unfolded with Stan Grant. And what our research showed, you might as well have it was basically speaking to Stan's experience, almost, dot by dot. And so his challenges... the research that we did basically concluded, and it was actually, this piece of research was in consultation and partnership with Griffith Uni and Macquarie Uni, but it was supported by the ABC, also supported by MEAA, X at the time, Twitter, X now called X, Google, and the E-Safety Commissioner. And the research spoke to the fact that journalists and media workers of diverse backgrounds faced amplified online abuse. I think the number sat at around 85% of those sampled had experienced personal professional abuse, and how this then could actually translate into the online world. And what the research made a host of recommendations, but it talked about the fact that there's this normalisation of online abuse and that it has mental health and emotional consequences, and it also has the effect of silencing, self-censoring and making journalists feel isolated. And I think we saw that certainly Exhibit A with Stan Grant, but we have seen that with other journalists since, and that piece of research speaks to some of the challenges, but also makes a host of recommendations. And one of the things that we are trying to do is actually, and I'll end on this point, is actually trying to, one, shine a light on what those challenges are. And we're a very small team and not well funded to do this, but we're finding ourselves, as I said, pivoting. We're trying to shine a light on what the challenges are and hold up a mirror to the media industry that doesn't necessarily like that mirror being held up to it at the best of times, but we're also trying to provide solutions. And one of those solutions is we're launching a race reporting handbook, in fact, later this week. And it's a guide written by journos for journos with the intention of actually providing a toolkit for the media to better report on issues related to race, which we know are quite vexed. So that's some of the challenge, identifying the challenges, but also trying to provide opportunities.
Thank you. Just quickly,
Thanks.
you mentioned
Deputy Chair, no, I'm going to have to cut you, and I'll come back to you if I can. But I've got Ms. McKenzie.
It's very quick.
She mentioned
two media. You said that members of your organisation, this is important for the evidence, members of the organisation, you said there were a couple who weren't mainstream media who aren't members. Who are they?
News Corp and Channel 10.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you. My question is for the MEAA. I'd like you to elaborate, if you wouldn't mind, on your recommendation 9, that social media platforms are required to be more transparent about changes to their algorithms, including giving notice of changes, what the changes mean, and why they are making these changes. I know there's been some attempt to do that in Europe under their various pieces of legislation, and you wouldn't yet say it's been a resounding success in terms of transparency. What do you have in mind that you think would work better here?
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, we've had one of the real issues is how time-consuming, how resource-sucking social media content is. It's not just as simple in the old days as you would put together your print report or your television report and off you go. To satisfy the different organisations, to the different platforms and their different, whatever's hot this week, takes a lot of resources to do that. And those algorithms change very, very quickly, and it's hard to know what to do. So, one of the members I spoke to basically said, it's hard to know what resources to devote to something when you've suddenly seen this massive drop-off in your Facebook numbers, for example, or in other mediums. So that's part of the problem, is that you don't know. It's very sudden. So you've had this situation where the platforms have kind of made news organisations dependent on the platforms. You have to go where the audience is, because they're not going to traditional platforms anymore, or traditional ways of getting it. So drawn us in and then done a bait and switch and said, well, you used to be able to promote at a very low cost your content, and it's much, much harder to do. It's much, much harder to find news content these days, though we know that people still get their news that way. So it's important, I think, to understand what the back end of these organisations is doing. So giving an idea of why the algorithm is changing, what is the reason for it, and what the outcome will be, and what changes that will need to be, because it happens very, very suddenly, and it's very, very hard to predict what's going on.
But where would you have them describe that, and by what mechanisms?
They should be doing it publicly on their websites. They're up on their websites. We're changing the algorithm for this reason, because we're finding that people want this or want that. I mean, one of the problems is we don't actually know anything about how they operate and what they're doing and why. And it's mostly about money, but there's a whole lot of other stuff going on as well. So I think that it's important that they actually tell people what's going on, particularly for news organisations. There can be relationships that are set up, but at the moment it's very much the digital giants rule. They've got almost unfettered control, unfettered power, and we're all kind of at their whims.
And therefore, what level of specificity would you have? Because they could quite easily say, we are changing our algorithms to reflect the reading habits of our participants, which I think is what MEAA actually said to us, did they not? They sort of said, we've noticed a downturn in engagement on media sites, but the question is, did the downturn come before the algorithmic toggle was made? Right, chicken and egg stuff. So how do we have a level of specificity that it makes that transparency meaningful as opposed to gobbledygook? Yeah.
Oh no, I think that's really important, and I think the digital giants don't have a particularly good reputation in any forum for actually being particularly upfront and clear about such things. So I think yes, you'd want to have the specifics as what does this actually mean in terms of how you're putting material out there and giving notice that it's going to be changed as well. Next week or next month we are going to do things so that there won't be an automatic roll, or there won't be, they won't be, if you haven't got this many clicks, you're not going to be, put up here. I don't know a lot of the specifics about it, and it's something we can certainly take on notice and get some more information about specifics. But that is one of the real frustrations for our members, is that you just don't know, and there's no way of knowing.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ms Templeman.
Thank you, and thank you all for being part of today. I want to go back to the news media bargaining code, and in the MEAA submission, and you've also alluded to or talked about it in your comments, you've talked about it the code needing to be amended to specify that the money from deals must be spent on public interest journalism. Now, why is that so important?
Well, otherwise it goes to shareholders, it goes to executives, it doesn't go on journalists. I mean, the whole idea is that the funding of public interest journalism is no longer viable because the advertising that used to support it is now going to the digital giants. So to take the money that you're saying you need to cover the cost of your content and then not use it to cover the cost of your content is very alarming. And the rules, it was fundamentally flawed from the outset when there was actually not a stipulation that it had to be used on public interest journalism. It was a major problem with the original legislation and the original idea. So if the code is to continue, then it has to be stipulated that it's used for the purpose upon which it was set up, and it has to be very specifically done. I think there actually needs to be greater accountability and transparency. We don't actually have a real idea about where this money's been spent. Some organisations like the ABC and the Guardian have been very upfront about how they've used the money. Other organisations have been less so. We also know that a lot of organisations have been kept out of the equation altogether, who should be part of the equation. So I think that it's absolutely critical. Otherwise, it's money going for perhaps expense accounts and share dividends.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the people who are not included in the current deals under the News Media Bargaining Code. Organisations like the SBS, The Conversation, and there's a whole range of other outlets. And really you have given some indication, but your thoughts on what that says about the efficacy of the code, that those are excluded, and what it says about the equitable or inequitable distribution of value across news publishers.
I think that it has entrenched the big players, that they are the big players and will stay the big players. But in order to have a sustainable journalism ecosphere and industry in this country, we actually need all these small players. That's where the growth has been. That's where the diversity of voices is. It's where a lot of our freelancers are as well, and their diverse voices. And I would just like to congratulate and applaud Mariam and Media Diversity Australia for the great work that they're doing on diversity. And I would like to make a few comments on that at one stage. But it's crucial that the smaller players are part of this, because they offer, that there have been these green shoots in our industry, and they're at that level, that smaller level, and for them to be shut out. But the bottom line is we don't actually know. There just has not been the transparency or accountability. Hundreds of millions of dollars sloshing around, and we're no better off for it. Absolutely no better off for it. So there has to have been a better way to have this, a process into place. I don't know whether Mr. Davies might want to weigh in on that in terms of the code.
No, but thanks. I did notice a question earlier about alternative methods for ensuring journalism, and I'd be interested to talk about that later.
Can I just ask, while we're just digging into this particular sort of part of it, the power balance between media companies and big tech? I guess I'm interested in your thoughts on what the code has done to, has it entrenched power imbalances between traditional and new media in Australia? What do you think that power, how has that power balance or imbalance shifted? I think you're
Apologies.
On mute. Yes.
Sorry. I don't think I have any particular expertise to be able to look at all of that. It's not something that I personally have had a look at, and we've read through some of the other submissions. And I think it has entrenched that the big players are the big players, and the smaller players haven't been getting a look in. But you only have to have a look at the job cuts that have come out over the past couple of months, and they are the big players, most of whom have received money. So sure, there's been an imbalance, and those big players have received money, but it hasn't actually made them any more sustainable either, supposedly. I mean, again, I feel there's some hiding behind the meta cuts on just some opportunistic cuts, but anyway.
In the submission, you talk about expanding the code to include Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, X, WhatsApp and other platforms as they emerge. As it stands, does the code provide enough certainty to media companies when it comes to the provision of a distribution platform and the provision of revenue?
I don't think so. Lilia, would you?
Yeah, sorry, I think I might have to ask for a little bit of clarification on your question. I think the reason why we put in the submission that it should be expanded is because those platforms do use the carriage of news to attract viewership. And so if the idea is that they need to pay for that privilege, then it should be expanded to those platforms as well, like TikTok, Instagram and so on.
And does that provide more certainty for media companies then?
Well, it would provide more sources of potential income. So that's one thing, yeah.
And just, Chair, if I can just ask one more question on this topic, which is just around META being designated. Can you just talk through the thinking, this gets talked about, but your thinking about why you hold this position, particularly given that designation is likely to result in Meta removing news from its platforms in Australia, and we're just, in the last breath even hearing that it's an important distribution tool for media companies. I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
Lilia might first pick up on that, and then I can pick up as well.
Thanks, Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble with my connection. Could you just repeat what you said there?
Oh, yeah, just the issue of Meta being designated. When it's likely if that happens, that that will disappear as a source of distribution for media outlets.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a real concern for MEAA. We don't want to see news be removed from platforms. So one option that we did explore is to mandate the carriage of news on social media. And I think that's important as well for the issue of mis and disinformation. So if we see journalism as an important counterbalance to mis and disinformation, then we understand that it's really crucial that social media continues to carry news, even though it might come with a certain price to those social media companies.
And so the mandating, is there any more detail on what that might look like?
Yeah, so we would probably have to provide a little bit, take that on notice to provide some further detail. But I think it would just involve saying to Meta that they can't deprioritise news and they can't alter their algorithm to do that as a standard across the board sort of thing. But as I said, we can take it on notice and think a little bit more about that detail if you like. And I understand this is something that has been explored internationally a little bit, so I'm happy to provide some more detail on that on notice as well.
Thank you. And Chair, I think I've had about 8 minutes, so I suspect you're going to...
You've got more time if you want, but I do want to go to Ms Daniels as well.
Yes, indeed. I was just going to check in from a diversity perspective. As far as you've talked about the online space and how safe or unsafe it can be, and thank you for the work you're doing on that. I just wanted to see, are there, in terms of algorithms and recommender systems, have you got any view at this stage on how the systems and processes fuel the harm for diversity online? Is there any insight that you have at this stage about
I can speak
that?
to the point broadly. I'd imagine this is an area where it'd be good to have more research, but certainly the research that I referenced earlier, called the Online Safety of Diverse Journalists, does speak to the fact that, and you can delve into what are the specific reasons for it, but the fact that journalists and media workers of diverse backgrounds face amplified abuse, which is consistent with the general population of diverse backgrounds who also face amplified abuse. And so I'm happy perhaps to reference myself as a case study as someone who's not a journalist but has engaged in public advocacy wearing a few different hats, predominantly in the racism space, and the abuse that I've personally faced. There was reference to Ginger Gorman's book earlier. I'm one of the case studies in that book. I've, in fact, a fun fact, when you Google trolling on Wikipedia, I come up as a case study. And I think it's about, we spoke earlier about women in particular, the amplified abuse that you face simply for having an opinion. Now, add to that layers of intersectionality. So if you're of a culturally diverse background, if you're from a marginalised group, that actually amplifies the disadvantage and the abuse. So I think if you take that in terms of the general public and the fact that people of diverse backgrounds, and specifically women, face amplified abuse, that also plays out in the media space. So journalists of those identities who are kind of in some scenarios obligated to have a social media presence. It makes it a lot harder that they face those abuse, and perhaps the algorithms are operating in such a way that abuse is more easily directed at those individuals, and the mechanisms simply don't exist to be able to protect those individuals from that abuse. And so what we've seen anecdotally, but also play out in the research, is that people then step off social media. and that then has consequences for their work. They're simply not able to have the same levels of profile. And so then what we try to do is career profile those journalists and media workers to help them have a safe profile, so to speak, to help them, with their upward career trajectory into the industry and the sector. So yeah, I'd love for more research in this space, but most importantly, research that doesn't sit on a digital shelf and gather digital dust, but that is actually implemented. And often the funding simply doesn't exist for adequate implementation of research.
And you couldn't identify a platform that's emerging as being more problematic than others in social media?
The research we did in 2023, shows that there are challenges across Meta's platforms, but also X in particular, which has obviously gotten significantly worse since having done that research. So there is that evidence base and some other evidence base, but that's all I can speak to at this point, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms Daniels to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to continue down this pathway of the designation conversation with the MEAA. I just want to sort of illuminate the point that there may well be some pretty serious consequences of designation. The first one being the potential disappearance of all news content on Meta's social media platforms in Australia. But secondly, you've spoken to the importance of these green shoots that have been appearing in the industry, and I think particularly of organisations like the Daily Oz and other online news platforms that are entirely reliant on Meta. Can you just sort of talk us through the thinking that you've done around what the consequences of designation look like? Because it may well actually create further concentration in the industry, because those large media companies that have been the sole beneficiaries of the News Media Bargaining Code will end up being the only ones that remain standing. If this committee recommends designation and the government goes down the pathway of designation.
Yeah, look, and that is something we've definitely looked at. Our regional members, for example, a lot of their organisations rely very much on Facebook and other social media platforms to get their material out there. And it's also been, over the years, a really very good way of connecting with your audiences, all those kinds of things. But the legislation says if you're not going to do these deals, you have to designate. So if that's what the legislation says, and they're the only options at the moment, then that's our reasoning for that, is that don't you have to designate if they're basically going against the legislation? I mean, we would prefer to see a sustainable, independent funding for ethical public interest journalism. How do we do that is a very big conversation that needs to be had. But we know our members, particularly in the regions, are extremely concerned. They rely on people going to social media, clicking through, and that leads to subscriptions. If there's nobody doing that anymore, then they're out there, their jobs are definitely, at threat. But you only have to look at Facebook already. It says only 3% of its content is news. And I believe that in terms of sheer numbers. I mean, my own week, I was just getting rid of a whole lot of posts and, suggestions to follow, like, join over the weekend. I mean, giraffe lovers, for God's sake, there's so much garbage on these sites that is actually being deliberately put there to phase this out or to try and muddy the waters. So I think, they are acting as publishers, they're acting as broadcasters, they're making money from the work of broadcasters and publishers. So I think that if the law says that designation is the option, it has to be, but we are fully aware of and concerned about that as well. So we'd like to see a better, different way. What that would look like remains to be seen, but it's not sustainable what's going on right now.
And I know that you particular, Karen, have had experience working in Canada, and that in many ways that's one of the most recent real-world examples of where this could go. Have any of the three of you, or has MEAA taken any time to drill down into the net impact of the Canadian government's moves in this regard, and how applicable do you think that is to the Australian situation?
Ms Anderson's definitely been looking at that, so I'll get her to pick up on that. And then I can do some general observations about what I know friends and family and alike in Canada have been experiencing.
Yeah, so this case is definitely a concern because the outcome was that MEAA decided to block all content. Though I would note that my understanding is that Google subsequently did reach an agreement to continue to comply, but as a general annual payment rather than through specific deals. So, there was some partial success from the model, but definitely the fact that MEAA went ahead and removed news from its platforms following that legislation is a big concern for us. And I think the concern is that, potentially this experience did embolden MEAA to become more resistant to efforts to make them pay for news. And so, I would definitely highlight that as a key concern that that experience did show that, and I think that's why MEAA has been interested in the idea of mandating news as well on social media platforms.
Yeah, I think the must carry is something that's very important. And just anecdotally from fans, family, and the people that I know, it's that you're seeing layoffs in Canada. You're seeing, they have concentration of ownership issues in the same way we do. There are real issues in terms of how sustainable the models are over there as well. This is a big issue. They're also on the, they've got on the border of a very big country that has a huge amount of media as well. So the circumstances are a little bit different. And a lot of Canadians have VPNs and the like, so can get around those kinds of things. Not that I think they're necessarily doing that. I'm not sure they're even particularly noticing it, but I do. I think that it's something we'd need to have a look at. And it's relatively early too. It's a relatively short time that's been going on. So I think we definitely want to look at it a bit more. But there doesn't seem to be any model. The California situation recently hasn't been satisfactory either. There's nobody that's been able to find a way to actually satisfy all the players in the media. And we keep looking at less and less sustainable industry.
Yeah, I mean, must carry is a really interesting concept, something that we've talked about a little bit on this committee with MEAA and others. If there is anything further that you can provide or notice as a reference point of what that might actually look like or how to enforce it, I think that would be very useful. Just on, kind of related to that, and you've referenced it in your submission, the MEAA claim that people just aren't consuming news on their platforms, which is, as you would know, at odds with, for example, the University of Canberra's research. Can you shed any further light on the Australia-specific consumption? Because we did manage to extract from MEAA in our last hearing that they're sort of extrapolating US habits and numbers onto the Australian market, and that they actually don't have specific numbers. Do you have any, or can you shed any sort of anecdotal light on that?
We don't have the specific numbers. We haven't done specific research on that, and the UC material is, I think, the most up-to-date and the rest of it. But we do know anecdotally that news organisations obviously focus a lot of their attention on the platforms, whether it's Google or TikTok or Facebook. Google Trends is becoming an increasing tool that organisations use to kind of go, what stories should we be looking at? So, but it's having an outsized influence, social media more generally, on the way news journalism is gathered, the way it's produced, the way it's platformed. But no, the best material in terms of that has come from UC and others. We haven't done specific research on the audience, but we know that it's a big time suck and a big focus for our members and the work that they have to do. So, I do think it's, you know, lies, damn lies and statistics. I mean, you can game the numbers any way you like. Like I say, very often when I'm on Facebook, for example, it might be 12 or 14 posts of suggested, and, you know, they're supposedly got hundreds of thousands of followers, these posts and these accounts. It'll be 12 or 14 before I get to anybody I even know. It's just full of stuff. So I think they're clearly gaming the system to make it look like there's not as much on there, and there is certainly not much news coming through that as well. So I think it's hard for us to pin down, but anecdotally our members know that's a problem.
I could probably just add a little bit to that. So just drawing from a few of the statistics from our paper. So that research that you mentioned showed that 32% of Australians are continuing to use Facebook for news. So what does that mean? You know, there is a large user base there, whatever MEAA says, that is going to Facebook and looking for news. I think one, and especially that's very, that is incredibly important, going to social media for news for younger people as well, and it's their major source of news. Also, I just mentioned that MEAA's use of news to train its AI as well can't go without mentioning. So, you know, if there's this kind of theory that MEAA does not find value in news and does not need to pay for it, this sort of use of news content to train AI kind of flies in the face of that a little bit, and how important news, how critical news has been shown to be for that process of training. And the fact that that process, on the most part, is going without any compensation to those news providers, without the consent of news providers or journalists who wrote it, that's incredibly important. So I just sort of throw that in there as another way in which MEAA is continuing to use news content and not really, not sort of being perhaps forthright about that.
And can I just add, we're very concerned when it comes to artificial intelligence and the trajectory of the social media accounts. And it's picking up on Media Diversity Australia's points about the lack of diverse voices, you know, the biases, the entrenched biases that you're seeing in artificial intelligence when it comes to race and gender and other diversity, that it's kind of taking out a lot of those voices, really important voices. We have been trying to get diversity audits, gender audits into EAs. We've been trying to get cultural safety and cultural considerations into EAs with mixed success. So there's some pushback from the media organisations about this, which we're concerned about as well. As Mariam is saying, you know, we really need to have the diversity of voices to fully reflect our society, and the tech, the dominance of tech is undermined so much of that, and we're concerned about that as well.
So I'm curious.
Last question, please, Ms. Daniels. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. On AI and the scraping issue, given the innate issues in media currently when it comes to revenue, what it might look like in terms of royalties or some sort of AI scraping levy, whether you're aware of anyone or any data that has modelled potential revenue return if the government was to go down the track of mandating some sort of royalty system, how much difference that would make in terms of profitability, etc. Is there any sort of detail or any shape of what that might look like?
Yeah, I don't have figures for what that would look like in the Australian context. I would say that, you know, the compensation factor is really important. It must always be done with consent, and we want that to be not just the news providers, but also journalists. So I think, yes, we want compensation with consent. I think it would potentially be quite a large source of revenue if it was explored. But again, I think it ties into the kind of concerns that were raised in you know, developing the News Media Bargaining Code, that there is this real difference in power between news providers and the digital platforms. And what does that mean in the context of working out a deal for how much those training materials are worth? So I think that concern would need to be explored further. But I would say, given that news is so critical for the development of AI in terms of training, and that's been shown, potentially this is like a big source of revenue, but only if news providers wanted to go down that route, because there are sort of potential costs that could be associated with that as well.
Yeah, we don't have anything specific, and I don't know how easy it would be to find, for the news organisations to give us that kind of detail. But it's important, the consent, the compensation, but also consultation. Our members are the ones whose work is being utilised in this fashion, and they need to be consulted about how that's going to be utilised, and ensuring that it's ethical, and ensuring that material is properly sourced. I mean, one of the real issues with some of the material or the programs and processes that are being tested at the moment is that, I don't know where this information has come from. Is it verified? Is it from a decent source? Who are these people who are putting out this information? So there's some real traps as well. So I just fear that it's something that we need to look at closely. MEAA is looking at it with, is putting forward an AI Act, because we are very concerned about the theft of creative work through artificial intelligence. But there's a lot of work to do, I think, in terms of ensuring that that can be done properly, ethically. But it's just going ahead at such a dramatic rate, and we need to be able to stop it. I mean, some of the tech companies are sort of saying, well, if we can't get it for free, we don't have a sustainable business model. Bingo. If you can't get it for free, you don't have a business model. You're basically stealing people's work. So these are the things that really need to be taken into consideration as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the remaining 3 minutes that we have, I will put a whole bunch of questions on notice that I didn't get to, and I encourage other committee members to do the same there. I think from Media Diversity Australia, you mentioned both the racism handbook that you're about to kind of launch very soon, and prior to that, you gave us some evidence around a body of work around cultural safety for journalists, so that you had undertaken. If you're able to provide that to the committee, that would be gratefully received. There may be other questions that were also put throughout for MEAA as well, and I will just let you know now, so that I don't forget at the end, that those questions on notice, you'll be asked to return your answers to the Secretariat by the 14th of October. So just a bit of a heads up. I'm just conscious, Mr Davis, you said you wanted to discuss something earlier and we cut you off, so I'm ceding my last 1 minute to you if you've got something to say.
Well, thanks, Chair. I was really just picking up on the point that Senator Hanson-Young indicated she was going to explore, or want to explore, which is, I think, referring to some ideas that have been reported from Mr Grester. I'm not sure that this is really the best opportunity to put our position, but I will throw some principled responses your way.
Okay.
In particular, with due respect to Mr Grester and his associates, we think that his proposal, as reported in the 9 newspapers last week, are redundant, effectively redundant. We think that he's going to issues that are secondary when he talks about the need for a robust implementation of a code of ethics. Of course, MEAA has a code of journalist ethics, which we've been promoting rigorously for 80 years, including through enterprise bargaining agreements with all of the major outlets, many of whom have adopted that code of ethics in those agreements. What we think really needs to be addressed is one of the topics of this committee, of course, which is the failing business models and the stresses that places on all media outlets. That's the issue that needs our attention. Any issue to do, any problem with perceived practice of journalism is something that our members, as practising journalists, are best placed and historically are well placed to implement and police. They were the main points I wanted to make, Chair.
Thank you.
And perhaps I've picked up the implied question from the Senator, but
really.
we'd be happy. Not really?
No.
Okay.
If you'll have to take it on notice. My question is, it was going to be linked to the fact that a big part of the problem here, whatever solution, whatever option or model the government and this committee recommends or the government takes on collecting money from the big tech companies, how it is distributed, the distribution model and who it is distributed, then instantly links to this question of what is a media organisation and therefore what is public interest journalism. If my question to MEAA is if there is a levy or if there is some type of collection system going forward, if there's a made-to-carry news provision, if it goes into a bucket of money, if it goes into a bucket rather than company-by-company deals, what should the distribution model be and what should the criteria for that distribution model be? That was the point of my question.
Well, we'll certainly take that on notice, Senator. But essentially, it should go to journalism as an activity, and we'll come back to you on that.
Great. I'm sorry we have exhausted time, and there will be questions on notice coming your way. So, as I stated earlier, if you could have those responses back by the 14th of October, that would be very much appreciated. But thank you enormously for your evidence today from Media Diversity Australia and MEAA. Really appreciate your inputs. And I'm going to take on the next witnesses, so you're welcome to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, we're a bit behind now.
Thanks, Marion.
Oh, they're both online. Okay. And good morning. I now welcome representatives of the Daily Oz via video conference today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given to Senate and joint committees like ours has been provided to you. Is that the case? Terrific.
Correct.
Thank you. So for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before us today?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zara Seidler. I'm the co-founder of the Daily Oz.
And my name is Sam Kozlowski, and I'm also the co-founder of the Daily Oz.
It's great to have both co-founders. Thank you very much. I will invite you. I know you have submitted your opening statement, which I really appreciate. Thank you. I'm happy to invite you to make some introductory comments or go over that. Just conscious that you'll know there are lots of questions that we're always trying to get through and we're always short for time. So I will hand across to you to use these few minutes as valuably, in whatever valuable way for yourselves, and then I'm going to call for questions from each of the committee members. So who would like to start?
I will begin, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The Daily Oz was founded in 2017. It was with a mission to empower young people to engage with the world around them. And when Sam and I first began TDA, our primary focus was to deliver high-quality, fact-checked and independent journalism on social media platforms, particularly on Instagram. We built our company as a social-first news service back then in 2017 because we knew that's where young people, which was our target audience, were consuming information. In the years since 2017, that has increased, and according to the latest University of Canberra report, nearly 2/3 of Gen Z now rely on social media as their main news source. That is reflected in the growth of our audience on Instagram, where we now have 565,000 followers and reach 1.4 million accounts each month. We are now the second biggest news page in the country on the app, behind the ABC. 70% of our Instagram audience is under the age of 35 and 75% of those are women. And while Instagram is where TDA's journey began, today we are a fully fledged media company that includes a suite of newsletters, podcasts, a website and a soon-to-be built app. In an incredibly short period of time, we've been able to meaningfully diversify our distribution channels, recognising both the risk of single-channel reliance and also the varied consumption habits of our audience. While our distribution channels have evolved since we first founded the company, our news gathering and journalistic principles have remained steadfast. Today, TDA employs 15 full-time staff, 80% of whom are editorial staff, including a full-time fact-checker, all based out of our Sydney office. Our content focuses on hard news, things like federal politics, elections, economy, health, everything else. We've conducted sit-down interviews with the Prime Minister, opposition leader, members of both the Cabinet and Shadow Cabinet, and majority of state and territory leaders. At the last election, we worked with the Electoral Commission to encourage young Australians to enrol to vote. We've had journalists in the last 4 budget lockups. All this to say that while media companies across the world have grappled to attract younger audiences, we have emerged as a highly trusted, independent news player with a clear mission. When we surveyed our audience, 73% said that TDA was their primary source of news. That's a big responsibility that we take very seriously, and given that we exist primarily on platforms that have facilitated the spread of mis and disinformation, we believe our presence in these spaces has never been more important to keep Australians safe and informed. It's due to the coupling of our editorial quality and our highly engaged audience that we've also found great commercial success working with diverse advertising partners. Some of our most successful commercial campaigns have been with the Department of Health and Aged Care, eSafety, the ACCC and Lifeblood. To cement our financial sustainability, we've also recently launched a reader revenue program that is for our newsletter subscribers to begin to make recurring voluntary contributions. Today, nearly 7 years after we started this company from our bedrooms as university students, we are making a real contribution to the Australian media landscape. Now, we are all here today because of Meta's decision to withdraw from its commercial agreements under the News Media Bargaining Code. TDA did not secure any commercial deals with Google or Meta under the code. We should say, though, that we have received one-off grants from both of these organisations at different points over the past few years, but these have been for project-specific purposes. Therefore, Meta's decision to withdraw from the deals has not yet materially affected our business. Instead, it's the possible flow-on effects demonstrated by the Canada example that has greatly concerned us. If the government were to designate and Meta were to remove news off its platform in response, that would have severe consequences, not just for our business, but for democracy at large. That is why TDA does not support designating Meta under the code. We understand that the committee has previously heard about these risks, so we will just state that we believe that any solution or possible policy mechanism should seek to empower a diverse media ecosystem, as you have heard, not entrench existing power dynamics. We want to see other young media innovators in this country feel motivated to create solutions and to start companies like we have. That's only possible if the playing field allows for it, and we believe that we are at an inflection point now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, was there any... Did the other co-founder wish to make any additional comments, or are we good to go to questions?
No, I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's questions and hopefully providing value to the committee.
Thank you very much. And I just need to correct the record. I did say you had distributed your opening statement to us, and that was not in fact true. So if my colleagues are all frantically looking for that, my apologies. But it's now on the Hansard record, so we'll have that to reflect on as well. Look, thank you for your submission, which people do in fact have. And I know that the TDA in that says that you are Australia's leading social first news service with an audience of over 3 million Australians, with the primarily age between 18 and 35. So can you just talk us through, that's been a phenomenal success for you. Talk us through a little bit more about TDA, your views on how important social media platforms are for improving media diversity and reaching a youth audience in Australia, and how important it is that social media companies support and provide news.
Thank you for your question. I'm glad to be asked about this because it is our pride and joy, and it's something that we care very deeply about. So the Daily Oz started because Sam and I witnessed that our friends cared deeply about the news and about the world around them, but there was something stopping them from engaging with traditional news. And it was our hypothesis at that time that that was due to the fact that legacy media wasn't catering to the consumption habits of young people. We know now that young people primarily access their information on social media, and yet at that point social media was still a bit of an afterthought. And so we created the Daily Oz with the sole purpose of bringing news to new audiences, to people who previously might have identified as not news people, and we wanted to rectify that because we know how important it is for democracy and for the world that young people, the next generation of voters, are properly equipped with the tools to navigate that. And so we started, as I mentioned in the opening statement, as a Instagram first page, again, recognising that that's primarily where people were at that time. Since then, we have evolved and grown fairly quickly. As I referred to in the opening statement, we now have a team of 15 full-time staff, all of whom, work in our office each and every day to bring news to a young audience. We have, in recognising the fact that there are risks associated with primarily existing on social media, tried to diversify our platforms, and now newsletters are one of our fastest growing channels, and that is bringing news directly again to an audience who might not have ever accessed news elsewhere. And really, we believe that this is of the utmost importance. We know that mis and disinformation are flourishing on so many platforms, and we believe that in that vacuum, having accurate and fact-based information in the mix is more important than ever, and we will endeavour to do that each and every day.
Thank you. I might just quickly go to the issue you've raised around, a vacuum where mis and disinformation might, grow and prosper. I'm assuming if MEAA were to remove credible news sources from its social media platforms, what or who do you think fills that void?
It's a really good question. We believe that if we are to look at the example in Canada, and it is very helpful to have a precedent set months in advance for us to study and to certainly deduce what could happen, that in that space we have influencers, we have political commentators without the backing of a media company and editorial principles. We, as the Daily Oz, have published our editorial principles on our website. We have a complaints mechanism. We have all of the mechanisms in place to allow for the journalistic principles to be upheld. And we believe that what we have seen in Canada is that misinformation has been able to flourish in the absence of those credible media organisations existing on those platforms. That's not to say that the face of modern journalism cannot change. We believe that we are part of the next wave of journalism that looks quite different from our predecessors, but we believe that we maintain the same principles that they do, and that is to bring accurate information to audiences, and in our case, young audiences.
Thanks. I'm really interested in the quality of information and how that impacts really on the participation of young Australians in democracy.
Well, I mean, we have been able to create spaces where young Australians have never felt welcome before. And so, for example, before the last election, we were able to host in-person events, politics in the pub events. When we have heard so often that young people are complacent or that they don't care about the world around them, we've been able to directly undermine that notion and have had some 300, 400 people show up to these events. That's bringing them off the online space and into the real world, asking questions about how our politics and how our elections really work. Also, partnering with the Electoral Commission to encourage people to enrol to vote. We are completely detached from any partisan leanings. We are here to create civics and media literacy, and we believe that that's more important than ever with so many global elections.
If I can just jump in as well, I think looking at the research, we know that amongst English-speaking countries, generally Australia has the lowest rate of trust in media in the world, and of the demographics, it's young people that trust it the least. And so recognising that problem and trying to build a business in exactly that space, we needed to make the investment pretty early in the startup's growth to hire a full-time fact-checker that could sit outside of our editors and fully focus on making sure that every sentence that goes on social media via our big distribution channels is true. And I think that's our recognition that there is a problem that exists in the arena that we're acting in, and we need to take extra steps to take it, despite the fact that that costs us money, we really need to ensure that people feel like if they read it in TDA, it's true.
And you obviously feel that that investment has resulted in growth in your audience, or, you know, that it's worthwhile investment for perhaps both ethical reasons, but perhaps for business sense as well.
I think that the greatest metric that we can measure that by is by trust. And as I referred to earlier, the level with which we are the primary news source for so many, I think, is a reflection of that trust. But absolutely, that has been a worthy investment and a really welcome team member in our team.
Thanks. And last question, because I can hand across to others from me, but really I'd be very interested to know what you would recommend to government in terms of addressing Meta's threat to stop paying for news in Australia, and why you would recommend that. Yep.
We understand that there is work on foot, both the ACCC and with the Treasury Department, but our only kind of recommendation goes back to those basic principles that we outlined earlier, which is that any solution must empower a diverse media market. We believe that traditionally and under existing legislation, we have seen power dynamics entrenched, and that this is an opportunity to redress that and to allow for greater competition in this space. We also believe that any solution must highlight more than anything access to information for all Australians, acknowledging that the next generation does get their information in different spaces, and that is not illegitimate, but that rather it should form a really important part of any policy solution.
Terrific, thank you. I am going to hand across to the Deputy Chair next, and we'll work our way around. Everyone will get approximately the same time. Over to you, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. I think you do offer a unique perspective, given you speak directly to young people about the news of the day via, digital platforms, and also the fact that you don't currently have any deal with Meta as it is. You've been left out of the News Media Bargaining Code. You've said you've diversified your platforms as to how people receive the news that you produce each day. You said there's been a growth in newsletters. Is that something that you saw a trend emerging and you jumped on it, or is it something that you created to kind of protect yourself from the opaque, insidious algorithms of the platforms?
Thank you for your question. It's interesting to trace back the origins of our very first newsletter, which we created the day that Meta removed news off its platform all of those years ago. And it was on that day, Sam and I had quit our jobs and had launched ourselves full-time into this, that we understood that any business that was built on one singular platform was a risky business, and that we needed to meaningfully diversify from the get-go. And so that is where the newsletter began. We have seen in other markets that there is an appetite among young audiences to consume newsletters. And so it's almost twofold in that sense. But today we have some 250,000 newsletter subscribers who subscribe to our daily newsletter, our sport newsletter, and we have since launched a good newsletter, which is to try highlight some of the good in the world alongside all the rest of the news that is there. So it has been both an acknowledgement of the fact that we must diversify in a business sense, but also knowing that audiences are reading and consuming and engaging with newsletters in other markets too.
And if I may quickly add as well, I think if we look globally, one of the key selling points for young emerging news publishers as to why somebody on social media should subscribe to a newsletter is this angle of algorithm-free news and having a direct relationship with a news publisher. Some of the biggest players in the US and the UK specifically kind of use that as their key message in paid ads, ironically, often on Meta, as a way for audiences who now recognise that the algorithm is there and it's dictating what they see to change their relationship with their news provider. It is harder to discover new audiences with a newsletter than it is on social media. So whilst we can maintain a really healthy and fantastic relationship with an audience that knows us already, a newsletter-centric business does pose a challenge to the 18-year-old of today who might not know TDA is there for them and often stumble across it by accident and then develop a positive relationship with the news.
So, yes, so in order to grow your audience and to continue to pick up the next generation, as you described, then you still need to have a dynamic online presence is effectively what you're saying.
We need to meet them where they're at.
Yeah.
So whether that is a new app that we haven't heard of yet, that we're going to be discussing in 12 months' time, that the 18-year-old of the day is using, we need to be there because we can't expect young people just to actively seek out news. That's not the audience we're chasing.
Has there been any significant changes as a result of Meta changing people's default settings around political content for your audience?
We have seen the accounts reached number, which is the metric that Meta provides us. We have seen that shrink quite considerably in the time that we have understood that policy is in place, but that has not dictated any of our decisions. We have continued to uphold our kind of basic principles, but at the same time, as we said earlier, building those other channels in recognition that it is harder to discover content that is political on Meta's platforms.
Mm-hmm. And of course, public interest journalism is public interest journalism. It's not, whether it's talking about politics or issues of the day, it still gets caught up under that, or potentially under that restriction and that algorithm control of Meta, yes?
Definitely. It's really hard to know exactly the quantitative impact of something like this because we only get access to the data that Meta provides. But as Zara said, we've seen that shrinking of audience reach and discoverability, and that's global. That's a global trend across. Yeah.
Does it strike you as somebody who's kind of your business is directly impacted by that, as a bit contradictory to hear the big media platforms say they can't do certain things when they changed an entire discoverability for young people on a platform which is overwhelmingly young on Instagram, so that people had to actively opt in to political content. I mean, if they can do that, surely they can restrict harmful and abusive content as well.
I think it's a challenging time for many in the media market, and we're just focused on really diversifying and ensuring that new players can sustain themselves in this market, because it's traditionally been incredibly difficult, and we want to be able to buck that trend and just continue.
Thank you. You talk about the News Media Bargaining Code not delivering in the current form that it is for all news organisations, particularly yours, of course. Have you had any consultation with the federal government around this, and whether your concerns have been addressed?
We have had a range of meetings with committee members, and we have made our concerns known to the government and to the opposition of the day. Prior to Meta withdrawing from its commitments, we had not had any engagement either with Meta or with the government of the day. We were really, again, just focused on building this thing and continuing to deliver news each and every day, and that was our primary focus. But since then, we have certainly made our case known as much as we can.
In your list of recommendations, you talk about a number of things that for us to consider and things that could be done, including targeted support and funding for independent news outlets, incentives for public interest journalism, incentives for cross-platform collaboration. Currently, as it stands, are there any government programs or funding pipelines that you are a beneficiary of?
No, there are none that we are the beneficiary of.
A lot of people are talking about, the potential of if the government was to put a levy or a tax on the platforms, collect the money centrally and then have it distributed, what would be your view of that type of model, and how would you ensure that it goes to public interest journalism, particularly for an audience like yours?
Again, we would just, if there was the opportunity there to rethink the way that money is redistributed, we would want there to just be an acknowledgement that there are diverse players with diverse audiences, and we would want to see that reflected in any distribution. We wouldn't want to influence the work of anyone who is currently undergoing that, but we would really, really just want to see the fact that the legacy media players represent some part of the industry, but that us and certainly our colleagues in the Digital Publishers Alliance are part of a broader ecosystem who we believe play a really, really meaningful role in the industry.
What do you mean by incentives for cross-platform collaboration? Could you unpack that a little bit for us?
In trying to put as many creative and constructive recommendations to the committee as possible, one of the key ideas that's been thrown around in other markets that the Australian media has not really had a time to discuss is the idea that there could actually be room for collaboration with the platforms as almost unavoidable trading partners in order for them to work together. And we've seen sort of pilots of these programs. The Google News Initiative is one example of the constructive ways in which platforms can work with media. We just wanted to acknowledge that it's important not to block out any notion of collaboration, as we've seen through with other sectors and other mediums, in order to have a media future that's sustainable and not kind of one-hit wonders.
Final question from me, because I know the Chair will want to share it around. I can't have you in front of us as the leading youth digital news platform without asking you about your views and your audience views on banning young people from social media.
We believe that our audience, we polled our audience, and we understand that there was a overwhelming support for such a notion. We believe that, as I have said many times before, we need accurate information to be reaching all audiences, including young people. And if young people are getting their news from social media, we believe that that needs to be considered in any policy moving forward, and that we understand that that includes people under the age of 18 too, who should be accessing fact-based information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Ms Mackenzie, no? I might go to Ms Daniels next if you have questions.
I do, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just on that, just in reference to the survey, could we, just on notice, could we see the survey results on age verification and such? Thank you. Just back to designation, I'm not sure how closely you've been monitoring the previous hearings on this, but the MEAA, the Journalists Union, in our previous sessions said that designation is the only option under the existing legislation. So while there might be, unintended consequences for organisations like yours, it's the only lever that can be pulled under the legislation that we have available to us. What's your response to that?
We believe that there is an opportunity to look at other levers and to look at other markets to examine what else can be done. And I would hope that there are broadened views across the committee on this, because we believe that those unintended consequences are too great to risk, and that we have already seen what happens in Canada when that lever is pulled, and we strongly believe that designation is not the only way forward, and that other policy levers should be pulled and should be examined.
And obviously, the Daily Oz has been mentioned several times in our hearings, and that's a testimony to your success, so well done on that. But I'm just curious whether you, within the cohort of emerging media organisations, have been having discussions about those different options, whether there are similarities among
like organisations in terms of attitudes to designation, potential impact of designation, and also the kinds of solutions or alternatives that you're offering. Is there much conversation going on in the background about this?
Yeah, so we are part of the Digital Publishers Alliance, which as a new player has been a really, really excellent group to be a part of, because it can be a lonely experience out there building a company from scratch in this space. We understand that there is a diversity of views among the members, and that just reflects the different stages that those businesses are at. But there is certainly lively discussion each and every day as to what some of the possible solutions could look like that would honour and certainly allow for an empowered news media market, not just for digital independent publishers, but for legacy media alike, and something that could work for both of us. So those conversations are ongoing, and we have been really proud to be part of a group that has been able to make their views known, and certainly for us to even have the opportunity to speak to you all today is testament to that.
And do you have any, within that discussion, do you have any thoughts about must-carry laws, for example, or what the shape of that might be, whether that would be effective from your point of view?
We would need to see what that would look like in practice. I think that without seeing what it could possibly look like in its kind of truest form, it would be difficult for us to comment on. But anything that allows and enables that greater access for information, we believe is a good move.
One of the things that has been in the pipeline for some time is the government's news map approach. Can you speak to where you think you might fit within that?
Yes, so I believe that is a good move, but that we missed and certainly weren't aware of that window for submissions. So at that point, we didn't know that it was in existence, so we are unable to take part in that currently. But from my understanding and our understanding of what that program is intending to do, we believe that is a positive move for increasing that diversity in the market. But we were not able to, or were not privy to, those sorts of conversations at that time.
And in terms of an audience that we hope to reach within that framework in terms of improving the access to news, it would be that young audience of Australia. So that is the group in which we would identify with as we are providing accessibility to public interest journalism to a group that otherwise is not receiving it.
So do you think, is it fair to say that given not only sort of the general evolving state of the market, but also this sort of crunch point that's coming because of the news media bargaining code, but also the fact that the news map process is sitting there in the background, would there be a case for sort of re-looking at who the players are, particularly if the government goes down the path of designation, in order to make sure that organisations like yours have at least been considered within that landscape, if, as you say, you've kind of been overlooked?
It's definitely a fast-evolving landscape, and there's so many ways in which we can try and understand who those key players are. And I think we could look to monthly reach as an example of key player worthiness, or we could also look to who those audiences are. The University of Canberra does some really excellent work in their digital news report. This was the first year that the Daily Oz made the list of news outlets that the surveyee had consumed in the last week, and we had 4% in that. The top is the ABC on 20%, but that puts us only 2% below, publications like the Australian Financial Review. So it is important to have a contemporary understanding of who the key players in the Australian media are, but also then as important to understand how people are consuming news and whether the ways in which we're trying to target news consumption is the most effective.
We would welcome any opportunity to rethink the way in which a modern contemporary media market is viewed in this country, and we would always welcome the opportunity to, have these conversations in an ongoing capacity.
Ms. Daniels,
Just in terms of the young people, so last one. Oh, yes, sure. So,
No,
Deputy Chair.
you're seeking.
I just had a clarification question to that last point, if you don't mind. So, were you explicitly told that you've missed the boat for the consultation, and then you were left out, or I just find it staggering, actually. We've been told for 3 years that this news map was coming, that the government was consulting and talking about it, and you're saying throughout that whole period you've been overlooked. I'd like to get to the bottom of that.
I believe that we have been purely focused on, as I said, building this company. Perhaps some of our colleagues, I believe, were in part of that process. I only say that we missed the boat given that those submissions have closed, not that there was any inference that that has been done consciously or on purpose. It was just that we have been focused on delivering the news and certainly ensuring that we have financial sustainability on our own, and that's been our primary focus. So we just have not engaged with that process.
But no one from the department or the Minister's office has been in contact with you about this?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Well, that's a problem, and we'll raise that with them. Thank you. Sorry, Zoe.
Yeah, I agree with the Deputy Chair there. That's, and I guess where I'm going at is that if the landscape's changing, it might be worth revisiting that to make sure everyone who needs to be considered is. Just on the audience that you're trying to reach and are successfully reaching, do you have a sort of broad comment on, I guess, the risk and danger of that particular cohort not being able to access news or not being able to access, properly curated and fact-based information, particularly considering the febrile nature of the international environment currently?
I think that it's more important than ever. All of the University of Canberra reports say that the highest levels of mistrust come from young women, and that is predominantly where our audience sits. We believe that, as I said, during election after election cycle, it's more important than ever to be reaching those people and that they are engaging. It's not merely, a one-sided relationship. We have a real full cycle relationship with our audience. We are able to survey them both on and off platform on a regular basis. We are able to understand what they are thinking and hearing and doing. And by the same token, we are able to present fact-based information to them. And if that opportunity were to be taken away, we think there would be really dire consequences.
And if I may quickly add, young people will not stop seeking out, news and what's happening on social media if it's the thing that their friends are talking about. It's about where they're receiving that news from. So by taking away, as Zara mentioned earlier, by taking away good actors on the platform, you are only left with bad actors.
Just one really quick final one, and you could take this on notice. You may have gone to it previously. Apologies if I missed it. But have you modelled or can you model your financials based on a sort of newsletter-based approach in the absence of Instagram in the case of designation? Is that something that you have numbers on that you can provide to us?
Yes. So in our submission, we stated that we believed that we would see a 50% reduction in our revenue if MEAA were designated, and in response, MEAA removed news off its platform. We have, since that time, been really working to meaningfully diversify those platforms. So we believe, and this can only be a hypothesis, that that would be reduced to about 30%, down from that 50% when we last submitted to the committee.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Danielson. I'll go to Ms Templeman.
Thank you. And thank you very much for, I think it's been an education for all of us, because we are not in your demographic, although I have kids exactly in that demographic. And I'm sure they will tell me that they keep an eye on you on Instagram. And look, I, for one, will certainly be continuing the conversation about the role that you're playing. I come from a traditional media perspective, a commercial broadcaster back in the 1980s to the early 90s, when commercial was the most listened to across the major cities in a whole lot of ways. So thank you. And it's great to see. I took a look at the range of journalists you've got. I was 21 when I started as a journalist, and I don't know that I had a fact checker, but I certainly tried to make sure everything I said was factually correct. Hard to do in the running thing of radio, especially live radio, and Ms. Daniel will have experienced all of that as well. I suppose I just want to lift this into thinking about our committee is looking at all these nuts and bolts, but also about the impact that it has on society. And I just want to continue that part of the conversation, if I can, please. I'd love just to get your sense on just how important you think social media companies support for news and support in allowing news to be distributed, just how key that is, not just for you, but for the demographic that you are really engaging with.
We believe it is of the utmost importance and that it is crucial. As Sam referred to earlier, we understand from all of the research available to us that it is not a matter of if news was removed from social media, young people would get their news elsewhere. We have a completely decentralised system of news and of information dissemination now in this country, and certainly in much of the world, and young people will naturally gravitate to those places that match their consumption habits. We cannot expect an entire cohort of digital natives to overnight change the way that they have accessed information for their entire lives. I am 27 years old. I have only known a world where much of my adult life has been, connected deeply to social media. And so it is of utmost importance that fact-based, accurate information remains on the platforms where those young people are. They will not leave the platforms. They will not be able to get news elsewhere, or rather they will not feel inclined to. And we believe that we must be able to cater to those audiences. Otherwise, as we've alluded to, we think that there will be really dire consequences for democracy.
Yes, so just talk me through, when you think about the consequences, how could you see that panning out?
We have observed, certainly anecdotally, over the last couple of years that young people who are becoming of voting age do not understand how the mechanisms of our electoral system work. Certainly, many don't understand that you must enrol to vote and that is a step that is necessary. And so through our work with the Electoral Commission, we were able to highlight that and increase that voter enrolment to a record high. But it's crucial civics lessons like that certainly happen as part of many young people's education, but needs to be built on and certainly needs to be preserved as they get older and nearer to that voting age. And we just believe that we play a really crucial role in that, and around things like financial literacy, understanding how our tax system works, all of these things that young people are hearing around them but don't feel empowered to have conversations about.
And if I may also add, I think another moment where the consequences are really on show and TDA's value is proven is in crisis response and in emerging breaking stories. The one that comes to mind is the Bondi Junction stabbings earlier this year. I was really proud to be running a newsroom with Zara where we could talk to New South Wales Police and get official statements they were putting out in an on-the-record professional manner and distributing that on social media rather than the wide array of theories that we all read and the mis and disinformation on that event that we all read in the hours post that event. That was a perfect demonstration of why you need responsible ethical journalism on social media. Our cohort went to social media to figure out what was happening, and we were there to tell them the truth.
Some of the things you're saying resonate with me in terms of peri-urban or outer Sydney media, where a lot of local papers have closed down. Some have disappeared. They're not online. They don't print. They're not online, and others are emerging. In terms of the group that you are servicing, does it tend to be an urban-based cohort, or are you seeing some variety in where young people, who are, of course, everywhere, and do you know geographically where they are?
So one of the big things that we are looking to undertake is a national survey, and certainly a nationally representative survey of young people to understand their views, their consumption habits, where they are getting information from, and that is something that we are currently looking at doing and completing by February next year. Currently, we have been fairly restricted in the information that we've been able to get from the platforms in terms of the geographical locations. It would be my hypothetical guess that a lot of that would be urban-centric just by nature of the platform itself, but we are certainly looking to diversify that and certainly looking to reach new audiences and to understand more about those audiences, and that's why we are undergoing that project in the months to come.
In your submission, you talked about the News Media Bargaining Code reinforcing those existing power imbalances instead of addressing them, and obviously not fostering innovation in journalism was what your contention there. Can you just expand a bit more on that? And I'm also really interested in where you see, based on what you're seeing now, where you see future news consumption going.
The point around innovation has, in kind of trade press all over the world, this point has been made over and over again, that by providing established traditional media players with essentially another revenue stream through commercial agreements with technology players and now even some AI entrance into the market, there is potentially less impetus for those players to be experimenting with new forms of media and instead relying on efforts to ensure that funding is remaining constant and growing. And in terms of who is providing daily news of national importance to a young cohort, it would be fair to say that the Daily Oz is probably the only one that fits that criteria. And one of the things that Zara mentioned right at the top that I think is really important from this entire process with government is we want the next 22, 23-year-old to say, I want to start a news business in Australia that reports on public interest journalism. The messaging from media schools around the country and universities is not positive. And I'm a ripe old 29, so I was not at uni that long ago, but long enough. But I've since joined the UNSW Media Advisory Board to help actually shape that messaging too, because we've got a really dire sense of the future of media in Australia, and I believe that is actually dissuading Australia's next great journalists from pursuing careers in media, and that is not good for the society we live in. So I think the future of media needs to rely on the diversity of players. We're going to have a much less centralised media environment. It is more important than ever for those media players to have as many different streams of revenue as possible. And I think governments around the world are grappling with this notion of how do we engage with technology and media? How do we administer funding that could be created through a levy or through a public interest journalism fund in a fair and reasonable way that's depoliticised? There's a lot of big questions for us all to answer, but this is not an Australian-centric issue. We're all trying to work this one out.
Mm-hmm. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much for engaging with us on this issue.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might just follow up with a question around and check in if there's any other questions from colleagues. But I'm interested in how you might measure diversity within your audience. And I note you've got some good evidence here around, ages. You've got a predominantly female kind of audience. But do you have a sense of, how many languages are spoken by your audience, or are they living in rural, remote regions, or are you able to talk to us about how that is measured?
Thank you for your question. That goes to what we were just talking about before, about the fact that we have traditionally been quite limited in what we have been able to understand about our audiences, just because as a social first service, we have been reliant on said social platform for those demographic data points, and that, you know, we don't get that sort of data. We are working to rectify that, and we are working to better understand our audience through polling and certainly through this survey that we will send out not just to a panel but also to our audience. I would also just say that I believe that part of what makes the Daily Oz successful is the fact that we are a newsroom that reflects the people we are trying to serve, and the diversity that we have in our newsroom, I believe, goes a long way in showing that we are really attempting to reach a cross-section of this community, not just in age, but in cultural diversity, in, all forms of diversity. So that is of utmost importance to us, and we are trying really hard to better understand who it is we are talking to beyond the data that is given to us, and that is something that we will be doing in the months to come.
Thank you. And I wanted to just also check in about, picking up on your kind of capacity to have input into government thinking and policy making. And I appreciate your earlier comments, that you're very focused on trying to, get a business up and going, and breaking lots of kind of barriers in that process. So thank you for that. I just want to check in. You didn't make a submission to the news mapping, did you? Because you're busy organising your business yet. Did you have I know you have spoken to some government representatives. Have you had an opportunity to have any kind of conversations around that, or you've just had other priorities on your plate?
The priority has really been around this designation question, just because that poses such an existential risk to the future of our company. And so much of many of the discussions have been of that nature, not necessarily around Newsmap.
All right. I'm pretty sure they will have been listening in. So if you've got any contributions you want to make to the news mapping, that will be very gratefully received. I know submissions have closed, but we all take good evidence on an ongoing basis for things. So thank you very much for that. And I'll just do a last round. Nope, we're good to go. Well, enormous thanks for your evidence today. Really appreciate it. It's been an important insight to digital publishers that are new in this space. We have met with the Digital Publishers Alliance that you are part of, and I want to assure you that they certainly participated in the news mapping and would have made some views representing you and their members, I'm sure. But it's a really important addition to the evidence that we're taking for our hearing today. So enormous thanks for that. You've been asked to provide some follow-up, I think, with regards to your survey, and there might well be some other questions on notice that committee members will submit. And if that's the case, we just ask that you return those answers back to the Secretariat by the Monday the 14th of October. It's a bit of a tight turnaround, I'm sorry, but that's all our lives, isn't it? But thank you again, and we really appreciate your contributions.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I think I will now suspend the committee hearings until 12:15 p.m. I now welcome representatives from Australian Parents Council, the Catholic School Parents of Western Australia, via video conference, the Heads Up Alliance and Ms Tony Hassan and her son Oliver Martin. So welcome to each of you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate or joint committees, which is what this one is, has been provided to you. Is that the case? Excellent, thank you. I'm just, for the Hansard record, confirming everyone is saying that's true. And for the record, I'm going to ask each of you just to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today, and then I will come back inviting you to make comments after that. So just name and your capacity to begin with. Who would like to start? I'm going to pick you. Thank you, Ms Robertson. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Karen Robertson. I'm representing the Australian Parents Council.
I'm Daniel Archie, representing the Heads Up Alliance.
Ali Halkik, representing Bully Zero and my son.
Hi, I'm Tony Hassan and I'm here as an independent researcher and author on the subject.
Hi, my name's Oliver. I'm Tony's son and I'm representing young people in my own lived experience of social media.
Thank you. And online we have...
I'm Siobhan Allen, representing Catholic school parents in Western Australia.
Excellent. That is everyone. Thank you very much. Now, we have received an opening statement, I understand, from Catholic School Parents Western Australia, and just confirming that with all my colleagues that that's been received. But I'm very happy, you know, this is a forum to really hear from you. So if there... I'm going to invite opening comments now. If you wish to reiterate any of that opening statement, fine. Otherwise, leave the time for questions, is my advice. But up to you. Who would like to lead with an well, is there a preference to make some opening remarks?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to make some opening remarks, if possible.
Okay, so we'll have some from Heads Up Alliance and also from Parents Council. Okay.
My name is Daniel Archie. Thank you. I'm a proud Sydney husband and father of 5 beautiful children aged between 7 and 15 years. I'm also the founder of the Heads Up Alliance, a grassroots volunteer-run parents movement that encourages the formation of local family alliances to delay children's access to smartphone and social media in community. Our members number in the thousands from every state in the country. We are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist and none of the above. Black, white and brown, city dwellers and country folk. We are parents from Perth to Byron Bay, from Hobart to Darwin. We are progressive and conservative and everything in between. We don't agree on all issues, but we do agree that our children are precious, that childhood is precious, and that it's high time we reclaimed our children from the clutches of big tech. I am honoured to appear before you today with fellow father Ali Halkich, father of Alem. Wayne Holdsworth, Mac's father, was also supposed to be sitting with me at this table today, but unfortunately he was unable to make it. I'm speaking here today also with his support. On the 28th of June, before this very committee, Antigone Davis, met as head of safety, testified under oath, and I quote, "I don't think that social media has done harm to our children." In several other oral and written submissions to this inquiry, academics, cyber safety educators, mental health organisations and even the E-Safety Commissioner herself have also, to some degree or another, attempted to downplay the harmful impacts of social media on our children. Parents are not buying it. We are the ones at the coalface, seeing the harms with our own eyes playing out in real time. Experiments are being conducted in every family home in the country, and we know that social media is distracting our children, addicting them, depressing them, exhausting them, inducing anxiety in them, isolating them, crushing their self-esteem, serving them X-rated content, facilitating predation, scandalising them, radicalising them, bullying them, sleep depriving them, sextorting them, preying on their specific vulnerabilities, driving them to self-harm, and in some cases even to suicide. Both Alem and Mac were 17 years of age when they took their own lives. Alum in Victoria 15 years ago, Mac in New South Wales just this past year. Alum was the victim of cyberbullying, Mac the victim of sextortion. MEAA might claim that social media does not harm children, but the Halkich and Holdsworth families, and hundreds more like them who've paid the ultimate price, beg to differ. Our children beg to differ. In his farewell note to his dad, Mac made it clear that social media played a role in his suicide. Who do we believe? Antigone Davis or Mac Holdsworth? And if we believe Mac Holdsworth, surely the next questions are, what are we going to do and how soon can we do it? Here's a good start. Let's lift the minimum social media age, back it up by the force of law, put the onus back on the social media companies to ensure compliance. And to what age should we lift it? Well, why don't we ask those defending the status quo why they think 13 is the correct age? Do they have evidence for that position? Are they insisting that we don't tinker with 13 years because they've consulted neuroscientists and child psychologists? Or are we at 13 because of American privacy law, written 25 years ago, before social media was even invented, itself resting on the financial interests of tech companies? What are the chances that these financial considerations somehow got the settings just right for our children as well? It's an absurd position that those arguing against lifting the age have to defend. On the other hand, there are those who wish to place children's well-being at the front and centre of our considerations, those who approach this question anew with an open mind, those who want big tech's profit motives to play no role in the question, and who wish to consider the science of children's development instead. Those who wish to apply the precautionary principle and maintain that when something so fundamental and so important as childhood being at stake, that when our children's very lives are at stake, it is prudent to tread carefully and to err on the side of caution. I commend Peter Dutton for taking a decisive stance here. He declared boldly months ago that a government led by him would raise the minimum social media age to 16 years immediately. Many parents around the country have taken note of that, and we had planned to spend the next year making sure every parent in the country took note of it too. But then just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister also declared he might be following suit. We await with great anticipation the Prime Minister's further detail around that announcement. The Heads Up Alliance in fact challenges the Prime Minister to do better than Mr Dutton. We believe the gold standard is 18 years of age, and I'm happy to take questions later on to support that position. Parents urge our lawmakers to ignore the naysayers, those same ones who tried to stand in the way of school mobile phone bans in recent years. The same tired arguments were used then. Oh, it will only drive students' phone use underground, or students will still find ways around the bans, or let's not forget all the positive ways that students can use their phones. Thankfully, the state premiers saw through those inane arguments and pressed ahead. 12 months later, the bans have been so successful, the premiers of Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia are doing backflips. Not perfect, but still, as New South Wales Premier Chris Minns told me just 10 days ago, it's the best thing my government has done. Thank goodness he and other premiers did not listen to the doomsayers then, because they've been proven to be spectacularly wrong, just as they are wrong again now in trying to block this reform with the same discredited arguments. I've heard some people say that our technology to verify age isn't sufficiently developed yet, or that it imposes too great an impingement on citizens' privacy. If this is true, we still want the laws on the books. If increasing the minimum age of social media is only a symbolic law, we say it is a law worth having. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is change the social norms around social media use. Many parents are now under the false impression that if they hold their kids out until 13, they've done a good job and their children will be safe. A law change will help jolt perceptions closer to reality and provide much needed support and clarity for parents. We all in Australia now have a chance to do something historic, something bold, brave and inspiring. From Germany to the United States to South Africa, the world is watching us. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to correct the mistakes of the past, and we shouldn't squander it. I urge this committee not to fall for the spin of big tech and their abettors. Please listen to the clear and untainted voices of your constituents for whom you work. We hear oftentimes that we should be listening to our children's voices in this debate, and I agree. Please listen to and believe Alam Halkich and Mac Holdsworth.
Thank you. Ms Robertson, you have an opening statement as well.
I do, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Australian Parents Council. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we join today and pay respect to our First Nations elders, families, students and colleagues. APC is the national body advocating for the needs and safety of children and their families with a specific focus on those in non-government schools. Our mission is, and always has been, to ensure that every child thrives in an environment that fosters academic, social and emotional success. In today's landscape, that mission is increasingly being challenged by the persuasive and often harmful presence of social media in children's lives. As highlighted in our submission, while social media offers certain advantages, these benefits are overwhelmingly overshadowed by the severe and far-reaching negative consequences. The rise of social media has brought about a concerning decline in the mental health and overall well-being of our young Australians. Parents are seeing firsthand the toll it takes on their children's mental health, their academic performance and their capacity to form healthy relationships. There is an urgent need to address these challenges, and the Australian Parents Council is advocating for the following recommendations: that we raise the legal age for social media access to 18. Children lack the developmental maturity to navigate the complexities and risks posed by social media. Platforms are designed to exploit their natural vulnerabilities, making them particularly susceptible to harmful influences. Just as we protect children from alcohol, gambling and driving until they reach an appropriate age, so too must we protect them from the harmful effects of social media until they are developmentally ready. Implementing stronger age verification mechanisms. Current systems that rely on users self-reporting their age are grossly inadequate. We need government intervention to ensure proper age verification protocols are in place to prevent children from easily bypassing safeguards and accessing harmful content. Development of a coordinated national approach. Federal, state, territory governments must act together to tackle the growing issue of social media's negative impact on families. Inconsistent policies across jurisdictions are not enough. This issue requires a unified response that protects all Australian children, regardless of where they live. Providing greater support in education for parents. Parents are at the front line of this battle, often overwhelmed by the challenges of managing their children's online activity. APC strongly advocates for comprehensive education and resources for parents, empowering them to guide their children in developing healthier online habits. This includes supporting initiatives to teach parents how to implement stronger boundaries and better manage technology at home. By regulating social media platforms, we can help to protect our children. Social media companies must be held accountable for the content on their platform and the impact it has on young users. We recommend that platforms be subject to the same classification systems as other media, with clear restrictions and consequences for exposing minors to hurtful or harmful content. We also call for stronger penalties on platforms that fail to protect children from cyberbullying, sexual exploitation and online predators. Supporting a cultural shift towards healthier technological habits. The Australian Parents Council firmly believes that children should not be immersed in an online world prematurely. We need to foster a cultural shift that encourages children to experience life beyond screens, allowing children to be children. This includes promoting physical activity, family interaction and opportunities for face-to-face social engagement. In conclusion, social media has become an unavoidable part of our lives, but we must not let it shape the lives of our children in a harmful way. The Australian Parents Council calls on the government to enact swift and meaningful reforms to protect our young people. Let our kids be kids. Give them the space to grow, learn, and develop in a safe and supportive environment, free from the pressures and dangers of the digital world. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I look forward to answering questions.
Thanks, Ms Robinson. I'm just checking in if Ms Allen, you had an opening statement which you provided to the committee. Do you wish to speak to that now?
No, Chair, I'm fine. I feel that my statement echoes very clearly what others before me have said, so I'll
Thank you. And Mr Halke, you seeking the call?
Yes, please.
You've got it.
Just want to acknowledge you guys for it's a huge task in front of you, but I'm here represent my son Alum and the impact of what social media has done to myself. And I just want to sort of give you a very brief, quick insight that over a school holiday period that this consumed him, and happy, healthy family, a confident young man, and that consumed him and took him to a point where he took his life. When there's unnatural death, usually there's an investigation, and going back in 2009, there was a lot of contributing factors, and one of the contributing factors, as I sit here in front of you, is myself. I contributed to my own son's death, allowed him internet, allowed him to go on social media, and wasn't aware of the impact that it had on him. This false illusion of us having our kids home and in the bedroom and all these things, I was that disillusioned that I had no idea how they accessed, how much access I allowed to my child, and not knowing the risk and the dangers. I spent the last probably 12, 13 years trying to understand the cocktail that was brewed around his death, and we get to a point where they have a lot to answer for. They didn't explain to us the risks, the amount of deaths, the amount of suicides that are associated with this. It is a plague, it's a cancer that's infesting our young children. My son was so beautiful and so confident, and he was probably, vulnerable at the same time, because he never was exposed to bad words or evil or anything like that. But at the end of the day, as a parent, we have rights, and I just want to make a comment that a lot of people won't agree, but 16 and under, they have no choice. They should have no choice. We as parents should be able to govern what we allow and what we shouldn't allow. And what I'm reaching out to all you guys out there is that help us control this epidemic and this plague. Allow them to be children again and get back to some sort of normality and just disconnect. We probably missed an opportunity in the last 10 years, but I know we can make a difference for the next 10 years and the next 5 years to the children, so we can educate them. But it all comes down to just one part, is that they need to be held accountable, and they need to know, and the hardest thing for me is that they don't acknowledge the damage that this is doing to young children. In 2018, 450 young kids took their life. It's a school that disappears out of this country every year due to suicide, and it's a high percentage of that is associated with social media. It impacts in adults, and our mechanisms to cope and deal with them is challenging at best. How are we expecting children under the age of 16 to cope with presence, status, structure? It is just something that's not necessary for them to do that. We've taken away so much of their youth. We're so busy in our lives that we put iPads, we buy them phones, and the guilt and the shame that I have is contributing to my own son's death. I paid for his phone, I provided the internet, I gave him that computer, and had no idea how dangerous this is. I've dealt with so many families along the journey, and I'm a voice for them as well, but most of all, we just got to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate this is not an easy forum in which to give very, very personal testimony. So I do thank you, and sorry for your grief. I will just hand to, if everyone has had the opportunity to make a statement, then I will hand to Deputy Chair and I'll work our way around committee members for questions. So I'll go across to you first.
Thank you. And Mr. Halleck, thank you for your very personal evidence today. I know this is a difficult thing to do, but it is important that we hear real-life testimony in these types of forums. So I appreciate you making the effort and putting yourself forward. And I think you're right. I think you are speaking for parents right across the country who are frustrated, confused, often at their wits' end as to how to manage all this. And I guess I want to say social media companies, this is a deliberate business model of theirs to have their users not get off these platforms. And they're deliberately designed to keep you know scrolling through social media feeds, following the rabbit warrens from one piece of information to another, collecting, and and we know this because whistleblowers from these big tech companies have said this. The companies know that this is addictive. They know what gets people to continue scrolling, and they scrape all the data and then they sell it off. They're making huge amounts of money off individual users, adults and minors, being on their platforms. So for you to be frustrated and angry that they pretend they don't know, well, that's absolutely rubbish. They do know, and you're right to be angry about it. I think some of the evidence we've received from MEAA in particular in this committee is contemptible, frankly. And I think I speak for a number of us that their performance hasn't been great in our hearings. I guess what I really want to try and ascertain is what legislative reforms can the Australian Parliament make that really does turn the dial on this? And I believe we have to dismantle their business model because that's what drives them. They're not providing these platforms out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because it makes them billions and billions and billions of dollars. I'm wondering if any of you have considered some of the reforms that have been put in place in the EU in particular or elsewhere, but the Digital Services Act, and I'm thinking in particular the requirement for a duty of care, so that social media companies are required, legislatively, legally required, to provide safety on their platforms, particularly for minors. And I'm just keen to see if you've considered the other models that are around the rest of the world. Anyone can jump in. Yeah.
One thing I think is interesting and that I totally agree with is that these companies' models is founded on manipulation. Mm. It's really predatory. Mm. And yeah, I can speak more to that, but I think in terms of different models, I think that we need different models, because in implementing within these platforms, say, safety policy or kind of, it can often be a gateway to justify what is inherently predatory, like is inherently wrong and feeds on young people's data. There's a quote that is a bit famous in this sense that I think appeared in like a recent documentary about smartphones, but has been used elsewhere, which is that if a product is free, then you are the product. Yeah. Which isn't always the case, but is definitely the case in social media. And if we're looking at who is the product, and if it's 12-year-olds, it's 13-year-olds, and in what ways are they the product? So the way really is through envy, first and foremost, hypersexuality, and violence. And those are the ways that kind of keep a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, 20-year-old, and as adults in our own lives in these kind of spaces. And obviously when you're 13 or 14, you are highly susceptible. So it's the combination of that. Absolutely, and it's connected, so it's omnipresent and you're highly susceptible, so it's a really awful mix. And to answer your question or to speak to the other models, my personal belief is that we need consensus-based social media models that exist outside of these companies. If they are to have a place, if social media is to have a place, we need to have it. We need to have people be on board, and there are different models for this in terms of like open source apps and open source websites where the people who buy into it, because as a consumer, you're not a consumer, you're being consumed. Like you are really an employee with your data, so you should have you're a stakeholder within this business in a sense.
So could I ask in relation to data, one of the proposals being put to us, and something that does exist in other jurisdictions, is if you're a minor, your data cannot be sold off to advertisers. Full stop. And other people go so far as to say, well, and it shouldn't just be for young people, this should be for every user. You should be able to have a stake in, okay, I will agree that my data can go, but as for minors, no, minors' data is protected, so it can't be used to kind of either be monetised by the platforms or used to push content to them. So that's I'm interested as to whether you'd agree with something in relation to that. And then the other element, and this comes to this predatory kind of insidious nature, is that in some jurisdictions, young people, so minors, are protected from the pushing of content. So the kind of suggestions of follow this person, look at this reel, do this, do that. The only content they can actually see are their friends, the people who are like them, their peers. I'm interested as to whether you think those, at least at a base level, those types of restrictions would be worth looking at.
Definitely. I mean, the ironic thing was when we went on Facebook in the early stages, and mind you, this was back in 2009, Ellum had 750 friends. And I kind of try to understand, there's only 320 kids in the school. Where did all these kids come from, or people, allegedly? And I remember clearly asking him one day, who are all these people? And he just said they were my friends. He had no idea who they were and what they were. And I think it's a common theme now with the followers, and that restriction that we just spoke about, I think it's a no-brainer. It's a necessity, is that we want to take the control back as parents. We want to ensure that we validate all these people that are on there, but for some reason, you deny them an opportunity to follow someone or someone who's going to influence them. Kids are impressionable, and that's reality.
Yeah, indeed. Yes.
We've dealt with families as far as 13 that are promoting themselves in inappropriate ways that I cannot even imagine as a grown adult, that I'll be looking at that content, and I can guarantee you that 13-year-old kids aren't looking at that content. And that's the dangers that are associated with what they're created here. They influence that person or that child to what to wear, how to look, how to present, and that, if we eliminate that and allow them to be kids again, a 13-year-old should not know what a designer handbag is, or and so forth. Look, I mean, it is just out of control. And believe you me, when the journey started for me, the epidemic that I've seen unfold, I used to worry about school holidays because that's where the highest death rate would be around Christmas time. And it was a confronting thing for me. But now what I've noticed personally through friends and through the foundation as well, it's every week now.
Ms Hanson, and you ask what lawmakers can do, and you've suggested that the European Union has put forward some suggestions. And we agree that all of that stuff needs to happen. However, it's not an either-or proposition. There are many levers to pull here. And one of the main things that we're asking for, certainly as Heads Up Alliance, is support for increasing the minimum age of social media. And I'll be very interested to hear from you whether we have your support in that regard, because a lot of times we hear, well, it's not going to solve the problem. No one's suggesting that it alone will solve the problem, but it certainly is a very big lever to be pulling, a huge lever. And we're concerned that not everyone's on board with that policy suggestion. So if you're asking me, I'm directly telling you that increasing the minimum age of social media, we believe, to 18, others have suggested 16, others 14, is a very significant lever to pull, and that needs to be pulled within the next few months, as the Prime Minister has indicated he might do. Now, look, if in time social media platforms prove themselves capable of reforming and providing platforms that are safer, that don't give predators access to our children, that don't addict our children to the tune of 4 or 5 hours per day on average, if they can produce platforms that are safer for our children, then...
And I think Sarah's already pointed to the reality that they are eyeball merchants, that this is addicted by design. So it's a question of, can it ever be safe? Hence this idea of a consensus model. Alternatives outside of profit-making big tech would be something worth exploring. And as Danny has suggested, this is one tool in the toolkit. The idea of reducing access for minors or creating a ban is part of the conversation. It's one tool among many. My submission of 8,000 words was all about saying this is a public health challenge. And so in the ways we regulate tobacco, in the ways we regulate smoking, in the ways we regulate gambling, we learn from those things. We pull together a task force with all of the experts and the lived experience, and we say, how can we tackle this in multiple ways? But I was disappointed by the early years strategy, a 10-year strategy developed over many, many years for families and young people, and yet there's nothing on the digital environment. We've got to start from conception. We've got to start from when parents think about being parents, when they're not parents, so that they go open-eyed into this about what happens. What are the developmental markers? Children are not meeting developmental markers. And I'd say that it comes back to the village, that this is a fundamental failing, and I've been writing about this for 10, 12 years. The village is there to say, you are worthy, you are loved, you are utterly welcomed, and we've flipped that completely. We've asked them to go out there and say, am I worthy? Really? Am I liked? How many friends do I have? And the onus has become about them performatively sharing who they are, creating identities and profiles in order to say and brand themselves as worthy. It's a 180-degree flip. We've evolved over millennia to grow children a particular way, and we've allowed this change, or rather, big tech has allowed this change. So it's a question of, can they ever be safe? Can they ever be safe?
We need to ensure...
can I just... Miss Allen has very patiently been waiting here with her hand raised, and I'm just conscious she's not in the room, so I want to give you the call and I'll come back to you, Ms Robinson.
Thank you so much. Really, I suppose I just want to agree with what's being said. In particular, I think the raising of the age for access to social media to 16 or perhaps 18, it's not going to solve all the problems. for me and for the people that I represent, it provides time. It provides those extra 3 or 5 years for us to get some things into place. We know that children at this age do not have the cognitive or emotional ability to manage what they're seeing now. They say now, especially, after the Royal Commission and the safety of children being paramount, and yet they say that the least safe place for a child today is in their bedroom with their door closed. And we really, really need to take that into consideration. I think that some of the things that are going on overseas, I think absolutely there needs to be legislative reforms around this. Parents are really, really seeking help with this. And particularly parents in the vulnerable communities. Obviously the people here today are, we're all articulate parents. We have a very deep concern with what's going on, but there are many children living in vulnerable situations where parents don't have the capacity themselves to understand what's going on. And the only way we can address that is through legislative reforms. And I'd like to use the analogy of driving. Before we let a child even behind the wheel of a car, they have to sit a test, they have to do a hazard perception test, then they have to drive with an experienced driver for a year, and then they have to do another test to make sure that they're capable of being on the road. And yet we allow children at 13, we hand them a device and say, here you go, mate. There are things that we can absolutely do that we're already doing quite successfully in some areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Allen. I'll go to Ms. Robertson and then I'm going to check in for more questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Robertson.
Thank you. Just reiterating, we've lost the power to parent. Tech companies now own our children. We need to give back the power to parents to be able to navigate this space with conviction, with agency, and with the rules and the scaffolds or the frameworks in place that allow them to say no. Going to Ms. Allen's comment about we have rules and regulations, actions and consequences around driving. We all know the rules of the road. We all work to the developmental age of which driving is appropriate for our young people to engage with. And we follow those rules and no one questions those. But we don't have those rules in place. And it's not an easy set of rules to develop. But once we have a set of rules, we also need to then empower our parents to be able to put those into place and stand by them. And we need the support of everyone to do that.
Thanks. Thank you. Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions and I'll just put them all out there and you can decide how it's best to answer them. But one very much to Mr. Halkich. You describe that some of the problems we have is because we're all so busy, and we are indeed busy. Sometimes we're a bit addicted to the toys ourselves. What message would have reached you at the right time and how would we best have done it, considering that we're all so busy? And we do tend to think our kids are safe, they're in the bedroom, they're on the couch, they're just reading the newspapers like we are. They're not reading newspapers. How would we have reached you at the right time with your situation?
I truly believe the educational piece, what I know today, I can comfortably stand here in front of you, and if I knew the risk and eliminated the risk, he would be alive today. I so believe that. The distraction part, I think what we have to understand is the accessibility to the kids and the lack of control. And it's if they're bored from it, they're not going to continue on with it. If we limit the amount of scope that they can do and the different types of distractions, because what I find, and by all means, I'm not a specialist in the field, and I've listened to so many specialists, and it's a re-triggers in their minds that they keep reinventing and just they get absorbed by it. But I think if we eradicated 99% of the dangers that are associated and kept it simple, and this is the part that I just don't understand, is like we as a parent, I couldn't control it. The epidemic is here now. Our biggest investment is our youth and our children, and yet we were creating this environment that we're even forming committees to protect them. I mean, it is very, very simple. These organisations who know how to manipulate have the psychology behind to destroy these children's lives, and by the point of when they become 15, 16, 17, they're already wired different. They're disconnected. The human element's no longer there. Families were coming in because they're either gamers or all these type of things. I think it's very, very simple. It's just that eliminate the risk. As a nation, we can do that and be proud of protecting our children. So I probably didn't answer your question in the way...
And so if we can eliminate the risk, we don't need to educate the parents? Because my question is, do we need to...
educating the parent is huge. It starts with parenting.
But let's be practical. Am I meant to send you home a booklet from school?
Yeah.
Am I meant to somehow reach you through social media? How am I meant to reach you as a
through the
parent?
foundation, we do parent-teacher nights, and we actually talk about reality and the stats. And the tragic part about it is that because parents can't attend those sessions, but there's other forms and ways that we can reach parents and put out the warnings, be it on TV commercials or health warning signs or whatever it may be. It has to be a reality, and the way we need to confront parents is know that this will kill. It has killed, and it could possibly kill.
It's learning from COVID. So at every opportunity where there's traffic and eyeballs. So it's maternity clinics in the case of educating future families about developmental markers, what to look out for, how the brain works, the intense plasticity of adolescence, where they are learning self-efficacy, how to do control their impulses, where they're learning emotional regulation. It's actually from the get-go, and it's repeat, I would suggest. So it is a parent educative piece, it's a community and school educative piece. It's engaging children and students.
So, Ms McKenzie, at the moment, if I can just say, a lot of parents have received the message that because social media platforms don't allow children on until the age of 13, which a lot of children are just bypassing anyway, but because that's the rule, parents have received the message that 13 is the safe age. So when you ask what messaging parents need, just like we tell parents that smoking is hazardous for your children, we need to hear the message that social media is hazardous for your children. TikTok is hazardous for your child. We need that messaging out there. And again, a law that supports that messaging, even if it's unenforceable, wholly unenforceable, would still support that message, will send a very strong signal to parents. Stop. Think about this. There's a reason why the government has said there is a minimum age for social media. It's not 13 as Snapchat would have you believe. It's actually something we've considered, and it's much higher than that. So that's one very, very good way that government can support parents. And I absolutely agree that education...
norms, right?
Changing the norms. I absolutely agree that education, we should use those extra years to educate parents and educate children as well. So I'd hate for the message to go out today that we think that we do this and we've solved the problem. Not at all.
No.
And can I...
Just let's use their tactics as well, implied the way they run it. Let's have trigger points for parents with signs, billboard, commercials. This will harm your children. This will cause death. They have trigger points for our kids. Let's use their principles as well and trigger parents to know that the risk associated by... I'd love to know a 12, 13-year-old who's paid for their iPhone 15 or 16 or pays for their bills. I'd really love to find that child who's gone out, saved their money, and I'm going to pay a phone bill. It's parents who need to be accountable. And my opening comment was, I was a contributing factor to my own son's death. And I live with that every single day. I wake up with it and go to sleep with it. I shower with it. I eat with it. And the risk that I had no idea should strike the fear in God in every single parent, because the ones that we think, if Alan was here, you'd line up 10,000 children and he would be down towards the end. He was no way known in a position like this. This consumed him within 4 to 6 weeks, and Facebook basically destroyed us as a family. But there's also one other component. If we don't invest in the awareness and the dangers associated with the impact of my son's death, the financial impact, but don't worry about mum and dad and the grandparents, the courts, the police, the amount of millions of dollars through the inquest that went into my son's death. We could surely use those resources to educate and benefit people with the right support and the right learning tools to help us as a society as well. And we shouldn't be afraid of it to take it on. And to be honest with you, I come here, as a grieving parent, but also a voice for him because he deserved to live. He deserved to be able to escape from it, and he just couldn't. And that's how deadly this is. They get you, even though you block them, their mates are still open to it. They're vulnerable. They're contacting through other means and say, did you see what this was posted about you? Did you see what X, Y and Z did? It just consumed him. He could not escape it. And the cocktail that was brewed on that last night, there was 300 interactions. Really? And they all happened between, I think, 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. before he passed away. Now, the false illusion of a parent, his home in his bedroom, that's dangerous.
That is absolutely the case. The kids are alone in their grief, in their fear. That was our experience. I mean, I have 3, Oliver's in the middle, and when our first child got hold of a smartphone, we really had no idea. And it was sort of a crisis that led to my independent research and authorship. So, yeah, it's pain that has brought us here in all our manifestations.
And Mr. Archie, can I ask you to talk to us about 16 versus 18 a bit more?
Sure. As I alluded to in my opening statement, the question we should ask ourselves is, where does the science lead us? We shouldn't just go off the vibe of things. 16 sounds good. It's certainly a whole lot better than 13. But 16 is also, are we stabbing in the dark here? We need to talk to neuroscientists. We need to talk to child psychologists and say, right, here's a blank sheet of paper. If we were modelling social media from the ground up again, where would we land on this age? And I believe it's 18. Jonathan Haidt says that there's so much damage being caused. If our children were just watching butterflies and unicorns for 4 or 5 hours a day, that's still damaging them so much because they're missing out on play, they're missing out on exercise, they're missing out on interacting with family, friends, real-life interactions. So even if the content was if we were able to just wave a magic wand and suddenly make the content perfectly suitable for children, still, addicting our children on average for 4 to 5 hours per day on social media platforms is harming them. And we need to ask ourselves, at what age can somebody consent to that level of harm? Jonathan Haidt says, well, look, when you're an adult, have at it. I tend to agree. A French report that was commissioned very recently by the President of France, Macron, brought together some of the best minds in France on this question, and they all agreed mainstream social media is no place for people under the age of 18.
Well, it's an infantilising that happens. It's not just, the headline stuff around predators and strangers sexualising them is part of it, but it's just the everyday infantilising that happens. The kind of intense stimuli that children are exposed to that makes ordinary tasks dull and hard and a fight with parents. It's sort of at that everyday, ordinary level that this has become a site for conflict. As to the question of what age, I mean, Ollie's 20. Do you have a view, darling?
To speak to that, I would say that it's an interesting question as to whether children want to be on these apps. And what does wanting look like when you're 12? You want it because your friends are on it or you've heard about it. I got Instagram when I was 12. And I don't really remember why. I remember my older sister had Instagram. It was kind of this cool thing. But if you really sit with the emotions that Instagram or Meta, that these companies bring up within children, they aren't necessarily good emotions. They don't feel good in our bodies. They don't feel healthy or communicative. And very quickly, it becomes a thing of get off your phone. You know what I mean? And it becomes antagonistic within families. Where the kind of onus to be able to grapple with this new addiction is placed on, say, a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old, who really, if you question, were they able to, as people have mentioned, are they able to consent? Do they have any choice? If you're in a class of 20 and 18 have Instagram. And I think that the minimum age becomes really relevant within that space where you can actually look at whether it's even, is it serving young people at all? And in what ways is it serving young people? And can we like affirm those ways outside of these companies? And I think that a minimum age ban in bringing awareness to the harms is great, because it's a good conversation style. Like, oh, why is it's 14? There's like with alcohol or driving, there's got to be a reason behind that, and it also
it cues the conversation at home. Do you think? I mean, as has been highlighted, parents feel marginalised, and setting new norms or cultural expectations around this gives them some control, even in their own lives as they experience addiction in various forms, given the blurring of home and work. But yeah, these are questions for the experts. We've come with lived experience and our personal story, but there's a whole lot of things. It's working out what are the multiple things to do as a public health challenge, understanding the science and the pain we've all been through.
Yeah. Having said that, I have to say, I think the experts are failing us at the moment. None of them is looking at this question in the way it ought to be looked at. They're all defending the status quo of 13 by some sheer accident that we got it right 25 years ago before social media was even a thing. It's simply, it cannot be, that's just not, it can't be defended. The correct age needs to be looked at through the lens of science. And we need to be asking the right questions, defending what Meta or some other big tech companies decided 25 years ago because that's what suited their financial interests in order to be able to collect data and so on and so forth, and magically suggesting that that is the actual age that is safe for our children. It would be the biggest fluke in history. It just isn't. So I don't know why the experts aren't taking this to first principles and looking at this question in the way it ought to be, but we would ask our lawmakers to be alert to that.
I'd flip it too and say, rather than, well, what are the things we stop or what are the things we aim to do that may look like a ban, ask what is a healthy childhood? Ask what would it mean to reclaim childhoods? What is the vision here for happy childhoods? And start there and begin to divert money and resources into diversionary programs for those who are already there. We don't want to criminalise children. We don't want to make it hard for families, particularly with other trauma or low SES, for whom this will be harder. We want, a sequence of things, a package. Diversionary programs, play-based childhoods, what would that look like if the Commonwealth was to seriously say, can we have schools where there is no screens, where we're able to genuinely pilot with sort of, a scientific approach to be able to compare one with another? At the moment, all our kids are guinea pigs because there isn't a clinical trial. There isn't the equivalent of, a community that hasn't been exposed in order for us to say conclusively. So can't we have schools that are funded to run pilots that are genuinely screen-free to establish the difference?
And just go back to the old ways, like the financial impact on parents as well. You've got to get them the phone, you've got to get them the laptop. Before we used to spend $200-300 on school books. Now we're spending $1,500, $2,000 on iPads and smartphones and all this crazy stuff that parents are just forced to comply. And the part that really gets me is look how detrimental this has happened to our society over the last 10, 15 years. And if we don't do a stop to it now, it's just going to go worse and worse. It'll be beyond comprehension. How young kids are developing so much earlier these days. You've got hormone imbalance, puberty, and all these mixed emotions and feelings without this added pressure of existence and validation through social media. I mean, just give them time to breathe and develop and feel the anxiety and the love and the pain and the suffering with this. I can't tell you how many tragic stories that I've experienced, and it's all leading to one road, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm just going to, just going to put us all on a bit of a warning. We're wrapping at 1:30. I haven't even got to Miss Daniels or Miss Templeman. I'm happy to concede all my question time over to them both, but I know that Miss Allen is seeking the call, Miss Robertson seeking the call. So I'm just going to ask each of us to be as succinct as we possibly can. I know this is tough, but I'm going to hand to Miss Allen first, Miss Robinson, then I'm going to you, Miss Daniels, and across to Miss Templeman. That's the order, okay? Over to you, Miss Allen.
Great, thank you, Chair. I suppose it's just in conclusion, really, from my perspective, I think that we have to address this in a multifaceted way. I think we have to combine regulation, education and support, because we're in this space now.
That's right.
In 10 years' time, we might be, in a different space where we are more in a position to train people from the beginning. But we're in this space now. We have to look at how we manage it. So we need to have regulation. We need to have legislation. We need more education across the board for parents, for children, for teachers even trying to manage this in the school environment. And we need that support. There's a really good ad campaign here for alcohol here in WA. It's called Alcohol Think Again. And it was kind of put in place to help parents to encourage their children to stay away from alcohol until they're 18, because obviously scientific research shows that that's the best thing to do. Before that, there was a culture in Australia and probably the country that I come from as well, in Ireland, where, we introduce kids to have, a drink at home early on. And of course, science has disproved that. But the byline for that ad is, it's easier to say no when we all say no.
Yes.
And I think that's really important to remember, because parents are really struggling in this space. They're struggling with teenagers anyway. Yes. That's what we do when our kids are teenagers. And so it's leading to kind of more and more arguments and discomfort in the home, even having to have these conversations. However, if there was legislation in place, it just becomes easier, because as a parent, you can say to your child, well, I'm not going to let you do anything to break the law. It can be as simple as that. So, it just needs to be a multifaceted approach to this. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Ms. Robertson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment. I think we need to be very careful that we do not conflate technology and the benefits that technology has brought to society, and especially in bringing equity to education, and social media. Social media is one dangerous element that we can access through technology, but technology within our system, within our schools, within our homes and within society is actually bringing great benefit. So when we talk about taking systems away or removing screens from schools, there is opportunity for children and young people and generalised society to access information, to access education, to have greater equity in learning and understanding that is not necessarily associated directly with social media and the impacts of social media. So I think we just need to be very careful when we're talking about the reforms that we're looking at, that it is not generalised to to technology as a whole, that we are talking about the specific impacts of social media and the platforms that support social media that are having the negative impact in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Daniels, thank you for your very patient wait.
Thank you for your very patient wait.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep it to one question, which really goes to thank you, everyone, for your evidence, and it is a very challenging and painful subject. I understand that. I note, though, that various mental health organisations, including Alana and Madeline, Reach Out, Headspace, have spoken to the risks of going down the pathway of age bans, saying it won't make any difference, it might create more harms, it won't deal with the drivers, it takes responsibility off the platforms for their content and their spaces, it might drive help-seeking behaviour underground, that it's a blunt instrument with unintended consequences. So while I've heard the comment, a good conversation starter, a good beginning point for setting new norms, there's a risk in regulators and governments ticking off job done when actually triggering another problem through unintended consequences. Could you address those sentiments, please?
Yes, Ms Daniels, can I respond to that? I'm bitterly disappointed by Headspace and those organisations who've been putting out these media statements suggesting that there's more harm that could be done by lifting the minimum age of social media. We heard the exact same arguments when we were trying to get phones out of schools. It didn't precipitate. We look back now and we think, those arguments were completely unfounded. I'd suggest that they are again unfounded. Again, what is the basis for defending the age of 13? We haven't heard it. They haven't made the case for why it needs to be 13. I mean, had social media allowed 10-year-olds on 25 years ago, would we now be defending the age of 10? Whatever age you wish to defend, you need to make the case, and it's for those organisations to make the case. It's not for parents, or it's not for other organisations to present the alternative argument. If you can't, as a starting point, make the case for 13, then you've lost the argument. We're suggesting we need to sit down and look at these questions afresh. And if we do take the science into account, then we believe that the age ought to be lifted without any shadow of a doubt. The arguments that are put forward, like it will drive behaviour underground, that it will perhaps children will lose one way of connecting with mental health programs themselves. Well, there are other ways that children can find mental health support. It doesn't have to happen through the medium of TikTok.
Perhaps it needs to be transitionary, though.
It might be transitionary. It might be transitionary.
We want to acknowledge that for equity, there'll be families. If you're illiterate or you're struggling at school at many levels, but you can make a very mean video on TikTok and get 1 million hits, right? There's an endorphin hit for that child and a sense of belonging, for good or for bad. But I'm just saying that there will be unintended consequences, and it's managing those. And yes, we would like to raise the minimum age. There's no question, Danny. It's part of the suite.
It's part of the suite.
But there will be effects. It's up to governments to manage that. As with any bill, there's a process that establishes the caveat and how to manage what may be an unintended consequence or two.
But we're talking about the principle here. I've spoken to these organisations and they've told me that their concern is this, that the government raises the minimum age of social media, ticks a box, then walks away, removes funding, says that we've done our job. We're not suggesting that at all.
That's right.
That's not what we're suggesting. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I think you'll find that a lot of these organisations have that fear that they may then be cast aside and thought of as no longer deserving of funding or research grants and things of that nature. I mean, I would like our lawmakers to reassure those organisations that that's not the case, that if we do go down this path, it's not the end of the story, that it's part of the story. And I don't know if anyone here is able to speak to that concern, but it might go some way to alleviating their opposition.
The one thing I want to put with Alana, Madeline and Headspace, what gives these organisations the right to make a comment? They're just a charity organisation providing support for children, right? And they're making comments that they're really not equipped or educated. We're having professionals out there, scientists, neurosurgeons, all these people, psychologists, saying it's causing harm. What's the risk of taking it away? We're not going to have an epidemic of suicides because I haven't got Instagram. And that's just ludicrous that an organisation who's meant to support children, and they're not in a position to make a comment. And their statements, and there's no validation, there's no proof behind their comment. And I just feel it's out of line.
If I could just break in there, Chair, with respect to the various organisations that I mentioned, I think some of the core of their remarks goes to the fact that they don't think that an age ban deals with the drivers, and that in many ways it enables the platforms to retain unsafe spaces, to not deal with unsafe content by saying, well, if you've got through the gateway and you're underage, we put the gateway in place, so the responsibility is on you. And I think it goes to the Deputy Chair's original question around the duty of care and systems change on the part of the platforms, rather than allowing the government, or if not this government, but any government, to tick a box with an age ban, to feel like it's done something, to indicate to parents that it's done something, where that may not be the appropriate mechanism to deal with the issue.
I think the responsibility needs to fall back onto those very same platforms. If we do set a minimum age, it's for them to ensure that children don't bypass the age gating, and if they do, there are consequences. And we do not want to let big tech off the hook at all. So I'd like to make that very clear. We can do A and B and C and D all at the same time. It does not have to be an either-or thing. And I'm certainly in favour of making sure that the big platform, the big tech itself, is responsible for age gating, and as we've seen in other jurisdictions, for there to be massive consequences if they fail to do it. And what's the bet? They'll be able to do it very quickly and very efficiently.
Thank you. I'm going to call... sorry, Ms Daniel, I'm going to give the call to Ms Temple now to just bring it home. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you all. And we know the government is going to introduce legislation before the end of the year, and we know the age verification trial tender is out and closes in a week's time, so that the actual practical work is underway, because it just doesn't happen by itself. And we also know that there are a range of ages and models that are being discussed by various jurisdictions, including a parental consent override of age limits, or a parental consent option. And I'm interested, and hopefully this gives everyone an opportunity to give a short answer, whether you agree there should be a role for parents in approving access to social media based on their own knowledge of their child's maturity.
I would say that brings up for me in terms of that is that less so me, but my sister as a teenager, if she wanted social media and mum was like, I don't want you with social media, she would get social media, because there's so much importance as a teenager to fit in. There's so much at stake, really. And I think that leaving it up to parents, I'm not sure if I'm interpreting what you've said correctly.
Yeah, whether it should be the parent who has the child has the conversation with the parent says, yes, okay, I think you're mature enough. Do you think parents should have the ability to override whatever the law says? There's an element in there.
I think without a cohesive cultural norm around what e-safety looks like, that would be really challenging and could put a lot of stress on parents unnecessarily. And I think that, without a strong foundation, whether that be in the law or with education, I don't see that being super effective.
Other thoughts on a parental override?
With the educational piece for parents, if we invested to bring the epidemic to forefront and not be afraid of talking about it liberally through schools, through programs, through education, through billboards, whatever, like health warning signs on cigarettes, a parent has the right to take control. Where I find it really comical is that we seem to think that a 16-year-old has a right to join still. As a parent, we should parent, not be forced to be controlled by, because 300 kids at school have got it and my child won't have it. That's the challenges.
So if the law says, let's just pick 16, 17, whatever,
16,
should the parent be able to override that?
Definitely not. It's 16 and under, and that's it. We need to support the law. The government's going to introduce that, and you're breaking the law. It's as simple as that. If I speed, I get a ticket.
Ordinarily, I'm a huge fan of parental autonomy. But there are some instances where, we have what we call a collective action problem. It requires a collective action response. And in much the same way, we've just put age limits on alcohol and tobacco. We don't make exceptions for the 17-year-old who knows how to handle their alcohol a little bit better. We just say, that's the rule. Yes, it is a little blunt, but right now in the environment we're in, we need a blunt instrument. And to reset.
And I can see Ms Robertson nodding, and I'm just checking with Ms Allen.
Yes, I obviously believe very strongly in a parent's right to, be the parent to their child. My concern around something like this is, what about the parents who don't or can't? Because then you've still got kids having access in the community. You'll have parents who absolutely say, no, it's a strong no, mate, I just don't think you're ready for this. And then you'll have parents who just don't. And I don't think that actually solves the problem. It just means half the kids are, arguing with their parents that their friends, are allowed to do something that they're not allowed to do. So I think that there needs to be some kind of an age whereby we as parents take control over not just our own children, but all children. So our community of children. And I think we do have certainly a responsibility there. The people sitting here today, are all very competent parents and sound like very competent parents, but there are many out there who, for whatever reason, don't have those skills or attributes, and we need to protect their children as well.
Thanks, Chair. And of course, I've got other questions. I've got one around kids who are neurodiverse or queer or different, and I might pop that one on notice because I'd be interested in your thoughts, particularly from what students have told me.
We've got about 90 seconds over to you, Deputy Chair.
You may need to put this on notice, but I guess if parents are going to be required to implement this law, are they criminally responsible if it's broken?
Absolutely not. And we don't want parents to implement the law. We want big tech to implement the law.
I don't think big tech can be trusted to do that.
It's the institutions that government uses to enforce the law in the case of an Australian law. But I guess
what I'm wondering, to the question of Susan, that if there's no way around it, if parents can't, if we say, okay, well, it's not parents' choice, it's 14 or 16 or whatever, and then that is somehow broken or got around, who's held responsible for that? Obviously, I understand the tech companies need to be responsible for who's on their platform, but how do you...
Public health, we say it's the retailer. So it's asking what are those entry points as consumers where at every stage someone is held responsible. And this idea of a duty of care would encompass all those stakeholders.
That's why you'd need it.
I think so.
It's why you need the actual regulations on the tech companies.
But Sarah,
it can't just be
it's the purchaser of the device as well.
Well, I guess that's my question.
Yeah, and that's...
So if the parent goes and buys it and uploads Instagram and changes the date of birth or gets around the...
Like, it goes back to a comment that I made. I'd love to see a 12, 13-year-old who's bought their own iPhone. If a parent buys that equipment, they need to understand what the risk is associated with that, and they sometimes need to be held accountable. And unfortunately, until you're to the receiving end like mine, I can't... Whatever I do here, I can't bring him back. But we know that we can make a difference for what's ahead of us. And as a parent, yes, make me accountable because I've provided that phone for my child. I failed to deliver the risk and associated, and he or she's committed a crime or whatever it may be to any aspect. As a parent, yes, you've provided that tool. You need to be accountable, and that's how serious we need to do this. I mean, how much value do we place on the life? And how much prevention can we do?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. That does bring to a close our this part of our hearing. And I do just wish to remind you if there were questions you took on notice or any evidence you were asked to provide in addition to your testimony today, if you could just get that back to the Secretariat by the Monday, the 14th of October. That's our ask. But thank you enormously to each and every one of you for participating today. It's very helpful in helping our committee as we deliberate on these very, very important matters. So the committee will now stand adjourned, or will suspend rather, until 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you.
As representatives from International Justice Mission Australia, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in the Senate or Joint Committee such as this has been provided to you both?
Yes, that's right.
Terrific, thank you. And just for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing before the committee today, and then I'll invite you to make some statements after that. So just for the time being, it's your name and capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. David Braga, the CEO of IJM Australia.
And Grace Wong, the Chief Advocacy Officer at IJM Australia.
Thanks, Ms Wong, and thanks, Mr Braga. Now, I know that we do have a submission from you, thank you, but I'm happy to invite you to make an opening statement or remarks. We do have a copy of your opening statement as well, which was very thoughtfully provided to us, so enormous thanks for that. But I think happy for you to proceed with that, and
thank you.
Then we'll open up for questions for each of the committee members. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and for the opportunity to be here this afternoon and appear before the committee. My comments today do include content that some committee members or witnesses may find distressing. IJM is a global organisation that is acting in 18 countries around the world to strengthen justice systems to protect people in poverty from violence. We value the opportunity to present to the committee because making systemic changes in countries like Australia is a high-impact, large-scale way to protect hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people in the countries that we're working in. There are two core issues that I will give evidence on today, which are relevant to paragraph E of this committee's terms of reference. The first is the online sexual exploitation of children, or OSEC. OSEC often takes the form of live-streamed child sexual abuse, whereby offenders pay traffickers to commit sexual abuse of victims, often young children, while offenders watch and direct this abuse live for a fee. This abuse routinely includes forcible sexual penetration. Children are forced to engage in sex acts with other children, are sexually abused by an adult, and sometimes harmed in other degrading ways, such as in bestiality. Simply put, it is child sex abuse, live, on demand. The nexus with social media comes because arrangements for these sessions are often made by the perpetrator and the facilitator communicating through everyday social media platforms. Live-streamed abuse sessions are then often conducted on everyday platforms such as Microsoft Skype, Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. Australia has a moral obligation to address this harm because we are consistently ranked as a high consumer of this abuse. The onus needs to be on the social media companies to ensure their technical design, their business model and their algorithms do not facilitate this harm. They are accountable if a child is harmed through their service, and there are actions that they can take right now which will make a significant contribution in the fight against this abhorrent type of crime. Social media also plays a role in facilitating the scamming industry run by organised crime and fuelled by a workforce who is often deceptively recruited by ads on social media. Individuals are trafficked across country borders and confined inside gated scam compounds. They are then forced and coerced with the threats and actual violence to scam Australians and others, often again using social media. The social media companies are inadvertently being used to facilitate these crimes, and we need to oblige them to do more to proactively address this issue. For example, by identifying and taking down fraudulent ads and identifying and banning users who are perpetrating online scams. Social media has become ubiquitous in the lives of Australians. It has come with many benefits, but it has also largely evolved without significant government regulation. Given what we have seen, it is appropriate and reasonable to now consider what obligations should be imposed on the companies providing these platforms to protect vulnerable people from harm. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with the committee and look forward to your questions. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, and I will go straight into questions. I might invite Ms Mackenzie to take the lead.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Some of your testimony in your submission is some of the most confronting, I think, that we will see and hear while we are here. But it does occur to me that social media is just one very small part of the puzzle. Therefore, do you think we are being broad enough in our consideration? And if there were other considerations you'd like us to bring into account beyond age verification, for example, in social media, what would you like us to be looking at?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. And we do think that social media has an important role, unfortunately, to play. If I particularly talk about OSEC first, perhaps that might be the direction of your question. Is that?
Well, my question is, if we solve for the social media problem, and the question is whether we can, does the type of content you're describing just move to a different place, frankly?
Right.
Yeah.
So we think that it is worth taking this action because today all of this crime is being facilitated on the easiest platform people can get access to, which is the social media companies' platforms. Mm-hmm. And so it is worth taking this action to make it harder for people to access both the facilitation of the crime and the prosecution of the crime through the platforms. It may result in people moving to other places. Mm-hmm. We've seen that with things like where we've closed down the criminal sexual exploitation of children through brothels and prostitution in person. Now we're dealing with this crime in this place. It's the right time to take this action. There may be other places that we then have to act again in future, but right now people are being harmed today easily through these platforms. That has to stop.
Absolutely. And then I'd invite you just to comment on when you remove the human element and it becomes artificial intelligence. Do you have particular comments on that? Because that is challenging. You effectively take the victim out of it. The depiction remains the crime, as I understand it from the AFP. But do you have any comments on that and how we tackle that through a social media lens?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the development of artificial intelligence brings other complications to this crime. We want to protect children who are being harmed. And so provided we can achieve that outcome, that's a really good position for us. The concern that we have is that the research shows that consuming this type of material can lead consumers to want to perpetrate crimes against children. Mm-hmm. And so the nexus of an AI-generated image should be something that we continue to be concerned about because of that research that shows that continued nexus.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mackenzie. Ms. Templeman.
And thank you for the work that you do. I can't imagine how challenging it would be. I just want to explore some of the things you've got in your submission and get those on Hansard too in evidence, as well as you've talked about I'm aware of the work that you do to protect people in poverty from abuse, and you've talked about how you're seeing it translate into the online world. Your submission also talks about it being Australian children who are subject to the abuse as well. I think in our heads we think this is something that's happening overseas and being streamed in some way brought into Australia virtually. But could you just talk about I guess both sides of it.
Thanks, Ms. Templeman. The reality is that, again, research has shown that Australian children are also at risk of this crime. So the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation has identified that Australian children are also being exploited. So we don't see this only as a crime that's perpetrated overseas. Our data, we don't have information on prevalence inside Australia, but our data coming from countries we work in, like the Philippines, shows the incredible scale of harm that is occurring today. And so we think that the types of action that can be put in place from Australia now can protect children here and children overseas.
If I could just add to Mr. Braga's response, live streaming is the particular form of child exploitation that we're focusing on, so not known CSAM or material that's already been created and hashed and being picked up and detected by companies. We're looking at live shows that are being conducted and directed by offenders who are usually overseas. So this makes it a particularly difficult form of child exploitation to detect within the current framework and technology. And we think that it probably would have implications, particularly for children here in Australia, the types of recommendations we're making about live stream when we think about sextortion. So we know that the AFP referred to a practice called capping, where new CSAM is created by taking pictures or capturing content that is done through live streaming. And we think that that practice, while it happens to the types of victims that we're working with in the Philippines, would also potentially affect children here who are being asked to perform and create content which is then created and doubled in and of itself and then distributed yet again, not through live stream, but through the capturing of what happens on live stream. So a lot of our recommendations we think would strengthen a protection framework not only for children internationally but also here.
And can we talk about the what you perceive industry is doing to prevent the abuse happening, and what more the industry could do?
So we think the evidence has shown from the e-Safety Commissioner's transparency notices that industry has been very inconsistent in their approach to particularly live-streamed abuse and blocking that type of harm. And so we think that's where much stronger action needs to be taken. What we believe that they could do is put in place, particularly using AI with machine learning capability, the capability to block the feed before the material is generated, and if not that, also at the receiving end to block the material from being shown on screen at the receiving end as well. There's technology today that uses AI in that way. So there's examples like Safe2Net, who have created a technology they call Harm Block that does exactly that. And so that stops a device from being able to show child sexual abuse material. There's another social media platform called Yubo, which has also put in place protections against child sexual abuse material being able to be shown through their platform. So I just raise those as examples of what is technically possible. We're talking about some of the most sophisticated technology companies on the planet. It shouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility for them to also put in place these types of controls and increasingly improve it using the AI capability to increase the level of precision around detection and blocking it. In our view, this could operate like an X-ray machine at an airport, and so it happens in real time on the device, detects the material and blocks it and stops it from being able to be shown. It doesn't need to go any further than that. We're not advocating, for example, for notification to authorities or law enforcement. We just want the material blocked. If we can block the material, to Ms Mackenzie's point before, that would protect children now and stop this easy access that perpetrators have to this crime. If we can make it harder for perpetrators to get to young children in this way, that's the outcome we're trying to secure.
And so can I ask then, I mean, clearly the incentives for the social media companies are not enough to present this, absolutely horrific activity taking place. And the government's currently reviewing the Online Safety Act. So what would you recommend be included in that act to allow us, to get us to where we need to be?
Yeah, thank you. So we think the Online Safety Act at its time was revolutionary and a really good step forward. Now under the review, obviously we're looking to strengthen and improve it. We would like to see a legal duty of care obligated on technology companies. In this context, we're talking about social media companies. In our submission on that act, we would like to see that widened to include device manufacturers, for example, and operating system providers. But if they were obligated to have a legal duty of care to consider the risk of child abuse on their platforms, that would move the onus onto them to ensure that their products have been designed with that in mind, with that protection in mind. As an example, what that could mean is that they could be obliged to perform a child safety risk assessment. And it's not hard to see that if some of these companies perform that assessment, there's already so much evidence of this harm that they would then have to consider what they were going to do to protect children from this harm as part of their obligations under the Act. So if that legal duty of care was incorporated in the Act, that would strengthen our posture around increasing the legal nexus for them to bring them to that action. That then also needs to go with appropriate penalties. The penalties, again, at the time were revolutionary, but it's time to move them even further. This is a global crime and we need a global response. The UK have recently put in place a 10% of turnover penalty as a maximum penalty. It wouldn't seem to make sense to us that like-minded countries as Australia harmonised and went to a similar penalty regime as other countries like the UK. So we would love to see that legal duty of care and increased penalties. And if you combine that with what I've already mentioned about the fact that the technology exists, they can do this.
The UK and the EU, I understand, have brought in a duty or moved towards a duty of care model, and you've given an example of the penalties in the UK. And I know I understand it's quite early days, but are there any benefits already obvious from that duty of care model in those jurisdictions?
I think it's a little bit early to tell, but we could take that on notice, Ms Templeman, and provide an example of where it has been effective from what we've seen so far. I think also because the UK Act is periodically kind of coming into effect with different codes, etc., that has proven difficult to know the effect as yet. But we'll take it on notice and definitely provide some examples of good case studies.
If I may, what kind of harms do you think need to be covered by duty of care? How would that be defined?
I think we could define that through harm to children, and then we could call out this particular crime of sexual abuse, but if we framed it through harm to children, that might achieve a wider reach, as we were talking about earlier, that could pick up other harms as well.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to give the call to Mr Wallace, who's joining us via video conference.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for your attendance this afternoon and your very chilling evidence. So my questions, some of the questions I had planned to ask, Ms Templeton has already asked them quite well. So I'll sort of go on to a bit of a different tangent. You cite the Australian Institute for Criminology's research, which named Skype, Messenger and WhatsApp as platforms which offenders in Australia and the UK are using to live stream child sexual abuse and exploitation. How well do you think Microsoft and Meta have responded to this issue?
Thanks, Mr Wallace. I think the evidence shown to the E-Safety Commissioner through the transparency notices shows that it's very inconsistent in terms of their response. They have the ability in some of their tools to do this, but they haven't deployed it holistically across their platform. So I think there's an opportunity for them to be doing much more on this place.
So you're satisfied that they have the technology to be able to do it and do it efficiently and effectively, they're just not deploying it?
I think that's a fair comment. Thank you.
You highlighted research which shows that Australia continues to drive demand among the top 3 contributors to the financing of online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Now, from an evidentiary perspective, how did you get to that position?
So that's come from data from the Philippines Anti-Money Laundering Council. So their information, when they've done analysis, has shown that from the transaction level, they've worked backwards and found that the majority of their transactions came from the US, then the UK, and then Australia was number 3. So that's where that data has come from. And then the other information that we have that shows that there's a challenge from Australia comes from the Australian Institute of Criminology. One of their studies in 2020 showed that 256 Australians had spent $1.3 million over a 13-year period to access child abuse material from the Philippines. So the research that we've got shows that this is a significant problem from Australia.
Just clarifying, 1.3 million, that's with an M?
That's right, million, I beg your pardon, million with an M.
No, I think you said million.
That's Australian dollars.
Yeah. Why do you think Australian demand for child sexual abuse material continues to remain so high? And what do you think is driving demand, in addition to hardcore pornography, which you outline in your submission?
Thanks, Mr Wallace. I don't think that we've formed a view at this time as to what's going on that's driving the demand. All we can do is observe that it exists, and we're trying to take action to close it down. We believe that strong action from the AFP that does exist helps achieve that. When people are arrested and convicted of this crime, the sentences that they're given are meaningful, and so that's a good step to reduce the impunity of people who believe they can get away with this. We do see and think that. Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought for a moment.
That's all right.
What I was going to.
That's okay.
I beg your pardon. I did just lose my train of thought. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yep.
Happens to me all the time. When the coalition was in government, we introduced some changes that stopped. Once government or Home Affairs became aware of an alleged perpetrator travelling overseas to partake in actual child sexual abuse rather than the online stuff. Have you been tracking that sort of world at all, about the real world child sexual abuse, or are you pretty much just concentrating on the online world?
No, we have taken strong action on the commercial sexual exploitation of children as well. So we've acted in countries like Cambodia and the Philippines to reduce the prevalence of that crime. In those countries, in locations that we've acted, like Cebu, we've been able to show through externally measured research that we've reduced the prevalence of those crimes by over 80%. So we see that as a continued need to focus.
So when you say you've identified that there's been a reduction of 80%, is that as a result of the stopping people at the Australian border before they travel. Is that what you mean?
No, not necessarily. It's a holistic. So when we're acting in countries like this, we're taking a holistic approach to that justice system. So it's law enforcement, but it's also the capability of the court process and putting in place appropriate aftercare for survivors. And the combination of all of that, as the justice system improves in these countries, it leads the local community to take ownership of that for themselves and also then see it as a self-sustaining drive where that crime is no longer accepted locally. So it's not only an Australian action, it's a local action in these countries.
Okay, have you...
Oh, sorry. Ms. Ellis, if I could just add to Mr. Braga's comments there, perhaps an example from some of the casework that we do in the Philippines would be helpful, where the connection to our work and the AFP here in terms of stopping offenders is relevant. So our particular organisation works very specifically with the Philippines law enforcement, the Philippines National Police, through a coordination centre, very similar to the ACE that's based in the Philippines. We support the capacity of law enforcement there to basically coordinate on all the NICMIC reports that they are receiving internationally for those offenders and to make that link between local children who are being affected and exploited in the Philippines with any potential overseas offenders, such as Australian offenders, who are not only ordering the live streamed shows but potentially may travel to actually commit that abuse in person. And some of the recent research from the Australian Institute of Criminology suggested that there was a psychological connection between the two, that not just viewing but actually directing live stream shows actually creates a bit of a breakdown in that psychological threshold that someone might have from a very remote position of viewing to actually directing and being involved, and that the next step to contact offending is actually much easier because you're closer to the action. It's like you're in the room and committing the offence. And so they actually tracked, amongst a number of offenders that they were following, proactive steps that they took after being exposed to and directing live stream shows to actually travelling overseas and committing that offence in person to those children that they were live streaming. So I think all in all, what we're trying to do is to support the identification of those cases, send that intelligence over to the ACE, to the AFP to process, so that the border response in terms of stopping Australian offenders, in terms of going over and doing more contact offending, is stronger. And we think that that collaboration across borders needs to be very, very strong. And something like the ACE, or what we call the PICAC equivalent in the Philippines, is a good model that should be implemented across countries where you've got higher income, well-developed economies who are ordering this sort of exploitation from lower income developing countries, if that makes sense.
It does. Where I'm going at with these questions is I'm trying to identify whether there's been any tracking of the success of stopping, in the very large part Australian men from travelling overseas to countries like the Philippines to commit these offences. And if that program or those laws are working well, are we sort of playing whack-a-mole? Instead of them going over, that we've then seen a rise in the online stuff. And do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, look, and the numbers hold out that as a possible thesis, so that might be what's happening. We do still know that there's a lot of Australian demand, and we can see how much harm is happening in a country like the Philippines. I do want to say it's not only the Philippines. We've done a lot of work there, so a lot of our data is based on that, but it's not only the Philippines. And so to the point I made before, if we can protect reduce the pipeline of activity through social media, that's now the current place that this harm is occurring. We need to stop it from occurring there as easily as it currently is. It's got to be as simple as that. It may go somewhere else again, but let's at least stop it where it is happening today.
But have we seen an appreciable reduction in the number of offences or offending in in person as a result of these laws? Have we seen that? That's the first question.
I don't think we've got data on that.
No,
We'd have to take that on notice, Mr. Wallace. We don't have data on that.
And potentially the AFP would. But I also note that we've had conversations with the AFP about how you track that prevalence of data and that drop in cases. And what is very difficult, I suppose, in the international context is to be able to put all the pieces together and note what's happening on both ends for the offender here in Australia and then also the offender in the Philippines, bring that information together and then compare it historically with the level of data that we have, given the low level of reporting that was done previously, even before COVID. So I think that we've got a big job there, and I do think prevalence studies like the one that we did in the Philippines to try and get a hold on how big the elephant is, so to speak, is a good way of sort of understanding a little bit about how big a dent we're actually making, either through law enforcement responses or through our regulation of social media companies, for example, on the issue as a whole.
Chair, I'm just conscious of the time. I've got a few more other questions, but I am conscious of the time. So
okay, I can come back to you again if there's a bit more time, and of course we'll all have that option to go with some questions on notice if we run out. I just wanted to check again. No, okay, well I'll just ask a few and then I'll hand back if Mr. Wallace would like some more time. But I wanted to just go to, there was a second part in your opening statement that you wanted to draw our attention to. There was the live streaming and the, you know, the horrific evidence you put before the committee there with the sexual exploitation of children, but also the issue of forced scamming. So I wondered if you might step us through, you know, we've had some evidence in a very different context, but around scamming and potential profiting of social media platforms through potentially or allegedly ill-gotten gains. And yours is a different kind of circumstance, and I wouldn't mind getting something on record really about if you could step us through the harms from that forced scamming and ideally, how you think that we might better prevent, manage those that are there, but also prevent forced scamming into the future.
Yeah. Chair, can I just clarify? Are you talking about the type of, like, the scamming factories? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
so
for the
we'll get that on record now because it's a slightly different kind of scamming to the ones we've dealt with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So what we've seen is, particularly on the back of COVID, a lot of the what were online gaming operations around the region have morphed now into scamming activity. As they've done that, they've needed to secure labour and workers to conduct that work. And the way they've done that is particularly through putting fraudulent ads onto social media to attract workers. I've met with a survivor in Thailand who applied for a job, what he looked like a legitimate, good job. This one was in the Philippines. He was out of work from COVID, applied for the job. They made it difficult to secure the job, so they create that psychological leaning in, interview processes, needing to show how fast you can type and the like. And so these ads are all over social media, unfortunately. We've worked with over 400 survivors of this activity, and all of them have a very similar story about how they were lured into it. Once they respond to the ads are deliberately provocative to try and secure migrant workers, workers from another country to come across. Part of the offer that you get from the supposed company that's offering you the job is that they will pay for your travel to the location country. You don't know the environment, and so they'll meet you at the airport. They meet you at the airport, put you in a van, and basically you're captive from that point. So often be driven straight into a compound. Your passport is taken, your laptop is taken. The gentleman I met with, he said, I knew as soon as it happened that I'd been caught, and he says, I don't want to do this. And their response is, you can leave any time you like, but you have to now repay us the amount that we've invested in getting you over here. And of course, that's impossible. They're in a bonded labour situation where the amount of money they supposedly earn is used to pay for their accommodation and food, and they're trapped in these compounds. Now, the evidence that we can share comes from the comes from the Office of United Nations of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, where in 2023 they estimated that there are 220,000 people in Cambodia and Myanmar in these types of compounds, and the US Institute of Peace estimates there's a further 85,000 in Laos. And so we're talking about over 300,000 people in our region who have been caught by fraudulent activity into participating in this crime. Now, I'm not saying all of those individuals are being forced into that criminality, but we need to assume that the vast majority have been and are being held there against their will and being forced through physical coercion and often brutal violence into continuing to perpetrate these crimes. Again, the survivor I met with, he had seen other members around him of the group who are doing this work who are being tased, like with the electric baton being used against them when they failed to abide by the rules and etc. So that's what we're talking about. In terms of what we can do about it, we think that the social media companies, again, are not doing enough. This is a known behaviour pattern that is endemic. These ads are coming out all the time, and we haven't even talked yet about the harm on Australians caused by the scams that are being perpetrated, which is just as horrific. And so we believe that social media companies need, again, to be held to account to take down this activity sooner. So whether that's the ads that they need to be able to identify and take those down faster, or the profiles, the fake profiles that get created, these need to be taken down much sooner. We also think that the social media companies could be doing a lot more to proactively warn their users and the users of the platform about this type of activity. The gentleman I met with, his one request was this, that social media companies do more to avoid this fake activity being exposed through their platform. And so this is our chance that we have to take that action.
Thanks. And it's it's no small business. I think if your submission also refers to some of that evidence from the United States Institute of Peace, estimating worldwide the amount of funds stolen as at the end of 2023 was in the order of 96 billion, that's B for beta, Australian dollars. So there's vast numbers of people that you've put on the record, but this is also a pretty significant sum of money, allegedly stolen. So, and I think in Cambodia alone, it was worth half the country's formal GDP. So I think I wanted to ask you if you could take us to the next part of the issue around scamming, which is when you've addressed that recruitment of forced labour force, really, and the large-scale operations that are taking place. But the second part of that in your submission was around facilitating scams by using platforms to identify kind of targets, gaining their trust, and then obviously, ripping people off enormously. I think you used the word pig butchering, actually, which you might want to describe to people a little. And then I know Ms. Templeman had a follow-up question, but if you could just take us to that next part of your concerns around scamming, that would be helpful. Yeah,
thank you, Chair. So once people are captured into these scam compounds, the work that they then put to is to lure victims in, and if I just talk about Australian victims, but obviously around the world as well. And so the way they do that is through producing a wide range of fake profiles, particularly through social media companies. We need to remember that these are people who are working 16, 18 hours a day to deliberately lure you in. So when people fall victim to these crimes, we should have a lot of empathy for people who have fallen victim to this, because they've got people on the other side whose job is to try and achieve that sense of social protection that they want to participate with. And so those profiles are getting created on all types of social media around all the platforms. So, we have examples of survivors talking about creating Facebook accounts and Instagram accounts, Twitter accounts, LinkedIn accounts. So there's a wide range of social media that is used to create an ecosystem that lures you in. And again, if I just reference the gentleman who I met with, he said he was there to create whatever would attract you. And so that's what they're there trying to facilitate. The type of scam then varies. So a lot of what we've seen is anecdotally called the romance scam or that pig butchering. So the idea of pig butchering is finding someone who is wealthy and able to lure them in and then find ways to get them to make a payment to you. The crime type that we've seen a lot of is then a pivot out of that sort of attraction, romance style situation into look, I'm so wealthy, let me tell you how I made my wealth, and then pivoting people, the victim, into a crypto environment and a crypto investment scheme, which literally does not exist. And then the plan is to get you to put your money into it. They may let you look like you're winning for a period of time. They may even let you take some money out, because at that point what they're trying to do is get you to that point of psychological safety where you actually go and invite your friends and your network to join in this new money-making scheme that you've found. And when they get to a sufficiently high threshold of people that they've secured, they then just shut it all down and disappear, and there's no sign of it, and all the money's gone. And so that's a very common type that we've seen.
I guess, and I'll just end with this one. I mean, there's, a lot of people have asked for greater transparency in the platforms, and that often to address, some of the issues that you've described. I mean, that's often the sharing of, information and processes openly, but I guess it seems unlikely that opening up of, the magic of algorithms, for example, will be intelligible to all Australians or all the people that you're kind of working with. So I'm interested if you've given any thought to what kind of transparency you would like to see that you think might be most useful in this context.
Yeah, thank you. We haven't considered what transparency we would like to see. We think the onus needs to be on the technology companies to just create a product that is safe to use from the get-go. And some of these crimes, they've got obvious guardrails and protections against. Putting the onus on all of us to understand their algorithms, I think that's a little bit unreasonable. It's their business.
All right, sorry, I'll hand to Ms Templeman, and then if there's any time, Mr Wallace, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm just reflecting on evidence that MEAA gave us when I was asking about scams, and one aspect of it was that the scam didn't actually happen on Facebook, say. It got taken to another communication channel, and so they sort of separated that. What's your thinking about how much part of the scam their platform is, even though the actual, the transaction takes place at a different point?
Yeah, thank you. So again, that is what we see as well. Is a lot of that pivoting of people away from across multiple platforms, but the basic scenario still remains that they could have a lot more activity to warn people of this, to identify, for example, they could identify conversations that they raise as potentially problematic, so the end user in Australia gets a signal to say this conversation has a high likelihood of being a scamming conversation. There's a range of possibilities you could see where they could still be taking action within their platform to identify this before it pivots to another platform.
And it seems, on the Bligh Park community page, if there's something that looks scammy, you'll get plenty of people commenting, hey, don't do this looks like a scam, when someone wants to sell you a whole lot of white goods or whatever. So normal human beings can find it. So does it seem, technically you're suggesting it would be within their capacity as an organisation to do that identification at an earlier stage?
It seems reasonable to take that position. Again, we're talking about the largest technology companies on the planet. It seems reasonable to expect them to find ways to solve for this and put it into place for us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just check in with Mr. Wallace if you wanted any additional questions at this stage. Yes.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I won't be long. You highlighted the Philippines as a source country for child sexual abuse material and exploitation for Australian men. Have you noticed any patterns or trends in relation to growth or decline with other source nations?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wallace. We have. So there are other source nations that we've seen this in, for example, Romania, Ghana, Thailand and Colombia. So unfortunately, it's a crime that is also global in reach. I can't comment on whether it's increasing or decreasing in all of those locations, but we have seen this in other countries as well.
Okay, so you just don't, it's not on your radar as to whether it's in decline or growth?
That's right.
I think...
But in Australia?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Wallace. Just to add to Mr. Braga's response there, I think what is difficult is that we know that the reporting is going up. So I think the E-Safety Commissioner, the AFP, NCMEC have all reported increases of 20 to 40% year by year. So reports of child exploitation, child abuse material. What's not clear to us is why that's happening. Is it that the numbers are growing, or is it that the awareness of this as a crime is growing and people are reporting more of it? And also greater regulation of tech companies and requiring them to report this is also growing as well across the UK, the EU, here, etc. So that is one point of clarification that we're not clear on.
Earlier in your evidence, you said that there was no requirement, or that you weren't looking for, and this is to Mr. Braga, you said that you weren't looking for notification to law enforcement. Why aren't you? Like, why would you not do that? Why wouldn't we do that? Why wouldn't we want to see that?
Yeah, I think there's... so thank you for drawing that out. My intention was that was a comment about linking the AI, for example, straight through to notification for law enforcement. I think at the moment the AI tools are still developing and improving in their ability to identify this harm, and so it's likely that there will be a number of false positives, and so it doesn't look reasonable yet to go to that step of notification. I think where an investigation is performed into a feed to identify it, similar to our working with children style regime in Australia, where you've got mandatory reporters, it would seem perfectly reasonable that if a person had seen that this was definitely child abuse material, to have that as a report would be obvious. So apologies, my intention was that it's not linking the AI straight through to reporting at this time.
It's a complex question, isn't it? Because the Australian government, the former Australian government, outlawed the importation of child sex dummies, if I can put it that way. And, you know, there was some debate around whether, I don't subscribe to this, but there was some debate around, you know, whether that was almost a victimless crime. But this is somewhat similar, isn't it? That the AI, if it's AI-generated child sexual exploitation, there would be some that would say, well, that's a victimless crime. Now, am I understanding that your position is that AI, so the exploitation of an AI-generated child, but there is no human victim. Is that?
Yeah, I understand your point. I think the problem I have with that is where did the AI get the ability to generate that image from? And so we need to remember that AI generation is based off a database of previous content that allows it to know what you mean by that guidance and to generate that image. And so my question would be, how is that even possible without feeding it or fueling it from previously generated child sexual abuse material? That can't be acceptable.
And for completeness, I totally reject that concept that it is a victimless crime. I mean, it's just abhorrent that...
Mr. Wallace, if I could just add to Mr. Braga's comment on that. We also note that law enforcement have told us consistently that more AI-generated sexual abuse material, sexual exploitation material, actually makes it really difficult for them to discern who are the true victims, so children who are actually existing that they can go after versus AI-generated children. And so even they, in the state that they're in now, being overwhelmed by reports, being overwhelmed by AI-generated reports as well, and having to distinguish between those makes their, I guess, caseload so much harder to fulfil in terms of rescuing actual victims. So we do agree with your point in that sense.
And I would also just go back to the challenge of that we described before, that being exposed to this increases the likelihood of other perpetration.
Is the... You've got to be so careful in the language you use in this stuff, but the quality of the reproduction of this AI content, is it clearly like you would look at it and say, well, you know, that's not real, or is it indistinguishable?
My understanding is that it's pretty indistinguishable, but I suppose it would depend on which particular device is being used or what platform is being used to generate it. I
imagine that technology is getting better every day, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. But we could also take that on notice, Mr. Wallace, if you'd like us to look into it a bit more.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got one question that's been running through my mind as I've listened to your evidence. And wondering, you know, is there any interface at all with the existing modern slavery kind of acts, whether it's in the UK, in Australia? Can you just sort of explain to me, because it's my understanding of, you know, that is... usually covering a range of practices, including, you know, the forced labour, human trafficking, child labour, some, you know, exploitation of kids too. So is it just that these social media kind of ads and the way in which social media platforms are used, are they escaping entirely that kind of net? Just trying to, is there an interface at all? Because, you know, if we do a duty of care, how does that interface then with Modern Slavery Act? And
No, it's a really interesting thought, because we would obviously say that all the crimes we've been talking about are a form of modern slavery. So when you look at the definition around what slavery is, around deception, abusive working living conditions, debt bondage, intimidation, physical violence, restriction of movement, the crimes we're talking about both as OSEC and as forced scamming have elements of that. So it meets the threshold of being considered as modern slavery. And then I guess the nexus to the Modern Slavery Act is where companies are obliged to report under that. They then need to consider through their supply chain where they may have exposure to this. So it's a really interesting line of thinking to say, could there be additional strengthening of the Modern Slavery Act that would also come into play here? What could that look like to technology companies in terms of facilitation?
You're not aware of, say, MEAA, but it could be anybody, frankly, being kind of named through a supply chain investigation, or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
It is an excellent question, though. But I don't think I've seen anything in any of the modern slavery statements that have been published so far in the register that addresses, for example, child exploitation through the facilitation of their platforms and services as opposed to their supply chains. I think it's also, we have to remember that the Modern Slavery Act is still currently a penalties-less scheme. There's no penalties. It's a transparency reporting requirement, and so suffers from basically the same problem the Online Safety Act in some ways does, only the Online Safety Act has more teeth than the Modern Slavery Act at the moment, because there are no penalties if you don't do anything necessarily to address those risks.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. I'll try and find out a bit more myself as well. Thank you both for your evidence this afternoon. Really appreciate the time you've taken to give us your very unique perspective from the International Justice Mission point of view. And I'm going to... What time is it now? Sorry, are we adjourning or are we going through to the next witnesses?
We'll just go look at one witness in person.
Okay, terrific. Sorry, just doing some housekeeping on the side here. So I will thank you. If you were asked to provide any responses to questions on notice or any additional material, if you could just give it to the Secretariat by the Monday 14th of October, we'd be deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon, and all the best as you continue your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms Wong and Mr Braga. And I might, we're just going to prepare for the next witnesses now.
Just suspend for 2 minutes.
Oh, we're going to, okay. Correction. Let's suspend for 2 minutes. I believe one of our witnesses we've got to get online from overseas, so it might just take a minute or two. Well, thank you. I do want to thank representatives, or at least one. Have you got somebody online with you? Or, no, okay. A representative from CyberX. I just need to check in. I understand you've been given information already around parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses that give evidence to a joint committee such as this. So thank you. For the record, Mr Newman's confirming that. And I'll just get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appeared before the committee today. And then we'll invite an opening statement if you would like to make one, and I'll move to questions from the committee. We might well be joined by some from the Oxford Internet Institute, which is based in the University of Oxford. So they could join us online if all goes well, and we'll just segue across to including them into the conversation then. But over to you for the time being, Mr. Newman. Just your name and capacity first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jordan Newnham, Executive Director, Corporate Affairs, Brand and Policy at CyberCX. I'll just read a quick opening statement.
Okay, I will please proceed with any comments you'd like to start off with. Yep.
Well, thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair and members for the opportunity to appear before you today. CyberCX is Australia's largest provider of professional cybersecurity and cloud services, with a workforce now of around 1,400 people. We provide advice and services to a broad range of organisations across government and industry, helping our customers manage cyber risk, respond to cyber incidents and build resilience in an increasingly complex and challenging threat environment. Our experts regularly conduct research and provide advice to clients on issues relevant to this committee's work. which can be broadly summarised as the ways in which malicious actors use and abuse social media platforms for the purpose of financial gain, such as scams, or to achieve broader strategic objectives, such as disinformation campaigns. In August of this year, CyberCX released a report identifying at least 5,000 inauthentic accounts on the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, which are almost certainly controlled in concert by an artificial intelligence large language model system based in China. This network, which we have dubbed the Green Cicada Network, primarily engages with divisive US political issues and may plausibly be used to interfere in the upcoming presidential election. It has also amplified hot-button political issues in other democracies, including Australia. The Green Cicada Network is one of the largest networks of inauthentic activity publicly exposed to date, and may be the first significant China-related information operation to use generative AI as a core element of its operations. Our primary purpose in publishing this research has been to expose this network before it creates harm. Since we've published the research, we've observed a number of the inauthentic accounts become deactivated. It is unclear whether this was due to action taken by X or by the operator of the Green Cicada network. This example, among others that have been publicly reported, indicates a broad lack of intent or ability from social media companies to proactively identify and take action against inauthentic and malicious activity on their platforms. Australia and other Western democracies currently face an incredibly challenging set of issues at the convergence of near ubiquitous social media platforms, emboldened malicious threat actors, and emerging technology such as generative AI. In this context, the work of this committee is critically important for deepening government understanding of these issues and finding ways to improve the safety and security of all Australians. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Mr Newman. I might just pass to Deputy Chair.
I'm happy to go after.
I might just go to Ms Templeman to start proceedings. Thanks.
I just can't go beyond Green Cicada Network and just ask a bit more about that. I've read some of the reporting on it. So can you just talk me through how did you actually find it? I just want to get some of that history of it.
I might begin by just prefacing an answer to that question by saying that it's a lot harder now to identify these types of accounts from the outside looking in. Once upon a time, Twitter had probably best practice in terms of an open API for researchers and others to access data from the platform to perform this sort of research. Since its change of ownership and rebranding, one of the things that's fallen by the wayside is that API, which is now closed. X, or formerly Twitter, is not unique in that regard. I think in the last couple of weeks, MEAA has shut down a service called CrowdTangle, which was a transparency tool used by journalists and researchers to monitor disinformation and other sorts of inauthentic or malicious activity across MEAA's platforms. They've got some talking points around an alternative research library they've made available, but sort of the jury would be out on that one. I would couch it in those terms. So it's not easy to discover this, but I'm happy to unpack how we identified what we call the Green Cicada Network. And I think it's illustrative of the tip of the iceberg type analogy in this regard, that if we were able to find this with limited resources and visibility in a fairly non-transparent social media platform, one shudders to think what's actually going on under the hood. So firstly, we dubbed it the Green Cicada Network, green being that it's new and emerging, and cicada being that the nature of the network indicates that the vast majority of its capability lies dormant, much like the incubation period of a cicada, but the activity from that network has been ramping up towards a trajectory of, let's say, early November, for argument's sake. One of our researchers, perhaps also it's worth prefacing here that there's no commercial interests from CyberCX. We weren't paid to do this research. There's no sort of commercial incentive for us to do this type of research. But one of our very talented analysts kind of stumbled upon this by doing some research in his spare time and discovered that at some point in May of this year, a large cohort of accounts on X all began tweeting in unison, very similar language, seemingly making mistakes in syntax. And it would have, our analysis is that it was the early use of this network to test a large language model that was failing. It was basically tweeting things that didn't make sense. It was occasionally tweeting things in Chinese characters. It was tweeting things that said words to the effect of, "I'm sorry, I can't provide an answer to that because it's in violation of Chinese Communist Party guidelines." As our analysts monitored that cohort and began to stitch together a broader network of these accounts, so as we said, it's at least 5,000 accounts in this network, we noticed a maturation and an improvement of the output from these accounts.
So it was learning.
It was learning. So, as I said, our prerogative in publishing the research was to try and disrupt it and interrupt this network in a phase that we would describe as probably developmental.
And so for you, what are the implications of what you found?
So again, this is just based on what's been publicly reported by researchers and other firms worldwide. This is the first that we're aware of that's been publicly reported where it's clearly the use of a large language model and generative AI to not just create content, but to coordinate activity, inauthentic activity. So these accounts were largely interacting with US-based politically divisive accounts on both sides of the political spectrum, including Elon Musk and Kamala Harris and a whole bunch of others. So it wasn't choosing sides, but it was sort of, our assessment would be it was seeking to further polarise an already quite objectively polarised political discourse in the US. The personas of the accounts were clearly that these accounts were given generated personas, and they would tweet with kind of giveaway or telltale sign language to the effect of, as a European man who follows Republican Party politics, I think blah, blah, blah. So it was sort of, the generative AI aspect of these accounts, it was seeking to add comments and repost content to fuel the fire, so to speak, of political discourse on both the right and the left side of politics. So the vast majority of that activity was US-based and US-centric. Therefore, our estimation was that these accounts and this network was becoming increasingly active in the lead up to the US election in an attempt to, again, just based on public reporting, this is the first time we've seen an information operation type campaign of this nature from a Chinese-based entity. This is sort of a historically Russian type playbook to drive a wedge into social discourse through social media. We saw that play out to sort of large effect during the 2016 US presidential election campaign. Other Chinese-based large information operation campaigns historically have tended to just promote and propagate Chinese-based narratives and propaganda, typically in a sort of ineffective and clumsy way. However, this is a change of tactics, if you like.
And your assessment was that it was targeted at the US, but were those posts also finding their way into Australian population, the users of?
Yeah, so the vast majority of the capability of this network was clearly targeting the US. However, there were, and again, this is through a very limited aperture that we were able to look through, but even based on that, we could see experimental type campaigns based in the Australian political discourse as well as in the UK and other jurisdictions.
That you think was linked to the same
group
network?
of accounts. So again, same playbook. Choosing posts that were already attracting a lot of engagement and outrage and reposting them with an additional comment.
Giving them traction.
Correct, increasing traction.
And so in terms of the response by X,
so
anything?
We have discovered there's no actual way to report this type of activity or content to X.
Right.
Other than filling out 5,000 different sort of reports on the individual accounts. So in the interests of sort of time and seeking to have some effect in this instance, given that, as it's been widely publicly reported, X no longer has a public policy function or anyone to sort of contact to talk about large issues like this. We sought to shine a light on it through media, both here in Australia and overseas, and by reporting it to relevant government departments, so Department of Home Affairs, the Countering Foreign Interference Task Force, various departments and agencies in the intelligence community, and then also through counterparts into the US. It's sort of spray and pray in that regard. No one really had a silver bullet or an ability to, at least they didn't advise us, they had an ability to, communicate with X directly to try and get the content taken down at scale. However, as I said in my opening statement, we have sort of noticed anecdotally since we've published the report and made those briefings to government agencies both here and overseas and done some media on this topic, a large number of those accounts have become deactivated.
But can I just clarify? So not a single contact from X to your group?
Correct. To
seek information or insight into it?
Correct.
And that was surprising to you?
I think it wasn't surprising to me personally or to CyberCX. I think what was more, given that we are sort of sitting on the outside, as it were, in private industry and just sort of had this research that we didn't quite know what to do with to try and effect some kind of interruption of this operation. I think it was a bit more surprising, if not disappointing, to learn that even whether it's in Australia or the US, which is the home headquarters of X, that there's no organ of government that we spoke to that seems to have an inside track or an ability to communicate with anyone at the platform to take action on this sort of activity.
And so just in terms of the network, do you think the core of it is still intact? You mentioned some accounts have disappeared. So the accounts that we're aware of are the ones that were posting and doing activity. And then through network analysis, we're able to identify thousands of other accounts that hadn't even posted yet but were part of the network. So there were accounts that were created 12 months ago or longer, because the older an account is, the algorithm of that platform will give it a higher rating and determine it's probably not inauthentic in an automated sort of audit sense, because the account's aged, it's matured over a certain period of time. So our assessment was that the vast bulk of accounts that were dormant, hence the cicada reference, hadn't been activated yet. Having said all of that, again, we're limited in the aperture through which we're able to view the potential full extent of this network or other networks. So in the most obvious sense, in the accounts that we were able to visibly track and have since been deactivated, it's, for all we know, the tip of the iceberg, and we can't see the rest of them. Chair, I could keep going, but I'm sure others will now.
I've got Ms Daniel, Mr Wallace after...
Follow up on this particular topic.
All right, I'll go to the Deputy Chair and then I'll come back to Mr Wallace and then Ms Daniels.
Have you had a look at the government's recently introduced mis and disinformation bill? I'm just wondering how that would play into something like you've provided a real life example of kind of orchestrated mis and disinformation at mass scale. And does this law touch on that at all?
I haven't looked at the bill in detail, so I'll have to take that on notice in terms of providing an assessment. I'll just, I guess, make the distinction that, as I'm sure you're aware, there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation.
Yes.
And I think from our research perspective, this is clearly disinformation.
Deliberate.
Deliberate, correct.
Deliberate, yeah.
So I will take that on notice and happy to provide comments as a follow-up to whether or not the current bill in its current proposed form touches on an ability to do something about this, given that there clearly is no carrot or stick for these social media platforms to do anything about these campaigns.
I would be interested, also just as an aside, maybe so that you don't have to do the work twice, the Senate Environment and Comms Committee, we're currently reviewing that piece of legislation. So if you were to provide a submission to them, we could take that on notice here. we've got our first hearing next week.
Okay. It's my understanding that submissions for that closed today, so we might not make
I'm sure we can extend it for you.
Good to know. That makes sense.
As the Deputy Chair, I'll say I'm sure we can extend it for you.
Favours and galore. Not at all uncommon for committees to take late submissions.
Would prefer the evidence than not.
Yeah, so thank you. There's a bit of homework for you there, sorry. But Mr Wallace.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your evidence today. Do you think that social media companies should owe users, participants, partners and content creators a duty of care?
If I can pivot off that slightly to say that I do think that these companies should have a social licence, and that there should be parameters around how they're proving that social licence to operate, given the power that they have at their fingertips and the platform that they provide that is clearly being misused and abused by a broad range of malicious actors that are also finding novel ways to use emerging technologies like generative AI. I feel somewhat unable to give an answer to your question unless we sort of qualify what you maybe mean by duty of care.
Okay. Well, it's probably an unfair question on my part, assuming you're not a lawyer, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Just going back to your really interesting evidence about the Green Cicada network, that was a name that was coined by CyberCX, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that was operating from May of this year?
Actively, that's the first sign we can see of the accounts beginning to post on X. However, some of those accounts are older than that, so obviously the pre-work prior to the accounts becoming operational involved setting up some accounts as early as 2023.
I may have missed it, and I apologise if I did, but did you say specifically what those posts were targeted? Was it targeted at the US presidential election or something else?
So the vast majority of the operations were targeting the political discourse in the US, particularly in the lead up to the presidential election, without sort of choosing sides or without favouring Democrats over Republicans or anything else. It was just piggybacking off anything that was going viral or any content on, pro-Democrat or pro-Republican that was, getting traction on the platform, stoking outrage, etc. It was reposting that type of content and adding its own, posts and narrative to that through the voice of these generated personas that sort of sought to show themselves as being maybe based in Australia, or basically these accounts claim to be based in every country in the world except China. But we're deeply interested in US politics and commenting on it and reposting sort of the most viral and outrageous content. However, there were clearly small campaigns targeting or experimenting with narratives in Australia, UK, and other democracies.
Yeah, just let me unpack that a little bit. When you say there were smaller campaigns targeting other countries, one of which was Australia, in what way were they targeting Australia specifically?
They were following a similar playbook, piggybacking off content or issues that were stoking or creating a high degree of engagement on the platform. So clearly the generative AI element of the large language model, and we saw this in some of the syntax errors and malfunctions of the network where it was calling out to enable other functions from sort of third-party type other softwares and platforms that it would use, whether it was searching Google for something, monitoring news, or looking to figure out what to post about next. So in Australia, as a specific example, when the CFMEU was causing a lot of controversy because it was being reported about alleged corruption in that organisation. It was piggybacking off that narrative on X and reposting things and saying either defending the CFMEU or denigrating the CFMEU.
So do you think that the campaigns in Australia are targeted at a specific thing, like in the example you've given around the CFMEU? Do you think that that targeting is done by a human beings, or is it?
It's more likely
the AI aspect able to look at whatever might be creating a lot of chatter in the Twitter sphere, if I can still call it that. That it then, like, it could be CFMEU today, it could be something entirely different tomorrow. The misinformation, disinformation bill, or whatever it might be, but it has the ability to be able to leap from subject to subject without the direction of a human being. It's kind of really getting quite spooky, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it's our assessment that it's most likely the latter, what you've just described.
Wow,
given the agility of the accounts to pivot to emerging issues and the scale at which they're able to post or repost content, it's highly unlikely that there's a large enough human sort of capability behind these accounts to be giving that any specific direction.
Have you seen any similar? You said you've seen some smaller scale campaigns at an Australian level, but have you seen anything on a larger scale that's trying to sow political discourse or persist political discord in Australia?
No, not to date. And again, I'll just say we're quite limited in the aperture through which we're able to view this activity, given the opaque nature of the platform and what it makes available for research projects such as this.
Mr. Wallace, Mr. Wallace, just grab one more question, but I understand Oxford's about to join us in 5 minutes, and I do want to give Ms. Daniels a chance to ask a question of this witness. I'll forgo my time and hand that over to you both. So can you just make this your last one, please?
I can,
just for Cyber CX, yep.
Yeah. Can you tell us what your recent experience and research, changing the subject for a moment, and research has shown about the threats posed by TikTok and ByteDance, and would you propose a blanket ban on the platform and wider company, or would you take a more nuanced approach?
So we haven't commissioned any specific research on TikTok, so it would be difficult to answer the second part of your question. However, last week, CyberCX and our Chief Strategy Officer, Alistair McGibbon, was publicly commenting on the debate around Chinese-made and connected electric vehicles, EVs, and I think that is part of a broader conversation about technology or connected Internet of Things, connected devices and so on, that are not even necessarily made in China, but require a constant connection with mainland China in order to function and receive software updates and so on. So I think insofar as we've done more research on hardware in that respect, so the comments last week on EVs being one example, internally we've done research on Chinese-made surveillance, CCTV cameras and the like. And broadly, our view would be, if you're taking a risk-based approach to the use of this sort of technology, it stands to reason that you do need to factor in the broad range of powers of compulsion and otherwise of the Chinese Communist Party over companies that are based in China, both in terms of an immediate risk in terms of espionage, collecting of data and other surveillance operations, and then potential future risks as these technologies are found to be used potentially for other strategic objectives. The sort of speculation around EVs and that debate being kicked off by the Biden administration proposing to ban the sale of EVs over time in the US, being that in a future kinetic warfare scenario, they could be, controlled remotely and used to achieve outcomes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Daniels.
Thanks, Chair. I doubt I'll be able to cover this off in 5 minutes, but I'll give it a go. Can I just go to inauthentic behaviour? And one of the things that the new misinformation and disinformation bill draft seeks to do is to operationalise intent, if you like, by sort of defining inauthentic behaviour. So if we were to go down the path of a duty of care type model, and by that I mean do no harm, but also transparent risk management approaches and codes of conduct and regulation around what the platforms are required to do to manage those risks. And in the knowledge that you're not a lawyer, do you think that that's a pathway to capturing this kind of inauthentic behaviour and holding the platforms to account for the use of their platform to distribute this kind of material?
I think based on what we've seen in both the specific green cicada example, but more broadly in other publicly reported disinformation and misinformation type operations and campaigns, there's either zero or not a sufficient incentive for any of these platforms to dedicate any of their own internal resources to addressing this issue. So whatever can be done as far as policy levers or legislative instruments to incentivise them one way or the other with a carrot or a stick to take on a greater level of accountability, but also transparency, so that there's a third-party ability for whether it's government or independent researchers or commercial firms that have the ability to do it, to conduct research and have access to data sets and algorithms and in a way that doesn't preclude the company's ability to, maintain commercial sensitivity of IP and so on. I think that's what's been missing here and what we've seen clearly been a benefit to the community and other industries that have needed sort of a ratcheting up of regulation over time to ensure that there is, in your words, a duty of care or an accountability and transparency duality to the way that companies and industries operate to ensure that the people who either work or play or use those platforms or in those spaces more broadly are less likely to be harmed, and if they are harmed, there's sort of investigations that can take place. There's accountability for ensuring that it's not happening again or at scale.
And just to the definitions of mis and disinformation, placing on the record deliberate nature of disinformation, but also that misinformation, which is not deliberate, can still cause harm. And particularly with this kind of algorithmic exercise, it could still be spread by an inauthentic operator, could it not, to cause harm. So therefore it's a little bit problematic to go, oh, well, there's no accountability around misinformation when that can still be used as a weapon in a way.
Sure, I appreciate that point, and I'll, will say that we've chosen with this specific piece of research around the Green Cicada Network to use the term disinformation and not misinformation purely because of the clearly organised and coordinated nature of it, that it's inauthentic from the outset, so therefore deliberate. But I accept the fact that a lot of the material that it would have been reposting and sharing and commenting on may have been in and of itself a case of misinformation rather than sort of disinformation. and it's still, being this Green Cicada network and others like it, clearly, they don't, particularly if they're automated, they're not distinguishing between what's, misinformation or disinformation. This one has a clear intent to sow discord, and whatever's going to kind of drive the most, clicks and outrage in either direction is what it's looking for. It's not distinguishing between whether it's mis or disinformation.
And just in the interest of time, could I just get you to sort of think forward? It seems to me that this is the leading edge of a massive problem, and given that we're only just having this conversation when you've already done this research and this is happening. What are you seeing, even in the sort of short to medium term? US election coming up in November, an election in Australia next year. Surely what you're talking about could be easily actively deployed then.
Our assessment is that certainly that was the intent of the Green Cicada network, to become fully operational, to attempt to undermine the democratic process around the US election. There's no reason to, or there's no evidence to the contrary, if you like, that either this network, in a sort of, reanimated and harder to detect capability or capacity, or other similar networks that we just don't have visibility of, are not doing likewise. And again, that lack of transparency, let alone accountability, makes it very difficult to understand to what extent social media content is driving either particular narratives to try and influence an election outcome or any other type of outcome, or just simply to undermine the broader, faith that people have in institutions and democracy. Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think if we rewind to look forwards, there was a lot of browbeating at the start of the year about this being a huge year for democracy across the world, with most of the world's kind of major democracies going to the polls, and even a few surprise ones like France that weren't really scheduled. And this sense that maybe this is the year where a lot of this capability would be tested and have potential devastating outcomes. And apart from a few ad hoc examples, I think the election in Lithuania being the one that sort of seems the most prominent as far as potentially swinging the election outcome in a certain direction. We haven't seen that realised, and whether that means, a lot of the malicious actors who have this capability are keeping their powder dry ahead of the US election or future elections, it's hard to say. Again, without that visibility and sort of playing a bit of a guessing game. But I think that there's some consolation in the fact that some of the doomsday scenarios that were outlined at the start of the year by various people who study democracy and technology and so on haven't come to fruition. And I think that speaks to the strength of our democratic institutions more broadly in Western democracies. And even I know the work that the AEC does here in Australia is very front-footed and world-leading when it comes to fact-checking and sort of following discourse and narratives online to make sure that they're doing everything they can to intervene or disrupt if there's instances of mis or disinformation around democratic processes.
Thank you. I'm just going to interrupt. I'm sorry. It's been a terrific discussion. I know I've got questions and others that might not have been able to ask them, so we will put some questions on notice. And I'm just going to invite now, I believe that our friends from the UK are online now. Thank you. So just a welcome to you and the Oxford Internet Institute from the University of Oxford. Joining us via video conference is Mr. Andrew. Now, I do not want to... Can you give me your name and I will try to not mispronounce it for you. I think you're on mute, sorry. I'll get you to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing before the committee. That will help us all out. Thank you.
All right, hi. So my name is Professor Andrew Shabilsky, I am a professor at the University of Oxford and a member of the Oxford Internet Institute.
Thank you. It was very, very soft at the beginning, so I'm going to try. I just want to check before we do go ahead that you've been given information now about the information you provide on. Sorry, let me try this again. You have received information regarding parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses that appear before committees. This is a joint committee of the Australian Parliament. You've received all that information, okay? Thank you.
I have, yes.
Great. And we now have your name and your capacity. So I might just invite you to make a short opening statement if you would like, and then I'll move to invite members of the committee to ask questions of you. We're on a pretty limited time, I'm afraid, and I appreciate it's 7 in the morning, so you've given up your breakfast time to be with us, and I thank you for that. But we'll give you the floor to speak from now. Thank you.
Sure thing. So I'm an experimental psychologist. I've been a member of the OAI for 11 years. In that capacity, in addition to teaching, I've researched the effects of technology, mostly on young people, with a focus on video games, social media, and devices. The principal kind of contribution that I make, and I made as Director of Research of the Institute, is placing an emphasis on open and robust scientific methodologies, which is to say things like open data, open analysis code, and ways of asking research questions in a way that kind of documents the process by which you have your hypotheses and your ideas about research before you collect or analyze your data. And kind of within that frame, I and my colleagues have learned a great deal about how different technologies like social media might impact young people. But more broadly, we've learned a great deal about the ways in which specific kinds of data might be needed or might be needed to be analyzed carefully in order to draw inferences about how these technologies actually impact us, instead of, say, the hype in the positive direction or fear-mongering in the negative direction about how there might be a bit of a gap between what you read in newspapers and what the scientific research, the data actually robustly shows.
Thank you, Dr. Shabilsky. I appreciate you making your comments short so that we can get as many questions in as we can. And I'm looking around the room to see if anyone's going to jump first. I'm going to... You should, yeah. Okay, I might ask a couple of questions. Thanking you. And then I'm sure others will jump in as well. I'm just wondering if you might be able to provide us just a little bit more detail on the UK and the EU's experiences of regulating social media platforms, because we're a little bit later coming to the party in Australia, and it's good to learn those important lessons. So if you have any words of wisdom, it would be much appreciated.
All right. Well, I think in both cases, you have governments trying to build the plane after it's taken off, because these platforms do move at tremendous speed. Here in the UK, the banner piece of legislation is the Online Safety Act, and the principal focus here is to kind of empower our telecommunications regulator, Ofcom, to kind of identify and in some way attempts to mitigate or mediate online harms, broadly defined, but hopefully more carefully defined with the help of researchers and scientists. It's a bit tough. It started out as something called the Online Harms Act, where that definition of harms really did cause some trouble because it was too broad and too ill-defined. And that really kind of on one end meant that a lot of things that would fall in scope in terms of free speech and free expression, both on the parts of companies, but more importantly on the parts of individual users, potentially, as a scientist, as a psychologist, would have been pathologized, but as a legal matter, could be kind of ruled not legal, where the same behaviors offline would be perfectly acceptable. Not acceptable, I shouldn't say, but they certainly wouldn't be unlawful, and they might be, as a matter of taste, unacceptable. And so there are increasing rounds of kind of revision of now the Online Safety Act. And with the new government, many people are optimistic that the implementation and the revision of the Act will be able to hold large tech companies accountable in material ways, which is to say going beyond, just kind of transparency reports and that kind of business. In the EU, it's a bit more interesting, only because there's two or three more recent regulations in place that are kind of interacting. The first being the Digital Services Act, which is principally related to platforms and their economic behavior. Sorry, that's the DMA, Digital Markets Act. My apologies. The second one is the Digital Services Act, which is the one that researchers are most interested in. And this will possibly have to do with data flows from very large online platforms, not just to to users themselves, but also to researchers. And there's a lot of optimism that will unlock the ability to study how people use these platforms and how those platforms might impact them. And then third, there's the EU's AI Act, which also needs a good deal of work because large companies can escape from responsibilities that you or I might agree are required for them to act transparently in the EU. But in the UK, we're looking at both the DSA, the DMA, and the AI Act, and hopefully having our own better versions of them shortly with the new government.
Thank you. I have lots of questions, but I'm going to give it up to colleagues because we are on a deadline of, we've got about 15 minutes. So, Mr. Wallace, do you have a question? If we can just try and make these as short as we can so everyone gets a turn. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for your evidence. Do you accept that social media companies are using their users' data to drive advertising for their customers and clients? And do you mind if I call you Andrew? Is that okay?
Please, you can call me Andy.
I'll call you Andy. Thank you.
I'm
not as brave as the chair.
It's all right. I'm missing breakfast and part of the school run, so actually I'm full of vigor. So I'm happy to correct you there. No, I mean absolutely. I think that the thing that happens though is the data is used to identify sections of kind of the user base, so that other other companies are able to kind of buy ads against those demographics, whether it's kind of demographics that are individual differences in where someone's coming from, but also differences in kind of their online behavior or their interests. Absolutely.
Then do you accept that through app tracking and engagement monitoring and AI sweeps of user data, that this data might include patterns of harmful behaviour like drinking to excess, eating disorders, body image issues, fast food addiction, smoking, vaping, gambling, pornography addiction, that sort of thing?
I don't know that any of those exist as addictions besides alcohol dependence disorder and nicotine dependence disorder. So I think that on the basis of those being quote unquote real addictions, they can be detected, and they actually can be categories that many online platforms such as Reddit allow a user to opt out of. I don't know that the other ones that you called addictions are, well, I know that they're not, properly speaking, clinically recognized addictions. But no, absolutely. If you think of them as interests, absolutely, they can be mathematically identified.
Okay, I don't know that I would call an eating disorder or body image.
Oh, sorry, an eating disorder. I apologize. That's an addiction. Sorry.
That's okay. I shot a lot of things at you in the interest of trying to be brief. But
last one, Mr. Wallace.
we know that these platforms have the ability to be able to target, in the example of people or young people in particular, who have an interest in trying to lose weight in an unhealthy way, and then continuously bombard that person. The same goes for gambling and alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. You'd concede that, wouldn't you?
Yes, absolutely. It's a technical capacity to detect an interest in topics that are like the ones that you talked about.
So if I can just ask the last question, because this is the important question, Chair.
That's all right. Sorry. Yeah.
How can government legislate to better protect users from this kind of exploitation?
I would say that what government would need to legislate is access and the ability to audit how such a market operates independently, which would say provide independent researchers with the capacity to study the data and to gain the kind of insight that would allow me to have answered your question more carefully. Mr. Wallace.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I'm going to go to Ms. Templeman, and if there's time, we'll come back, but we're pushing it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to get my head around the algorithms, platform algorithms, and the calls for greater transparency. Has anyone in the world, anywhere in the world, done this effectively that you have been able to see?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the only bright spot I've seen is there's an online platform called Blue Sky, and this platform allows users to engage in what's called algorithmic middleware. So it allows you to write your own algorithm and plug it in and share it with others. And I invite you to check it out. Blue Sky originally came out of a lab of Twitter's about 3 or 4 years ago. But now, with ChatGPT in a few minutes' time, you can write an algorithm that, only follows your friends when they say positive things. And then you can share that with others.
Okay, so I've just done a quick Google, and it says things like, is there a Blue Sky algorithm for artists? So it gets as sort of as a special envoy for the arts. I'm very interested in that one that popped up. So it gets down to that level.
Yes, it does. In fact, I have a hope that you could write, say, if you were a children's mental health charity, you could write one of these middleware algorithms and share it with concerned parents. And so what's happening right now, the thing that's worrying is that it's not that the algorithms themselves are good or bad. It's that we have very little either understanding or insight into how they're used or deployed. So your For You algorithm can be different on a Tuesday than it was on a Monday. But if you were able to in any way curate, that's the middleware part between you and the platform, those algorithms and vet them, I think it could lead to a much better experience, especially for young people.
And that's about giving users the control of it rather than just ceding all of that to the platform.
Yeah, insight and control.
But is there any way to have transparency of the platform's algorithms that they are using? And has anyone done that?
Not as much as you'd think. Sometimes during elections there are transparent changes, but it's very difficult to verify because you have to understand that a lot of these algorithms, companies don't have a great deal of insight into how they change over time. And documenting those processes of changes is exceptionally rare.
I think that is more than my one question, so thank you, Chair.
That's okay. You've been very diligent. So there's a few. We've got about 8 minutes left. So there we go. You can ask another question. I'll go back to Mr. Wallace too.
Thank you very much. So, Professor, what kind of transparency measures would meaningfully, aside from this particular Blue Sky algorithm, is there other ways where you could empower users to understand and adapt to what is happening to them through their social media?
Yeah, so I think probably the most important thing would be to allow users to meaningfully download their data from their engagement with online platforms. So there's a wide range of signals, like a way a platform determines when you've logged in or logged out, or performed a behavior, like sending or receiving a direct message or scrolling across all of those horrible categories of things that Mr. Wallace just asked about. And it would be very, very useful if a user was able to export all of that in the same way that they can export their emails from Gmail or from Outlook. And people like me can use that for research, but the users themselves could gain immense insights into their own behavior if they could see themselves as carefully as the large games firms or the large social media firms could. And then from that, I promise I'm not affiliated with OpenAI in any way, but you could use any of the LLMs to do this. And so researchers, and I've done this with my own Google exports of emails going back, I'm embarrassed to say, 20 years with Gmail. I was able to learn some really interesting things about my patterns of use. And it's stuff that you wouldn't necessarily see, like when you send and receive emails. And there was definitely a less healthy time in my life when I was sending emails when I was a PhD student. And so I really think that portable data that is machine readable, that has the metadata along with it, would probably be the most concrete thing. And then absolutely to your earlier question about algorithms, having some type of sense of which algorithms were in operation at the time that these different epochs of data were made would be immensely useful.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Mr. Wallace, I think we could squeeze in one more question if you've got one.
I need two, Chair, if I can.
I'll be brief in my responses, Chair.
I'll be longer in my question than you'll be in your answer. Andy, in a paper published earlier this year on parental digital monitoring by the Institute's Professor Hertog and Professor Weinstein, it was said parents still largely feel unsupported as they are parenting in the world where digital technologies are ubiquitous. Question, what role do you think digital monitoring apps could play in keeping kids safe on social media without negatively impacting on young people's autonomy? That's question one. Question two is, do you think that some kind of age verification regime, whilst it's not a fix-all, I accept that, could relieve some of the pressure on parents to independently impose restrictions?
Professor Weinstein is helping me with the school run this morning, and Professor Hertog is a dear friend I have a meeting with at 9. I think that we need to put power back in the hands of parents, and that they should not be expected to be good cops or bad cops. I think that any act that's forthcoming needs to have a comprehensive kind of online safety curriculum or literacy curriculum. And I don't think that parents should have to pay for it. Parents will make decisions about how their families go in line with their values, and what they need is they need tools. They need help. And if that means that part of the tax that these large companies pay in our countries has to go to that instead of filling potholes, so be it. In terms of age verification, I'm not an expert in this. I have read the National Institutes for Standard and Technology report that came out this year, their 10-year update, and they perform abysmally poorly. The one example that we have here in the UK of an attempted age verification or age estimation regime ended in the company having to bump up from 18 to the early 20s, their filtering. Which has real civil rights and human rights implications in terms of the UN Charter on the Rights of the Child, in terms of access to information. And so I'm intensely skeptical that age verification or estimation would be a tool in the toolbox, a useful tool for parents, even well-off, or those, especially for those who are struggling to stay on top of things. I think what's really needed here is kind of effective literacy. On the community level, on the parent level, and on the family level.
Just in relation to that, I don't think it matters, what country you're in, and I've often referred to this as, in Australia, parents are screaming out for governments to do something, and without a hard and fast rule, and it's certainly. My side of politics has come out and said, well, if we're re-elected, we'll implement age verification for the age of 16. And the Prime Minister has made sort of similar statements as well. if you don't have something like that, as a parent, you are constantly, well, Mary's mum and dad, they let her have social media, and they're 12 or 13 or whatever it might be. But you get that emotional blackmail that, well, that's not fair because other kids in my grade are allowed to do it. Why can't I? I think that's universal. The kids have been doing that to their parents for, since Adam was a lad. You talked earlier about the importance of empowering parents. I see that as an empowerment of parents to be able to actually say, well, you know what, Joe or Mary, it's out of my hands, because you say that Mary's parents will allow her, but that it's actually against the law. So it's not supposed to be done, and I'm not going to do it.
That's the last question. So, we've lost. No, we've got you still, no. Dr. Shabilsky. Yes.
Excellent. Yes, I'm still here.
Great.
I, as a parent, also understand that frustration and that desire for there to be a quick fix. I would say that other countries have tried this with much more authoritarian hands. In South Korea, they turned off the internet for young people, requiring age verification, which is to say a legal government ID for 10 years between midnight and 6 a.m. And it did not work. I would say that the Chinese have limited their young people playing 3 hours of video games a week, and all the data that we're able to get out of China indicates that it does not work. Simple and fast rules like that, things that you feel like would be a very good idea, the data indicates it doesn't work, even when you're willing to violate the human rights of young users to information. So I resonate very strongly with this desire and this pressure, this emotional blackmail. But I think that kids deserve better. And I think the concrete thing that you could do, instead of trying to stash all the spinning wheels in the cupboard and hope that they don't prick their fingers before they turn 16, is to fairly straightforward stuff. I think that you need to hire more police to act on leads about online child sexual exploitation. I think if you want to keep people safe from the internet, you make distracted driving as heavily punished as drunk driving, because many Australians, many Brits, many Americans unnecessarily die on the road because of that. And I think that if you wanted to make kids safer online and there would be less of a collective action problem, if you're concerned about something like addictive technologies, is you do not allow online social media platforms to harvest data on children and to sell ads on the basis of it. You make it less profitable for firms to make money off of our children's data, and you make sure that that data belongs to them. You set a new norm. And I know that those three things sound complicated, but those are the three things that are the largest hazards to young people in the online world. Being sexually exploited destroys more children's lives than cancer does. Distracted driving kills 500 Brits and 5,000 Americans unnecessarily every year. And the root of this bad behavior that we observe in social media firms, Mr. Wallace, those categories that you talked about, those exist because they're profitable. And so if we care about our kids, we will make that data by law not profitable. All right? So I resonate very strongly with this idea that my own children won't be exposed to things I don't like until they turn 16, and it makes it easier for me as a parent to kind of keep that door slammed shut. But it's been shown not to be effective, and that's before we even talk about the fact that technology itself is flawed. And I think that if we want the best for our kids, we need to hold these tech companies accountable. Their tax needs to go to research. Their tax needs to go to social services. Their tax needs to go to social workers to help them with these problems. And if that means the tax needs to go up, then the tax needs to go up.
Or have a tax at all.
Thank you, Dr. Shabilsky. I know that there's about 1,000 other questions, I'm sure, but we do have to draw it to an end, and I have some other witnesses waiting to join us now. But we're very grateful for your contributions today and for taking the time in an early morning UK time to join us. So you're free to go and get back to your meetings in the day ahead. But again, thank you.
Chair.
Thanks very much.
Have a nice day.
Great, you too. And I'm not sure if there was any additional information. Sorry, I should just advise that was requested of you. The Secretariat has asked if that could be sent to them by Monday, the 14th of October.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Terrific. Great, and I would like to welcome representatives now from the Age Verification Providers Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence before a joint committee like this has been provided to you. Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, I'm Ian Corby. I'm the Executive Director of the Age Verification Providers Association.
And I will now invite you to make a short opening statement, and then after that I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Thank you.
Over to you, Mr Corby.
Lovely. Thank you for the opportunity to brief the committee today. So as I said, I'm the Executive Director of the AVPA. We're a global trade body representing 30 suppliers of age verification and age estimation solutions. A number of our members already offers services here in Australia, and one of those, IDverse, is actually headquartered in North Sydney. I personally am the technical author of the IEEE 2089.1 standard on age verification and sit as an expert member of the working group responsible for the ISO 27566 framework on age assurance. And I was the programme manager for a project called EU Consent, which began as an EU-funded project to deliver interoperable age verification and parental consent mechanisms, and is now established as a non-profit driving collaboration across age assurance, the age assurance industry. The Trade Association is politically neutral, so I'm not here to argue for or against applying age restrictions in any particular form to digital services or content, but I hope I can ensure the committee is well informed about the technical capabilities of the age assurance sector, and I can dispel some common misconceptions. So I'd be happy to speak to the different methods of age verification and estimation: passports, selfies, hand movements, email addresses, bank records, or indeed, if government gives us access to them, school records, benefit records or health records. I can share how we use government-accredited auditors to certify data security, privacy and accuracy, and I can update you on the latest initiative to move to a tokenized reusable approach which uses zero-knowledge proof. We've been pressing some time for the pilot, which we're pleased to see the Australian government has agreed to pursue, and we have some views on how to make the most of that opportunity, taking over from the work which the EU supported, which delivered a large-scale trial with some 2,000 adults and children across 5 different states, accessing 4 websites in different languages with different age restrictions. I know other witnesses you've heard from have advocated for transferring the responsibility for implementing age restrictions to parents using controls embedded in operating systems. And while, of course, we support a multi-layered approach, I can speak to why we think this would not deliver the policy objective as effectively as independent third-party age assurance. And hopefully I can provide some reassurance that the tech is not easily circumvented, that virtual private networks or deepfakes don't defeat it, and that laws made by this Parliament can be effectively enforced on platforms globally. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr Corby, and I will just check in. I think, Mr Wallace, would you like to go first with questions?
I would love to. Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your evidence today, Mr Corby. I'm just wondering, you offered to take us through some different technologies and options that would be available to either government or to the social media platforms should the age verification or age assurance mechanism come into being. How would we do it? Or should I say, how would they do it, they being the platforms?
Thank you. I'm glad to start with you, Mr Wallace, because I last spoke in this Parliament in front of your committee on online wagering and pornography, if I remember rightly, I think about 3 years ago. So
yeah, maybe even a bit longer.
on the same subject.
In fact, the chair was part of those. She was the deputy chair at the time, if I remember correctly.
So things have moved on a little bit since then, but let's just go through the two main categories of verification and estimation. So age verification processes can typically start with a piece of physical ID, where we read the data from the passport, driving licence, ID card, and compare it to a selfie of the user to make sure it belongs to them. That whole process has now been shrunk so it can be done on your phone, so you don't actually even have to share that data to the cloud or with a third party. We could also use open banking. You have Connect ID here in Australia to check with your bank whether your age is correct, or refer to things like the electoral roll or credit reports as another way of checking age. On the estimation side, facial age estimation is the one we've heard the most about. That gets better year on year. Yoti, which has been mentioned earlier today, their average sort of error rate is plus or minus 1.2 years. So obviously, with all these estimations, you need to apply those in a sensible way and understand they're not going to allow you to prove on your 14th birthday that yesterday was your 14th birthday, but they will help us to keep 5, 6 and 7-year-olds off social media and make it very, very easy for 25, 30 or 40-year-olds to get on to social media. So they work not so much at the margin right in the middle, but certainly are very good either side of that margin. Even since I submitted our written evidence to this committee, we've learned of a new method, which is based on how you move your hands. And you're asked to do 3 hand movements on a video. And because this tendon apparently is very closely attached to your age, we can estimate age and with 99% certainty to know whether you're above or below a certain age. That one's just found by accident because people were looking for doping in sport and they thought that tendon was affected by doping and discovered it also told us about age. And we could just use your email address and how you've applied your email address and what things you've done with it. Like, did you apply for a mortgage with your email address at some point, for example? And again, using AI and a large number of data points, you can get a very good predictive value for age. So lots of different ways of doing it. Many of those can be done on device, so you don't actually have to share any data beyond the palm of your own hand. So very privacy preserving.
So that's a good point, because I think not unreasonably there are many people who, particularly with the amount of data leaks that are going on these days, that I think many Australians have a healthy concern and scepticism of their right to protect their personal and private information. So one of the things that concern me and many other people is how do we prevent a honeypot of data being able to be hacked. Now, you've said that one of the mechanisms might be to upload your government ID, your driver's licence or passport, something along those lines. Now, if someone was to do that, I mean, that would be and then take a selfie, then that might be effective. But then, how do we ensure that data is not going to be mined by some nefarious character?
Well, don't keep the data is the very simple answer to that. So, we would never advise anybody to retain the data after they've done the age check. So you're only using that data, even if it doesn't remain on the device, say it is processed in the cloud. You might be able to get sort of better security measures, more powerful AI in the cloud, but only use it for the time you need to do to confirm the age. Once you've confirmed the age, we throw that data away, we delete it. Obviously, the age assurance business mostly grew up in the EU. The UK was bringing forward the Digital Economy Act in 2017. We're very used to behaving under GDPR, privacy by design, data minimisation. So if there's no justification to keep the data, it's illegal to do so under GDPR. And we don't need that data any longer because we've done the check. We've just recorded you as a user who is over 18 or over 14. And our latest innovation is to now pass on that information to the platforms using a zero-knowledge proof encrypted token. So it's actually technically impossible for the platform to figure out the identity of the user or for the supplier of the token to know where the token is being used, so they can't track what the user is doing with it.
But that would require an individual to provide their personal details, by virtue of their passport or driver's licence, for example, or government ID, to a third-party provider, correct?
Well, except I mentioned one of our providers has already shrunk that process down so it can be done in the palm of your hand. So none of that data ever leaves your hand. But yes, at the moment, the industry passes it up and we'll do that comparison on a server or in the cloud. But what we don't do is retain that data. As soon as you've got the match, check the age, delete the data.
Well, let me play devil's advocate. How can we trust those third-party providers to delete the data when data is so incredibly valuable these days?
Yes, I mean, I think if we give up on trusting the rule of law, we'll struggle to legislate or regulate for anything. So, but we do accept that in our area of work, this is quite sensitive. So we already have a very strong audit practice that is a government-accredited auditor that certifies solutions, and it looks at data security, data privacy, as well as obviously the accuracy of those solutions. And one option when legislating here in Australia might be to require that all solutions are certified, or you could even have a licensing arrangement to make sure that the providers have that extra level of scrutiny. But trust me, the data protection regulators in Europe are all over our industry, and we work very closely with the ICO, with the CNIL in France, the AEPD in Spain, and they're the ones who've actually been inventing some of these double-blind cryptographic solutions because they want to make sure this is all very well protected.
Can you talk us through how you've talked a couple of times about how the data may not leave your hand, it stays on your phone. How does that work? I don't quite get that one. That's new to me.
Yeah, so I mean, just because the software can now be shrunk and it can fit into an app on your phone, and all the processing you might otherwise do on the cloud or on a server can be done within the app on your phone. So you can literally take the photograph of your ID with your phone using an app, then take the selfie. That app will do the process of confirming that you're real, that the document is real, extract the date, and from that be able to emit that signal, that privacy-preserving zero-knowledge proof that the user is over 14, over 18, whatever the question is about age.
Isn't it the case that the social media platforms are doing this now to some extent? They are providing a form of age assurance. Can you talk us through that?
Yes, I think they do relatively rudimentary checks to look effectively for red flags. So if on your actual 14th birthday, lots of people are saying happy 21st, then the platform will appreciate that perhaps you didn't tell the truth about your age when you first signed up to that platform. And so that can typically then just leads to a referral to a third-party specialist age verification provider, either to do a facial age estimation or to look for some data. I mean, just one point on the estimation. The only reason we had to invent it was because it was really hard to get access to data on children's ages. And that's because, frankly, in the UK, government departments were very, very reluctant to open up that access, even to a one-way blind check where you say, this kid has given us this information, they've told us this is their date of birth, is that accurate? And you just get a yes or no back from the relevant government department. When you're legislating as a government, you have that opportunity to make some of those data sources available, in which case we don't even need to worry so much about the estimation process. We could do proper verifications for kids of all ages, not just adults with driving licenses.
Mm.
If you could access government's birth information.
Yeah, so we have child benefit in the UK, for example, so there is a database which has everybody's, and therefore you could say to that database, we've got Johnny Smith here, he says his date of birth was in 1983, mm-hmm. Is that the correct date of birth? And you just get a yes or a no. So you can't go and look at his records, but you can just find out if what he's telling you is the truth.
Mm-hmm. And then you get a digital token, effectively.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the things we're looking to do to try to sort of modernise the industry, instead of having to go around to every site and prove your age to every individual site, which isn't so bad if you're just creating a couple of social media accounts, but we have age-appropriate design codes in Europe now, which suggests you have to have a different experience, whether you're 5 or 7 or 12 or 15. So many sites now need to have a good idea of the age of their users. And so to emit that persistent information on your age, we think an encrypted tokenized solution is the best way forward.
Chair, do you need me to stop?
Yeah, I'm just doing a call out. The Deputy Chair's got a follow-up question, so over to you.
I've just got some follow-up questions, if that's okay, Mr Wallace.
Sure.
sorry if I've missed this, but have you been involved in the trial, the age verification trial that the government's meant to be conducting?
Yes, so I've been lucky enough to have conversations with both the major parties here in the run-up to that. So we work with David Coleman on suggesting a 3-year trial with a $6 million budget, and then the government kindly came up with a $6.5 million budget to run a trial, which the call for a proposal, I believe, closes next week.
Yes. Right, so you would be... Are you in the position where you would be one of the people tendering for this, or one of the companies tendering for this?
I don't think the trade association would be seen as objective enough to assess our own efficacy, but the audit practice, the age check certification scheme, I believe, will be putting forward a bid.
Okay. And that trial is really, that's about working out whether somebody is a minor or an adult, right? Which you're saying in that sense, that data is perhaps easier to access because there's all these different data points, driver's licences, whether people are enrolled to vote, all those kind of moments of where people have to prove that they already are over 18.
Yeah, my recollection from the call for a proposal is it doesn't limit itself to just the 18-plus use case. So I think there's obviously the people writing that fairly recently were aware of the wider discussion around social media. So they are interested in learning, which methods work and how accurate they are. Do they suffer from bias? All the questions we've been asking. To be fair to the E-Safety Commissioner, her office has done some pretty good research already, testing some of these solutions. So we think it might be a little bit of a missed opportunity not to use that generous budget to do a very large-scale trial with lots of Australians actually trying out different methods
at different ages,
and you do proper ethnographic studies of how they get on with that, how they react to that, how they, what is their feeling about that, and ideally you test the latest and greatest technology, which is this sort of interoperable tokenized solution. I don't think, given the timeframes for that, the department running that call for proposal is going to be quite so ambitious. But at the very least, I hope we would have some very large sample sizes to get some really robust data. There were some drawbacks with the early work with e-safety, which they used some very small sample sizes with the laboratory that did that work.
The token style model, who pays for that? Is that something that, I mean, is it envisaged that's paid for by government?
No.
Or is that paid for by the platforms?
No, I mean, one of the drawbacks with the sort of academic models developed by the French and Spain authorities was that they didn't really think about what is the sustainable commercial model that allows that to operate. So what we've tried to do with our tokenized solution, which is being run cooperatively, effectively, by the industry through this non-profit EU consent, is to have a tallying service, so we can record how often any particular website or platform uses a token, and then they can pay for the privilege of using that token.
The platform pays.
The platform pays. And keep in mind, we're talking a few cents per check. We're not in the world of dollars or more. But
if a token, I guess I'm trying to work out where this intersects with then making sure it's government verified. If a system like that requires the checking of the birth dates of minors, so 14, 15-year-olds, surely that is that's a cost on government, right?
If you were going
unless you're handing the data over.
Yeah, if you were going to give access to government data, there would be some development cost to create the API that allows you to do that one-way check. But there's no reason, of course, that from the 10 cents you're charging Meta to when somebody opens an account, that the provider isn't having to pay the government something to offset its costs from within that. But the idea is obviously that once you've done that check once, that lasts for a year maybe, so it's not a recurrent cost.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's kind of talking in hypotheticals when we don't actually have an actual model in front of us, so we're just trying to drill down on what the possibilities are. Without having a actual hard data set of ages, what technology is available to decipher between a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old, or a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old?
So when we looked at this in the UK, obviously we would start with an estimation process, and you would get through that some false negatives and some false positives. And then if people wanted to appeal that, because say they'd had their 14th birthday and they wanted to get their TikTok account, then they would need to look for a way to come up with some proof. UK data said 95% of kids in that age group had a passport. So they would be able to maybe use that piece of ID. But failing that, we have a manual professional vouching process in the UK through the Proof of Age Standard scheme. And there you can get a doctor or a teacher to go online and essentially give you a reference. And then a company will issue with a piece of plastic ID, which you can then use as part of an age verification process. So we had that sort of backup process. It's really important whatever we do is inclusive. And so the non-profit I mentioned has made provision to make sure that we effectively tax the cheap checks so that we can subsidise the expensive ones, so that nobody's excluded and everybody can prove their age.
Got it. Sorry, Mr. Wallace, back to you.
No, thanks.
Oh, sorry.
I'm actually heading across to Ms. Templeman next. We'll see how we go on timing. Over to you.
I've got a couple more.
Yeah, thank you. So can I just step back in terms of the most reliable or foolproof way to establish someone under 18's age? That piece of government data is a real key to it. Am I interpreting that properly?
Yeah, I mean, a one-way blind check. So everybody in the UK has a unique pupil number, which really is only known by that pupil or their parents because it's on the report card, but it's not something they share with others, and you could provide that, and you could go to government and say, this person, Ian Corby, is claiming his birthday is the 26th of February 1975, and this is his unique pupil number, so he's the only person who knows that. Is that all correct? Yes or no? And you only get an answer, yes or no.
So one of the issues that we see is people who are not under 18 pretending to be under 18.
Yes.
Pretending to be over 18?
No. People who are over 18. Pretending that they are young people. How easy is it for those people to be recognised as, say, a 16-year-old with an age verification process when actually they're a 46-year-old?
Well, provided we're operating an age verification process, and I think, by the way, the use case you're talking about there is the one which is most important of all the work that we do. It's keeping bad actor adults out of kids' spaces where they can obviously sextort other kids by pretending to be a pretty young girl down the road when they're not. So as long as you're applying an age verification process, maybe that adult has been asked to do a facial age estimation. They're clearly not going to show up as 16 if they're actually 46. Maybe they've been asked to produce a document. Again, we're pretty good at spotting fake documents, in spite of what you may have heard about there being lots of fakes out there or Snapchat filters to make you look a different age. We weren't born yesterday. The tech we have is good at spotting these fakes.
But is it fair to say that if someone really wants to get round it, they can?
I mean, I think these things are all about proportionality. So, and somebody who's very determined, who has a lot of computing power, a lot of money, a lot of time, that's a very different sort of threat actor from some kid who's just trying to pretend to be a couple of years older. We'll definitely stop the latter, but if you want to stop the former, you can, but it'll be extremely inconvenient for every other user. And so that is going to be a balance. And I would suggest let's get something in place, even if it's just a simple age estimation to keep the youngest kids off, to keep those older people away from pretending that they're young people, and see how it goes. And then if we want to raise our game, we can increase the requirement in terms of what we call the level of assurance to sort of turn up the requirement.
And so you've talked about a lot of the different types of verification that can be used. Just when it comes down, setting aside testing it against a piece of government data, when it comes to the different methods, what does the experience tell us about the most effective way to identify the difference between, let's say, a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old, where hypothetically one is allowed on social media and the younger one is not. But when there's not a lot in it.
I mean, I gave this quite a lot of thought because I think Australia is the only place which is really focused on this social media use case. I mean, Utah is sort of doing it, but they've set a slightly lower bar. They're asking for any standard that is 95% accurate. So they've set a particular degree of margin for error that they're willing to tolerate. But you can see some very sort of upset kids if they don't get access when they should. So I think you do need these fallback methods of verification if you don't pass the estimations. And keep in mind, we're going to expect all adults to prove that they're adults as well. So the easier those options are for everybody else, the better. So a quick selfie or moving your fingers around might be a good answer for most of us who are well over the age of 14 or 15.
I think you were in the room when previous witnesses today have made comments about it being almost impossible to enforce. So there may be age verification, but then the restrictions, I mean, I don't know what point the impossibility comes in, but what is your assessment of the effectiveness based on an age verification that then keeps young people away from social media?
I'm not sure I entirely understand. You're talking about how do you enforce the law overseas, or?
Yeah, well, anywhere, like people have made claims that, look, it's not enforceable or it's...
OK, so a couple of points which sometimes come up and then tell me if I'm in the right area. First of all, virtual private networks. Oh, I can pretend I'm not in Australia. I'll just pretend that I'm in Nevada, right? So I've never seen any age verification laws with an exception that says, except if you use a virtual private network, in which case this law does not apply, right? The obligation remains on the platform. Or in the online gaming world, there are only certain states in the world which allow you to place a bet online. You have to prove you're in that state before you can place the bet. So we don't just do it with the IP address, which is what you shift with a VPN. We do it with GPS. We do it with which Wi-Fi. I'm on the parliamentary Wi-Fi while I'm here, so it's a pretty good chance I'm actually in Australia today. So if you're willing to give up that information, you can prove where you are. So it would be up to people to prove that they are not in Australia if they don't want to have those age verifications. And then I would also commend in any legislation what we've done in the UK in the Online Safety Act, which is to allow Ofcom to ask business support services to be withdrawn. So payments, hosting, search, all the things that allow you to make money on the internet, they can go to Visa and MasterCard and say, this company is not compliant with our law, please stop allowing them to take payments from the UK. And we know those payment networks will cooperate with that. And in fact, they are now legally obliged to do so.
Yeah, I think... Sorry, when did that begin?
So the Online Safety Act is in the process of coming into force. Ofcom have passed draft regulations. They will come into force for the child safety duties in the middle of next year, I believe, when Parliament has signed those off. It's been a very slow process. I hope Australia can move a little bit more quickly than we did.
Thank you.
Sorry. OK. Thank you. I'm just checking in. No. Miss Daniels, did you have anything? I know I've got you clocked, Mr. Wallace, and Deputy Chair wants another bite. I'm just checking with Miss Daniels.
I think she shook her head.
No? Sorry. No questions?
I'm OK, thank you, Chair.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. So how about we go to Deputy Chair first and then back to Mr. Wallace?
Just quickly, this committee, not in a hearing but in a private briefing, heard from a whistleblower from MEAA who put to us that actually a lot of these companies, these platforms, even the way people hold their phone, the way they scroll, there is so much data collected by the way they actually use their phone that you might not be able to tell whether somebody is 13 or 14, but you can definitely tell whether they're a minor or not. Are they more in the older teenage range or the younger teenage range or a child? And they use that data, of course, to sell advertising. So if that type of technology is already being used by these platforms, surely requiring these platforms to protect people in those vulnerable groups is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit off my expertise, but what I would say is I would hope that that sort of marketing AI, which is being used to analyse customer behaviour and put them into demographic groups for the targeting, would be one of those red flags which says, hang on, we're advertising to you as if you're a 14-year-old, but you're registered on our system as being 19 because that's what you claimed when you signed up.
Yes.
And that should be a reason to refer somebody for an age check.
Yes, which is that was the type of example she was using. She was saying if people are pretending that they're older than they are, you can work it out pretty quickly.
To be fair to Meta and Instagram, I think that's what they are trying to do with their most recent announcement. They've sort of shifted the burden of proof. And they no longer just give you the benefit of the doubt, basically, as the child when you create...
This whistleblower wasn't really saying that. They were saying that Meta's not really doing enough.
Well, this is obviously...
lots of money off this.
This is obviously a very new announcement, and I hope it'll be properly independently evaluated so we can see, are they actually weeding out the children and getting them to do checks?
They certainly have the ability to target them with advertising. So if they have the ability to do that, they should be able to have the ability to protect them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I want to just ask one question. I'd like to get one in here before I go to Mr. Wallace. I'm just interested to know if there is any kind of common acceptance amongst in the age verification provider sector that children's privacy is more important than technical accuracy improving age.
I'm not sure you have to make a choice, but I mean, the age verification sector started with the pornography world, as Mr. Wallace will remember from his inquiry. And of course, people were extremely sensitive about their privacy there, both in terms of their identity and what they were looking at online. And so actually it served us well because we built an entire industry around privacy, and I think we do not want to be encouraging children to be sharing personal details willy-nilly around the internet. And so all those lessons we learnt about how to do age assurance in a privacy-preserving way have served us in good stead now that the focus has moved much more towards children.
So there's not sort of some... I mean, what would be the accepted... Well, sorry, is there an accepted position amongst the providers?
So first of all, it's not rocket science. So the technology I've been describing today, even the sort of latest ideas about tokens, which are signed certificates, which are zero knowledge proofs, right, has been around for 20 years. We're now just trying to apply it because the French and the Spanish have pushed us into raising even above what we had before to this sort of guarantee of privacy. So it's not impossible. In fact, we were offering it as amendments to a bill in California 3 months ago because we recognise as an industry we're just going to have to do that anyway, and it's not hard to do, so why wouldn't we? So I don't think... It's a bit of a false dichotomy to say, oh, you can either have age assurance or you can have privacy, but you can't have them both. Actually, it's really straightforward. If you design the tech well, then you can guarantee that privacy.
And what about just in your kind of international experience? Is there somebody... I mean, who are you upholding? Is there a jurisdiction that you are... particularly optimistic about in terms of being able to get, some good sort of safety measures in place?
I mean, clearly European and UK data protection law is very robust, and the UK Information Commissioner has offered a sandbox and has worked with some of our providers in that sandbox process to really stress test their approaches. I mean, for example, we need for testing facial age estimation, we need lots of pictures of kids, so how you gather that data, get permission for that data and use that data is a very sensitive process, and they've been extremely close to those things. So we can't really hide what we do. Everybody knows that we're dealing with lots of personal data and we're dealing with children, so we're pretty high up on the priority list of data protection authorities.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Corby, when we were looking at this in relation to for age verification for online pornography and gambling, we're talking about different models, and I accept that you're saying that the technology has improved since then. That's fine, but we heard just a moment ago from the Oxford Internet Institute, Andy Przybylski. He was very critical of age verification mechanisms. I think it's probably, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he was of the view that they don't work. What do you respond? How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, he'd certainly been looking at the National Institute for Standards and Technology report, which showed a dramatic improvement in 10 years on age estimation, but still showed some wider margins for error than the ones I've quoted today. The problem was the NIST testing data was essentially based on publicly available images they had, so photos taken at the border, mugshots. I always find it a little bit amusing that Donald Trump may have been a piece of test data for this process. But those are the photographs and ages they have available to them. That's very different from you taking a photo with your phone right here, in relatively good light, with a good quality camera, and then us doing an age estimation based on that. So we think the NIST testing was a little bit limited in that respect. I mean, his perspective, I think, was very much around education and resilience, and I wouldn't say we shouldn't try and educate kids to be more resilient to what they are seeing online. But the other part of his view, I think, was about empowering parents. And we then get into this debate because the platforms now seem to be getting together to say, well, actually, we want to do this all on device, and we effectively want parents to be able to set parental controls in a standardised way within an operating system. But that is a very different policy objective from the one that we provide a solution for. So we're helping governments to determine the minimum age at which kids can do stuff or see stuff. That's quite different from helping parents to decide what they want to do, because parents need to know about these controls, they need to know how to use them, and they need to decide to use them. And then they need to resist the pester power of the kids asking them to turn them off because they want to play Call of Duty, not realising what else they're opening up their kids to if they turn off those requirements. And also, Ofcom research shows that even something like 37% of parents use Safe Search. That was the most popular form of child protection. They turned on Safe Search. But if you looked at the demographics of those parents, it was the more affluent parents who were more likely to use those. So it's the less well-off people in society, perhaps the more vulnerable, who are less likely to have parents who are going to use those controls. So that's why, personally, I still think if you had to choose in a sort of hierarchy, then having the platforms who know what's harmful and who have the best chance of knowing independently who is using their platforms apply these protections, that's the right place in the technical stack to apply the most important sort of protective measure.
As governments and legislators, particularly in this space, if the political decision is made to introduce age verification, and that's what we've said we'll do if we win government, should governments be saying, well, look, this is the law. Social media companies, you must satisfy yourself that whoever you allow to use your platforms must be an age of 16 as a minimum. How you do that is a matter for you, provided certain requirements are entered into, but we're not going to tell you how to do that because you're smart people, you're very tech-savvy people. You come up with a solution provided certain requirements are met around the protection of data. Is that something that we should be doing, or should governments be looking at prescribing particular ways of going about it?
I presume that the Australian tradition of legislating is similar to the British tradition, and so you should be setting your desire for what the outcome is. We want to keep most kids off most harmful content most of the time, and you can do what Utah did and say by that we mean 95%. Or you could say 99%. You could pick a level of assurance. You could point to one from an international standard like the IEEE standard I mentioned earlier. And then you can leave it to the market to deliver on that. Obviously, with data protection regulations being applied, that will already limit the options to some extent. And if the platforms can then persuade Google and Apple to take on the job and to be the age verification provider to the rest of the world, and that doesn't breach any competition concerns you may have as a government, then great, they can go down that route. We haven't seen much of an indication from the operating systems that they want to take on the cost and liability of managing the process.
And finally, I want to double back to what you said earlier, and there's more than one way to skin a cat here. You can look at some very, very complex measures, your facial recognition, facial ID, being able to assess someone's age. That's at one end of the extreme. And then right at the very other end of the extreme, what I would call an analogue mechanism where you might be able to go into the local pharmacy or the local newsagent or a doctor or a teacher, as you said, and show, okay, this is my student card or some other sort of government card with my date of birth on it, and the trusted person then might give you a token with a number on it. And then you can then insert that number that no one else has. No one knows who has used that number, but you've satisfied an independent third party. There's all sorts of ways that we can do this, from the very, very complex to the really, really basic analogue, aren't there?
There are. I mean, I mentioned already professional vouching for people who may not have access to documents, for example. So yeah, that's very similar to your sort of going into the shop. We had that. They called it the porn pass back in the UK, and it was ridiculed and didn't last very long. But that's because in those days we were only doing age verification for one reason. Now, obviously, age verification is being required for a lot more reasons, so it might be a little less awkward to go in and ask for one of those passes at the local store. But I'm not sure that's the best solution. I think the professional vouching is probably a better option. What I would do is point to international standards. I would have regulators determine which standards are appropriate and then require that providers are independently certified by government-accredited auditors to be delivering to those standards, because that means government doesn't have to write technology into statute, which is obviously not a great future-proofed approach.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wallace. And I think Ms. Templeman just had a follow-up question of sorts. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just reflecting, Mr. Corby, you mentioned the $6.5 million trial that I think was in the May budget that the Albanese government is doing on age verification. And like you, my understanding is the tender closes in about a week's time to select the provider for that trial. And obviously there's the commitment by the government to bring legislation in to the Parliament by the end of the year. And you also mentioned that you had discussions. So I'm just wondering, is there any additional information you can give us about the input you've had to the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts in terms of that trial?
Yes, I mean, to be very honest, I was quite frank, and I thought it might be a bit of a missed opportunity to simply do laboratory bench tests of different methods of age estimation and age verification, because they have broadly been done. As I mentioned, there's already a certification scheme. We can do them with much larger sample sizes and have therefore much lower margins of error in the outcomes of those tests. So there's definitely some progress that can be made, but it didn't feel like something that anybody would be able to justify that kind of budget on. With the EU consent project, where we did interoperable age verification and parental consent, which is an important element of this, I think, in what you're thinking about for social media as well, potentially. With a €1.4 million budget, we had 2,000 people testing out real solutions on dummy websites as it happened. And so originally when we heard about this opportunity in Australia, we thought, oh, that's the next big thing. We can now move and try this tokenized solution at a much bigger scale and get some really, really good ethnographic information. I don't think particularly as they want to finish it within this financial year, I don't think that's necessarily going to be practical. I have toyed with the idea of putting in a proposal, because there's a sort of alternative proposal option in the call for a proposal, which basically says if you don't think we're doing this the right way, you can suggest a different way. But I'm not quite sure that will fly, actually. But hopefully whatever they do will be as big as possible and will involve real people and real platforms, going through realistic processes so that we can actually prove to the world that the sky does not fall in when you have to prove that you're old enough to access social media.
And hopefully what it will give us is real-world Australian context for how we most effectively do it here, given our levels of government, given our privacy structures and the like.
Elsewhere, we've done over a billion age checks, and I don't think you'll be able to find any scandals around privacy or data breaches relating to age assurance processes, because we don't keep the data. If you don't keep the data, you can't lose the data.
Thank you very much.
Terrific, thank you. That's going to conclude today's hearings, and I want to thank not just Mr Corby, but indeed all the witnesses that provided evidence to the committee today. Also a big shout out to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance and ensuring that we made that connection with the UK after all, and of course to the Secretariat, who are constantly supporting us in our work here as well. The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided to the committee by Monday the 14th of October, and the committee now stands adjourned.